Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen. And she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Hey, everybody from Sydney, Sweden. It's best we say hello. Maybe I should change the background to our Star Trek background. Sorry, guys. It's good to see everyone. Welcome, sirs and madams. Hey, it could be worse. Remember this background from Thursday? Oh,
no, I don't.
Go back to that last one. Go back to the last one.
We'll find it. We're probably safe. That was fun. Hello and welcome to Saving Star Trek Enterprise Edition. We have a good episode for you tonight at the beginning of, I think this one's a 2-episode arc. I don't know if they go 3 on this one. It is tangentially related to the Forge trilogy or the Serac arc, whatever you want to call it. Although we are leaning hard into an aesthetic that I do not believe we saw in most of TNG. Why do the Romulans now have like cranial ridges? Like they're like Vulcan cavemen?
Yeah, that guy in this.
All the TNG.
They did not have them on TOS for sure. On TNG, they had them.
Yeah.
They did. They did. These are TNG Romulans.
Okay, I just don't remember them having a real prominent one like this. And you know what? One of the ones we see the most is Sela, and she's only a half Romulan, so I don't think she has any.
They went 3 parts on this. It's kind of like Jurassic Park, where you shouldn't have done 3, but you did.
Okay, yeah. Part 2 is called United, though, which that's kind of cool.
Oh, sure. But
later on this one is
one where we watched part 1 and 2, and we did part 1. So
this part 1 is I enjoyed this one. So we tried this last time with New Trek. I'm going to let everyone speak their mind for a few seconds and give their opening thoughts before we talk about the plot of this episode. So why don't we start with Germ? Go ahead and give me your 2 cents worth.
This is a very good start to the trilogy. This is the first time we've actually get to see the Romulans doing something. So we've been waiting 4 years for that. I enjoyed it quite well. Start to a good trilogy.
I notice you're not annoyed that the Romulans are there. That's somewhat unusual. Some people are just furious about the presence of the Romulans. I thought that while it made sense, it might not have been the best way. They weren't side-loaded into the story. It was a story built for them, but I don't know. I don't know. Well, more on my thoughts after we get from Sean and JT. Let's have Sean go next. Sean, we're starting this Romulan arc here. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts, sir?
It's okay. You got to put aside a lot of things on this one. There's some things that were a little outlandish, maybe a little too much high-tech things that I don't think the Romulans should have been able to do back in this era. But it was very TOS in some ways where, like, if you can put aside your disbelief for a little bit and just enjoy the action, there's a lot of sci-fi coming up on this one. It's not bad. It wasn't the best, but it's an enjoyable watch.
Okay. And then we'll just kick it over hacky sack style to our pal JT. JT, star of this week's upload. JT, I think you'll be pleased to know that this week's Star Trek upload is the most watched Star Trek related upload in the history of YouTube, period.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, sir.
On this channel this week.
Yeah, I wish it was on a better topic, but hey, uh, we'll take it where we can get it. I enjoyed doing that whole process of that video, but tonight we're here to talk real Star Trek, and this episode for me was a little bit flummoxing when I originally watched it, and a lot of that was similar to Sean's issue, where the level of technology for the Romulans seemed a little too good to be true, a little too advanced for this time period. And this also kind of parallels a little bit with some Star Trek video games. There's a little bit of an issue with originality on some of the plot. I think a lot of it is too predictable. Maybe a little bit looking ahead. If we think back to the 2000s, we have Iraq 2. And with Iraq 2, you have the advent of UAVs being used by the military. And what is this ship if not for one giant UAV? Right. And I don't know, I can't remember exactly how much we knew about that technology back then. However, if we did know anything about it in a significant way, this seems like a very modern day influences a Star Trek concept, which I'm totally okay with. From that, I just wish there had been a little bit more limitation on the Romulans, particularly to do with distance. So I had some issues really getting into this back then, and I still keep those reservations now. Strong performances, and I think we're going to have fun talking about it tonight, Admiral.
Oh, we were both waiting.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
All right, we both hesitated. I think maybe what I might need is a second button to like that arms the sound of like arming the torpedoes, and then like I'll go for that one in case you're late. And this way, like if I hit that and nothing happens, I'll just know to hit the other one.
Oh, no, we didn't hesitate. I didn't hesitate. I was waiting for JT to finish.
Yeah, me too. Good timing. Yeah. Ooh, good trigger discipline. We're thinking along the same lines. Germ, thank you very much for the 99-cent super sticker of the super smiley face. I super appreciate it, and you're an awesome co-host. And welcome to all of you out there on Germ's behalf. Let me welcome everyone. And this is the Resolute Germ underwritten appeal and call to action where I say, please hit the like and follow buttons. Do me a favor. We'll want to try to get to 30 likes or more. That seems to really turbocharge it. We would like to do about as well during this show as we do during the New Trek show. But let's face it, nothing is quite as fun as pitchforks and torches and burning the witch in the middle of the street. It keeps the evil at the edge of town, and people stay in line after we do that. What can I say? It's a lot of fun to do the New Trek stuff on Thursdays, but like one day, if they put out a good episode, I don't think we would have any context. It would be like 2 hours of just silence and like us beginning sentences and just stopping. It would be that one long Nathan Fillion gif in real time. But tonight we have an interesting story. I think what's really cool is we have a story where the Romulans' tech level is below where they're supposed to be in TOS, which makes sense, but it's just not far enough below. Like, we obey the spirit of the idea, but we can't take it all the way there and still have our story. And we see a compromise that I don't know if I'm wild about. I'm ticking life on the surface of the planet. Hold on a minute. We have Krimwan. Krimwan is joining us. Krimwan, did you watch tonight's episode? Sir.
Oh, yes. And I remember it very well. This is one of the weird ones, I thought.
This one may be fairly described as a little bit weird, but it's a good episode. I enjoy this one. It's a good part one. Here's my thought on this one. We really are just obsessed on like orbital bone injuries. Shran has 2 in this one. We love that stuff. It's an interesting way to set up the Federation. We know the Tellarites, the Vulcans, and the Andorians all have their differences from Journey to Babel. We're going to the same planet as in Babel 1, and we're showing a lot of the things that are in that episode. We're deeply foreshadowing that, and At the same time, in a not so torn from the headlines but real way, we put it in the hands of the bad guys, so we don't so much question it so much as we put it out there as something to think about. Drone warfare. Although this is so different, the analogy is so different from the kind of drone warfare that we have now that it's more just putting it out there. Star Trek didn't make it into the future ahead of time on this one, but I don't know, false transponders, drones, things like that. Maybe a mishmash of things that were in the air at the time, without quite being drawn from the headlines. But at this point, we had gone from watching the enemy and using the drones to do that to actually taking out the enemy, where I think I remember one American president saying, like, was it George W. Bush? He was killed by a robot, like the heartless machine that he was.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember that one?
I believe the first drone attack that we ever used was during Clinton. It was like within the last year or two of him being in office.
He was being called insane and told he was trying to wag the dog for trying to get rid of this guy, Osama bin Laden.
But he did a pretty piss poor job of it, by the way.
He did, but let's just face it, our government was already showing signs of having some problems then. We could talk all day about this one. Essentially, we're the same. I'm evil on the right side. JT is evil on the left. And it's just how we all work it out together.
Oh, Admiral, you said something about torpedoes.
Yeah,
earlier. Let's
not cross the streams and get any new Trek frustration out there till later. But let's see who's in here. Now we've had a couple of minutes. And guys, let people know who's we're live. And we have a nice crowd. It's good to see Radioactive. It's good to see JT Kirk, the Trek reviewer. It's good to see Gavin. It's good to see Buddy. It's good to see JT both here and on the panel and in the chat. It's good to see Sean both on the channel and in the pat. It's good to see the Real Head Case. It's good to see Gavin. Who else is out there? I'm looking. Radioactive, I think I said hi to. There's that StreamYard stock. If you're not out there, please go ahead and say hello. If you're coming through later, go ahead and hit those like and follows. They count just as much. Trying to hit that magic number of 30 plus. Really get the message out there. It's very, very helpful. And you know what? We have a pretty banger of episode tonight. It's a good episode 1. And we do some things in this. We're not coming back from this show, so we can kill people, we can trash sets, and we can do stuff like that. So I think this is our last real arc with the Andorians, unless Shran shows up to just say what's up in the final episode. I think this is it for the Andorians, ladies and gentlemen. Star Trek Enterprise has just 10 episodes left, including tonight. Just 10 episodes left.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Thank you, Deadman. Which sticker is this one? I have to see which one it is. Is it a rainbow?
It's a poop.
It's the poop. Oh, we're talking about New Trek. Thank you, Sean. Good shot, Sean. In the deep blue waters that are New Trek, what can I tell you? All I can say is I do want to thank JT for, as I said, the most successful upload in the history of this channel ever in this week. It is at almost 700 views in just about a day. The other one was really viral. I think finally the virility might have come out of the New Trek stuff. But I want to thank the Dead Man. So this New Trek update brought to you by our pal the Dead Man, sirs and madams. Before we get into this, I've been talking to my crew about this backstage, and I've mentioned it. I've made allusions to it a few times, and it's very important that we talk about it. The Real Head Case. Let me just thank the Real Head Case first. Wow, sir. Here's a drink since you didn't buy me one last night. Yeah, YouTube seems to have been glitching last night. People were trying to watch the stream and couldn't figure out what was going on with that one. But
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
You know what? You guys deserve the Sir montage for that one.
We have to send for Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy. Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
There we go. Thank you so much. You know what? This update brought to you by the Dead Man and the Real Head Case. Quite honestly, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, sirs and madams, please do me a favor. The gravity inertial dampeners are not going to be enough. The hull plating is not going to be enough. Polarizing the hull and turning all shields to maximum, turning off all non-essential systems, including we might have to put on EV suits. We may need to turn off life support inside the ship. We have coming at us at just and hello sci-fi sit then, and thank you to the Real Headcase guys. As Star Trek fans, we're facing an existential crisis. It's less than 10% over. This is our year of hell. There are something like 44 weeks or something like that, maybe give or take 47 weeks left in the year. Quite a bit, but there are something like 26 to 30 new Trek Kurtzman drops if they do it 1 hour or one episode at a time. To Paramount Plus, I would say, I don't know if you owe him dropping these episodes week by week. Just drop them all at once as soon as they're done, one night, and get it over with. Maybe you'll even make it your own internal top 10 if you drop it all in one night. The lack of success of old Star Trek is stunning. We have just as many people here for an episode that wraps 23 years ago, which questions drone warfare in a very 30,000 foot view without instructing, finger shaking, or hectoring anyone. An event that's still in the headlines today without really doing anything more than making us think on it a little bit from an observational point of view. This one doesn't really moralize at all. It's the force multiplier. But really, what we have here is an illusion being projected at us by the fake Star Trek media and by the fake secret hideout media. What do I mean by this? There are YouTubers who thrive on fake news. I do not mean Tachyon Pulse or JDA Talks. There are others, Worst Faith. There are people that we know are access like Trek Culture.
Oh, of course. Yep. Yeah. We can identify them. We can see who they are. You know, it's pretty clear at this point. If you liked episode 7, yeah. What access are they giving you? Is it worth it? Are you happy with yourself? But hey, those are internal questions they all need to have. Sean?
Yeah, I was going to say, Admiral, you brought up, possibly them dumping all the rest of Starfleet Academy season 2 in one shot. I think if that happens, we claim victory and we don't have to watch it.
Yeah, we'll watch like one ceremonial episode so that we can we'll watch the very last episode in sequence so that we can celebrate the end.
Yeah,
I would say something like that would be, because I would want to see the last one, because we already know that they won't be able to finish their story. We already know that they won't be able to finish the story.
What story?
The fact that, I could see it's time to go with the negative universe enterprise opportunity board so that I know when to switch. Last week's episode of Saving Star Trek was also chaptered because we talked a little bit about the ongoing, this rolling, burning version of Rise of Skywalker that is Starfleet Academy. If Rise of Skywalker was a streaming show that was paced even slower, actually, Rise of Skywalker is paced so fucking fast, it's insane. Just a slow-paced Rise of Skywalker, just rolling and burning, and everyone knows it's over, and it's just ejecting passengers who are on fire left and right. This would be it. This is the darkest hour for Trek fans, and we all have to hold together and remember that at the end of this, Kurtzman won't have a contract, and we have to show that we're united behind the Captain Archer sequel show, which deserves a chance, which I think could be good, and united behind a reboot and restarting the franchise in less than the 15 years. Drinker's video was right on the money. I believe it was earlier today, if not yesterday, that Drinker dropped a video saying, just let it die. He made sure to make a Kurtzman-specific appellation to the Star Trek thing like twice, but he mostly talked about it being how Star Trek needs to end. He did say this iteration of Star Trek. He said this version of Star Trek, but then he sort of accepted at face value, but it wasn't his thought process or within his video essay to ponder it. He was just reacting to a guy saying, like, we should all fall in line and stop criticizing Starfleet Academy, to which I say, fuck you. To which I have to You can go fuck yourself if you think you're going to tell me how I should react. And I, as a pundit, you get to go out there with your nonsense and tell us these things. But we aren't supposed to be responsible for, we're supposed to hold back so you can make more bad things. Like,
right.
One of your perceived threats.
Don't complain about these runny undercooked eggs, because then you won't get any more runny undercooked eggs in the future.
Shut up and eat your gruel.
Exactly.
I refuse to say more. I refuse to walk up to the likes of Alex Kurtzman and say to him, "Please, sir, may I have some more?" I absolutely refuse to say that. Now, this is something that happened on my weekday show. We talked about this anyway on that, but I will do this just briefly now with you guys here. This guy, Christopher Cushman, I don't know much about him. I think he somehow is involved in New Trek. And he says a few days ago, I think it says something that this was even covered by a magazine. I think it was CBR talked about it. And it was brought up by several different shows. And he has only put on 2,000 views since day one when people looked at it out of curiosity. He was at 30,000 views day one. He's at 32.4 thousand views. So, that is just not doing great. Now, there is a lot of comments, but the conversation stalled out. It is from only about 5 days ago now. But here's the thing: what this guy Cushman said, negative review bombing of Academy likely to end the possibility of shows like Legacy, as well as put Trek into 10 to 15 year hiatus. Honestly, with much of the negative rhetoric coming before the airing of the first episode based on the trailer and stills. First, let's react to what he said. Everybody, go for it.
I think what they're just desperate, but what I think they mean is they're not going to get any more Star Trek the way we have it right now. That's what they're saying. We're not going to have any more super gay stuff and super woke crap. They're like, basically Kurtzman Trek's going to go away, which is fine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think they're saying. And it's just like, in the words of Mr. H and the Critical Drinker, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, I was going to say those exact words.
This is such a cynical push to try to get Legacy, quote unquote, made. And that Skydance in Paramount said, no way in hell are we making Legacy. All of the acting talent would cost way too much because it costs more than scale. It costs more than scale, so therefore it's way too much because you have to hire people with actual names.
Those actors may still work for scale.
Even that aside, that show is never getting made because I think if you had another 6 months between the end of Picard and this season of SNW, SFA never would have been made. That would have been canceled too. And this is such a cynical push by people that have no taste. They have some sort of benefit directly, early access, whatever it may be, or just people that have zero taste. And looking at what is there, the fact you have to throw a flag in your bio, I'm really questioning.
He says he's a contributor to Trek canon for 38 years, creating verisimilitude. I hate that word. It's banned in this channel. My work hangs in the Smithsonian. Go fuck yourself. So there's a picture of a guy beating his freaking, unwilling servants on a plantation down south. So fucking what? So there's a Confederate battle flag. So there's the flag off the Turkets.
There's a lot of bad art in the Smithsonian. I don't know if he should be happy about that. There's a lot of wokeification of the Smithsonian in the last 20 years.
From the Teapot Dome scandal. I mean, for God's sake, no one cares. Contributed to Trek canon for 38 years, contributed to verisimilitude. My work hangs in the Smithsonian, been to the International Space Station, and it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, the bona fides on this guy are
I wish you would have stayed there.
But
I wish you would have stayed there. I wish you would have stayed on that space station. You belong on a space station. And you have less followers than this channel has subscribers, but he got a big reaction. So here's anyone else want to react to his comments? Kremlin, Germ?
Well, I have something to say. We are never going to see Legacy because
God.
the reason we're not is because that is a Kurtzman character. If they do Legacy, they're going to have to pay him. He created Rafi.
Yep.
And
They
we're
could
not
have her
going to
just
see
be
that.
gone and do it with Jerry Ryan, but the whole idea would be that they would be no one wants any.
He'd
of his
sue them.
characters.
They don't want any piece of that.
We don't want any. Yeah, one of the biggest reasons to do the Enterprise sequel show before anything else would be that Kurtzman would have almost no legal recourse that you could think of, and nothing that anybody would take seriously in court.
What would be the point of Legacy? There is no point. We've already had 7 of 9. We've already had Picard season 3.
It's all agenda.
We don't need anything else. There's no
We don't
story
need a
there
slacker
to tell.
socialism fucking Star Trek show of funded by 11 foreign governments recycling our own tax money back to us until proven otherwise.
Yeah,
But
there's zero
It's
story
all
there.
banking on agenda. They're trying to push some political movement because in their eyes, we're all evil for one reason or another.
Well, Kremlin, we know why they think you're evil, but yes, the rest of us were unfairly tarnished with that brush. Sean, had you a couple of
Yeah, I mean, well, they wouldn't
No, I
be
was-
lying in that one. I'm straight up evil.
There you go.
I'm Rom Kremulon.
I'm just evil on the. I'm evil on the bottom side.
Ever since
Is
Sean's
that the
bottom
reason-
surgery, he's been evil on the bottom.
Yeah, he's evil on the bottom side, waving that rainbow flag, huh?
The Gaiden over there. Yeah.
The bottom side.
And
But,
we
um,
went through this at length on Thursday. We have no problem with any two adults going into a room together and turning the lights off and doing whatever they want. We have no problem with any two adults doing whatever you want, or 3 adults. We don't care who you love as long as you're a nice person who would like not leave an old lady stranded with a flat in the middle of a rainstorm on the side of the highway. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you have some decency, we don't care what you do. Ball gags, do it. Do your thing. Just don't make us have to hear about it, and don't put it into Star Trek. And we think a lot of the people who dig that stuff probably feel the same way we do. You know what I mean? Like, Star Trek had a diverse audience to begin with, and it had an organic sort of diversity that didn't have to be shoved down our throats anyway. But please continue, sir.
In addition to not telling any story and having to pay people more than they want to, I just don't see any benefit to saying we need bad Star Trek to get more Star Trek. That doesn't follow. It's a logical fallacy.
Beatings will continue till morale improves.
Yeah, there's nothing that says that letting it cool off for 5 or 10 years is going to keep us from getting it ever again, unless you admit that this has no audience. And so the second you stop it, we're never going to get it ever again because it was so bad. You have to almost admit against your own point that this is such crap that you've already destroyed the audience.
Chernobyl. Oh no.
They've got another 20 years to siphon money from Gen X. It is not going to go away. It's not. They're going to bring it back as fast as they can.
I mean,
look at the way they're doing Doctor Who.
Voyager.
Look at the way they're doing Doctor Who. They're doing Doctor Who extremely dirty. It's the same thing, and they're admitting it's all politics. Everything is trying to push an agenda. That's all this is at this point. They know they're not. They don't have an audience. They've lost everything. They don't want us, the people.
They don't have employers that we know of. Let's make one thing
They don't
clear.
want the original fans.
Hold on, let's make one thing clear. This makes Paramount look like shit, but Paramount, but the people who own it now, the Skydance Paramount people, they've got a big sack of money and their hands are tied. I too would not want to give Kurtzman $140 million walk-away fee. I would be like, fuck you too. I might just be like, because you're talking about 5 years being kind of just about right.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Good shot, Mr. Carter. RRTN said, hello, Welshie, with a generous $10 New Zealand super chat says, Kurtzman, there is no curse in Klingon, Vulcan, or the tongues of men for this treachery. My business is with Paramount tonight. The fans match. Maybe to our the fans march, maybe to our doom. The last march of the fans. Yes, he never had a mind of wheels and gears, though. It was like a mind of jello, and I don't understand what goes on. And Kurtzman just took so much ecstasy or proved that ketamine can last forever. I don't understand. RRTNZ, your wisdom guides us all. We're just reacting to this tweet about like what would happen if we got rid of Kurtzman track. And thank you very much, RRTNZ. Let's just look. Anyone else want to just finish the threat before we assess what the payoff of the threat is? The threat's no more Star Trek.
Here for you, Admiral. So after Enterprise ended, we had a Trek TV enters a cooling off period. Executives grew wary of the audience. The franchise lost some momentum, and then we got Star Trek back, according to them. And this guy loves Kurtzman Trek so much. What would be wrong with stopping it? He proved that you could bring it back and make something, so super amazing, and so he can't even keep his own story straight with what's already happened historically.
Actually, his story straight. It's just that he's at odds with himself, I believe, is the proper analogy on this one. He wants it both ways, or he's at odds with himself. And let's just face it,
or he goes both ways.
Yeah, well, I would assume he only goes one way, and it's a certain highway. But I mean, he's got with that flag. Let's face it, this guy put a flag in his emoji, and he has absolutely solved all the problems of that community by doing so, as the people with every cause flag have. just like there's a little less racism every time there's a touchdown in the NFL and someone walks across the end racism line. And I really think that it is a shame that the New York Jets chose to have unity on the sideline and in the end zone rather than end racism. The Jets they want to perpetuate it. They're down with that. That's their thing. We're istophobes here in Jetland, I suppose, is what they're trying to say. But guys, the threat is one smart fan even asked an artificial intelligence bot, which is, if intentionally killing Starfleet Academy would somehow perversely encourage Paramount to finally decide to produce the series concept that fans have been clamoring for in vain for the last few years since the series finale of Star Trek Picard, known as Star Trek Legacy.
That's when we saw them all in that run-on sentence, if I ever saw one.
And a bad prompt, only going to get you a bad answer. But guys, when we saw them in that heroic prose, ready to go like boldly and stunningly into the universe, like everyone was like, "Oh God, thank God that's over." And like the whole premise that she was captain was based on the captain of the Titan, which becomes the Enterprise, is an istophobe who makes Seven go by the name Hansen. And then, like, at the end, he's like, "I'm sorry." Like, he gets fatally killed doing, like, one good thing. And fatally killed. He gets shot and doing one good thing. And as he's coughing and dying, he says to 7 and 9, like, he's like, "I'm sorry, I called you Hanson. You've earned the right to be called 7. Cough, cough, dies." And then, like, whatever, our stupid story ends. And but she cough, cough. She goes back. Yeah, like she should be Irish, 709. But she cough, he dies. And she goes back. And Tuvok says to her, "We're going to put you in command of the USS Titan." And she's like, "Oh, that's great." And he's like, "We have a letter from Captain Dipshit from Detroit." And they turn it on, and it's Todd Stashwick, who was in the episode Kishara as a Vulcan, Romulan double agent. And it's him as the captain. He played the Captain Shaw, and that actor's good. So Captain Shaw had fans. But the thing is, he sent this letter to us 2 weeks before the beginning of the star date that starts this episode and weeks before Picard got there. Like, it's known in 2 different ways that he sent us this letter before the events of the story began. And he's like, "It's istophobic and wrong to call Hanson anything but 7. We can't call her anything but 7 anymore. She deserves it. She's the finest officer I've ever served with." And you're like, if he sent this letter before the start of events, why did he just like go back? It's like, you know what? Even though they've earned my respect, I'm going to go back to like a salty disrespect for everybody, and be istophobic for the hell of it. Isn't that right, JT, you dumb Pollock?
So say we all.
So say we all.
Wow.
I like where that ended.
Jeremy, you fucking Mick, I didn't hear you. You're drinking? Is that it? Get the booze out, get the bottle out of your mouth, and you say so, say we all.
All right. Well, that was one hell of a detour.
Listen to this, guys. These are the threats. Legacy becomes less likely. Oh, God. Trek TV enters a cooling off period. We believe that 3 years is appropriate. We long for 3 years of in those 3 years. You know what you could do? Upscale all the seasons of Voyager and release it on really good 4K HD. I'd buy it. I'd love to have that. Upscale.
Well, they should downscale too, Vix. Downscale.
Yeah.
Downscale Cass.
You know, especially how about
Tuvix better?
How about this? A special edition where we use technology to change Robert Picardo to Andy Dick for the entire run of Voyager. So we have a different EMH. Still an asshole, but not one we're freshly annoyed at.
You know, with AI, we could at some point do that.
Yeah, could we
I think we
substitute
should.
S out for Sydney Sweeney?
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
I don't want to see
that
Sydney.
working.
I've already seen Sydney Sweeney turned into Sydney Tweeny. I don't need to see Sydney Sweeney saying, "I'm only 2 years old, Captain. I need to see the world and date more." I want
Tuvix should be an AVI file from Windows 95.
But Captain, while I was on caretaker Jeffrey's Pleasure Planet, he said that one day people would come to Steinep's world and rescue the Ocampa.
Oh, God.
Barely legal track. All right, so we all scoff at this bullshit, and we don't agree. We would love to see them end the current iteration of Star Trek TV. So say we all.
So say we all.
Okay. We can strike this from the record as we move forward with tonight's story, which starts with an old friend of ours, and he's real beat up because he's got scarring on both orbital bones. But I'd like to point out we see an Andorian ship. We're not coming back, so we trash the set. I love it. This is giving us a certain freedom. This is like knowing the marriage is over. It's like the fight gets a little out of hand, and you just throw the beer bottle through the TV or something.
Especially as an intro.
We've seen this ship, but we can barely recognize it. It's only when Jeffrey Coobs crawls out from under the rubble and starts coughing and talking that we're like, oh my God, that's trans ship. And they just trashed what little set he has. So now, ironically, it's the coolest it's ever looked because it was always a very sparse set. Their ship's exterior is cool. They didn't have a really good interior set.
Right.
But we love the way it looks here with
Admiral T. Incoming super chat.
RRTNZ. Well, she says. And into this, he poured his malice, his hatred of the fan base, and his will to platform his personal political views. One show to ruin all of Star Trek. They were all of them deceived, for Kurtzman had made another plan to go on the college speaking tour and totally discourage secondary educations. You know, I'd just say, like right now, one of the reasons people are able to just go loaded for bear after being an academic is someone like Kurtzman, who is going to end up on the college speaking tour making like 10 grand being around like all the youngsters that he should not be allowed anywhere near. So like there should be like, I just keep like an intimacy coach with a stun gun behind Kurtzman. If his
whole shtick will be cram your personal political opinions into everything. That's how you get the big job.
And hello, Tetrarch. You know, I had discussed this with JT. It's in our upload that everyone has and everyone should watch again because it is the biggest upload in the history of this channel this week. But we said, like at the end, we saw 11 different government organizations, some of them with names that would deceive you, like the Copenhagen Global Initiative, CGI. It looked like they were doing CGI. And when I showed it to Tachyon, he's like, well, that's just a CGI credit. I'm like, read it carefully. And he's like, oh my. So Tachyon's wondering a bit about this, although Tachyon said something that perplexed me in our conversation. I'm not giving away anything personal. He's already said this. You know what really has him upset about this show?
It's
that episode 6 was so good, and then we went back to the same garbage. I was just like, in my mind, I was like, what detectable difference was there? The only thing I would say is we were confused that they went from what seemed like episode 6 to like an episode somewhere else in the time zone because they were urgently headed somewhere else and we stepped away.
To quote somebody from the sign-up files that's unindicted, at this point, what difference does it make?
Sir, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Tetrarch, welcome. Welcome, Tetrarch. It's good to see you.
All right.
And hey, John the Beagle Dad. Back to real Star Trek. So we have a real cool beginning here. Shran crawls over to the communications array, past the burning wreck of his ship.
And he tells, by the way,
what an open. We know this character. We only recognize his ship after we see him crawling around. He's a wreck. Look at Shran. He's a wreck. He's just absolutely beat to hell. And he gets onto the comm and he's like, calls out a mayday and calls for his crew to abandon ship. And then we have our opening. This was a pretty good opening segment. I'll let you guys comment. Let's start with Krimlon. Start with the new guy. Krimlon, go ahead.
The ship blowing up was awesome. Things go boom.
JT.
Like you said, this is probably the best the set has ever looked for his ship. And the destruction opening is one that we don't get to see a lot in Star Trek. And I love that it's not overused. It immediately captivates the mind. And maybe you get a little bit of anxiety. Maybe you get a little bit of wonder, some anger. It leaves you a lot of emotions and confusion going on, which can be a great way to open something when done right. And I think they did that here.
I.e. cause and effect.
It definitely does bring back the kind of the memories from Star Trek Voyager, The Year of Hell.
Yeah. Do you guys remember cause and effect with the Kelsey Grammer episode?
I was wondering if you meant that or actually having cause and effect, because we know that there's a reason this is happening.
I was referring to that TNG episode because JT mentioned when you see a ship getting destroyed on the first scene, that's like what we see in cause and effect. The Enterprise explodes and then we cut to commercial or cut to intro. It was great.
Talking about TNG?
Yeah.
I always imagine a cutscene where Kelsey Grammer walks off the set of Cheers and like into a bathroom and just like rails on cocaine for like 40 minutes and walks into makeup and has them throw that jacket on him, sits down in the command chair and like says his one line. Takes his check and leaves. He's like, I actually lost money doing this, but hell, I like Star Trek.
I figured keep in mind.
That's essentially what happened.
Yeah, I figured that's how he'd react to doing anything.
Your other job,
doing anything with Frasier.
I thought the Frasier show was coming back, but apparently
it did come back.
It is.
It did.
Yeah.
It did 2 seasons. No, they canceled it.
Like a strong lineup of ideas.
It was good.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't watch it, but like I wasn't blown away by the concept. So I mean, we're talking like we're getting by on Kelsey Grammer's charisma.
I mean,
it was good. They had a good replacement for his dad, and the old guy that was always drinking wine was pretty funny.
I mean, really, the original Frasier made a complete show, I thought. So if you just get 2 more seasons of it a long time later, do you really need it? No, it was good to see, but I don't think it really wowed enough people.
But this means that he's played the same character in 7 different decades.
Yeah.
Right?
And RT and Zed did not like the new Frasier.
I watched some of one episode. What didn't compel me. Like it didn't repulse me either. I just wasn't motivated to watch the next one. It was okay. I didn't really care about his son.
Up to the old one.
I saw.
And Lilith needed to have like a major role for it to make sense.
Anyway,
all right. Anyway, Hoshi has been
we finally
in
get
action
Hoshi
for a while. It's great
we
to see Linda Park is looking great. They have retailored her uniform, haven't they? Or has she just gotten better looking? I don't know. It's because we miss her.
The lighting is very complimentary as well.
And we have our
absence makes the heart grow fonder. Sure.
Absolutely. And I love our enterprises on the wall. I think it looks great. And it's a cool early nod to what we see later. I mean, we've seen them before, but we've kind of increased the space inside of all of the ship. Although we have the bulkhead sort of blocking things a little bit here. The captain's mess, when we see it, is going to be bigger. We've given them a little more room everywhere, but on the bridge still has the same feeling. It's still pretty claustrophobic, but we're letting the actors move around a little more. It might be that they realize Bakula has such a physical style. I don't know, but they really look at home in their environment now. And this conversation is Hoshi verbally jousting with Archer.
Did you notice on that art that the ships were largely symmetrical?
They were largely symmetrical.
And the background was appropriate. There wasn't like some weird starscape or clouds that didn't belong.
Or a moon that looked like pepperoni pizza.
Yeah. Yeah.
With pepperoni,
everything was in proportion.
Yeah.
The ships weren't bending a way that no ship could bend.
Right. Yeah. And Hoshi's eyes are on the same level instead of having one up too high, like in that bad art. But we got her in mid-argument here. Boy, does she look beautiful when she's angry. But what they're doing here is they're actually training Archer up for his meeting with the Tellarites, that incorrigible, poorly groomed race of aliens that yell and scream at everyone all the time for the purpose of the fact that they have an argumentative society. I don't know who they're meant to represent, but the Tellarites, they are hairy. They are angry.
They're kind of meant to represent you.
Us,
New York.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What are you basing this on?
We've met the Tellarites and we've met you.
Okay.
If you had a ridged forehead, you could be mistaken for a Tellarite.
Oh.
This went downhill real quick.
Oh.
Is that why the cops always detain me?
It's an entire building full of Tellarites.
At this point, it's an entire building full of tourists. The tickets are so expensive and so pre-sold out. But yeah.
Now, I loved that they wrote this correctly. And by that, I mean they keep the tension up and you don't know that they're actually just practicing at the beginning. You think she's having a real argument about her quarters and Porthos smelling bad. And you're like, damn, they're really not getting along, I
got turned
and
on.
then at the end, they kind of let it relax and let the cat out of the bed, but it's not so obvious and cliched. Like they don't force a ton of laughter and all this stuff like you would see in more modern television, where you'd be like forced to laugh along with it. Be like, isn't it so funny? No, they don't do that. They just let it be a humorous situation and let it breathe. So
all that went through my mind.
They did a little twist at the end of the scene where you think it's over, and then she says something else to him, and he's like, "Huh?" She's like, "I meant what I said about Porthos." And then she let him off the hook.
Yeah, I thought I'd point that one out. It looks like the way they play it is, what the hell? Did the captain and Hoshi start fucking? Like, why are they at odds so bad? And why are they talking about moving out of quarters and stuff like that? And then, like, of course, Linda Park is Korean, and she's like, "I'm going to eat your dog." And I was like, what? And all I could think of is when Alex Kurtzman watched this video, he's like, "This show is just dripping with hatred. It's just dripping with hatred." And then you probably had to call the intimacy coach from. Go ahead.
Yeah. By the way, if we go back to New Trek for a second, remember they had that stupid dinner where they were trying to practice on how to deal with the other species, and they were using the megaphones and all that bullshit. This is how you do it. What these two are doing, they're seriously role-playing. They're seriously studying. They're not cracking stupid jokes. They're legitimately saying, okay, how do we address this new species? This is proper.
And we've seen variations on this in TNG, especially what was it, the Ascension ritual with the Klingons, where Picard had to keep role playing with Diana. And my favorite is with the one with the Shellyak, where he's just like, do I really have to read all of this? It's like, you can see why it was like,
Well,
Picard's like, he's so professorial, but you can see why he didn't become like a space lawyer. He's like, oh.
They had several episodes where we're focusing just on communicating with the other species. Darmok is one. There's the one with that redheaded guy, the deaf dude that looked like a porn actor.
Riva.
Yeah. What was that episode called?
Turns out he was in porn. Gay porn. I mean, I wouldn't know if he was in porn.
That guy was full on.
I think you just outed yourself.
I was really happy when they killed off Riva's chorus. It made me feel great when I saw them. Like, well, in this show, if people die, I mean, I'm not, but like if you looked at our thumbnails, you'd probably think we were, because we've probably used the
that we're in porn. What?
We use the pride flag in our thumbnails more than most channels. You might be led to wonder.
Okay. I was like, wait, what?
I don't know where you're going with this, Teague.
Krimlon, something tells me you know exactly where this is going.
Haram.
Anyway,
Haram.
Calm down, Krimlon. Krimlon wants to go to the bathroom with his toothbrush, a lighter, and a shaving kit.
Giggity.
I think they're going to go back and edit Strange New Worlds and make Spock not eat the bacon because it's offensive.
If only they had thought of that ahead of time. If only we had Vulcan Amelia to set Bacon Spock straight. All right.
Pride flags.
There's our female
Poor Porthos.
To say, yeah, poor Porthos. He used to be male.
And here we go with another proper orbiting orientation here.
It looks really cool. We have a few great shots. This is, I thought it would be called like Tellarus or Tellar, but the Tellarites come from a planet called Tellarite. I guess it has to happen sooner or later. It's like, we're in orbit of Tellarite. And I was like, wow, that's just the name of the Tellarite homeworld is Tellarite. Okay.
Yeah, one of the things that we're going to see here is growth of one of the long-running species that does not have a lot of backstory, right? We know about Tellarites. We've seen them in the original series. They don't really look like this, of course. The makeup on these guys is far more ornate than what they had back then, but we just kind of see them in TOS. You don't get a lot of you really do not get a lot of backstory or lore on any of them because they're just not prominent in any of the episodes, right? So here it's like, okay, we've maybe gone a bit too far with Vulcans. We've done a lot of cool stuff with Andorians, although they kind of veer off course on that next week. But then we're going to really build up a species that we have a good opportunity and a chance to do it. And they do it in a thoughtful way. It's not some weird, insulting SFA thing or Strange New Worlds thing where they totally F it up. So here, I thought they had a lot of creativity with some of this, where you have to insult them when you meet them and in some of that. And the actors played it up very well. I think this is probably better than the main story in a lot of ways.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Hey, Radioactive Actual says it's pronounced so right. Thank you, sir, for the very generous 2 Greenlandian greenbacks. It is much appreciated. And Tetrarch says, criminal family, interesting combination. Criminal and family, very interesting combination. Well, I mean, since you use the word crime and family in the same word as an Italian, in the same sentence as an Italian, I am obligated to say there probably was no mafia. It was fun in the movies. I think it was mostly Hollywood that made up the mafia. Maybe at some point more than 1 or 2 Italians conspired together to pull some kind of a crime. But the idea that you could have a whole bunch of Italian people working together in some sort of shadow government to pull ongoing crimes for generations going back 2,000 years, that's just kind of far-fetched. That could never. The idea that there's a mafia is ridiculous to me.
Well, the idea that they're trying to replace Christopher Columbus Day is just anti-Italian as well.
I believe it should be replaced with Don Corleone Day.
Kremlin Day.
Kremlin, calm down. We're gonna put you in the agonizer booth. You know what? Kremlin Day. When would you want it?
Kremlin Day. Yes.
Kremlamadon.
Kremlamadon. Okay. So the people from New York show up and they're like, boy, was that a terrible fright? And they're like, how was it? It was like, oh, we're dying. We're schwitzing. It's hot as hell on your ship. You're a bunch of schmucks. And Archer matches their what I thought was
why don't
funny
you ever send a comms to your mother?
Where do you mother?
You couldn't pick up the subspace radio.
What I thought was funny about this one was Archer was told to match their tone, but instead he gets out ahead and insults them first. I was like, that's not exactly what they told you, bro, but okay, you know. You're like the alpha male of the Federation. I mean, go ahead. You're not going to be wrong. So then we get a deceptive compliment where the Tellarites chomping down on the food, and Trip is like, they asked us to turn the heat up in the ship again. It's like 260 degrees in here, and
feels just like Florida. I like these people.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, dude. Okay, settle down.
This is the conversation. The captain and T'Pol are like, it's hot, they're rude. And he's like, an entire race of people an entire species whose culture is based on rudeness and aggression. They must make amazing politicians. And he's like, I find them refreshing. And Archer's like, go change your uniform before you stink up the place.
Reminds me of that historical governor we had. His name was Ron DeSantis. Yeah.
It's like, and he goes, what, you don't want to speak your mind in front of the crew before? And he should have said, well, you never seen me talking to Mayweather, do you?
No. Ancestor Nathan Bedford Tucker told me never to talk to people like Broadweather, sir. What? I just don't approve of his lifestyle. Trip, we need to talk. Okay, so the captain is staying with his Galaxian character. He busts Trip's balls. He has a laugh, and then he makes an inappropriate colloquialism to Paul. He's like, "When in Rome." And is that like a little tip of the hat to the Romulans that are in this one, right? Like when in Rome.
No. My cousins, yes.
The funny thing is that Archer gets to have all the fun in the world doing this in fucking with Trip and all that. But T'Pol being Vulcan with like no sense of humor just totally has to miss out on the whole thing.
I'm just wondering what Germ would think here.
I think she gets it.
Do you think Archer is uniquely qualified to deal with the Talaxians being from New York, Germ?
Is Germ there? Germ?
He's muted.
Germ got vaccinated.
Oh. I think we should move on, Admiral.
All right. Yeah, I didn't mute him. I don't know what happened. Germ, when you get back to us, anyone else? I think, maybe Archer's uniquely suited to deal with these rude people. He is from New York, right?
Upstate New York. Right. He's from upstate. I don't know.
It's like, do you know that I was taken to a Buffalo Bills game by my father? It was 2 years ago. They've still never won a championship. When all play was ended last year.
What he should have said when they stepped out onto into the landing bay. Oh, great, more Jets fans. And they could have not understood.
You guys know what Bills stands for, right? No. Boy, I love losing Super Bowls.
I was waiting, for first of all, one of the first quarterbacks of the Bills ran for president and placed decently. So whatever, Jack Kemp was a Buffalo Bill quarterback. So there's a weird thing in history. And also they're completely innocent of murder, kidnapper, running back O.J. Simpson. Notable. Notable. Cleared of murder,
was
but he
innocent.
did later kidnap people. He was innocent. Yep. Murder. That was the case that they gave him. But the Talaxians, they seem to be waxing poetic here, and then they turn that back into some insults, and Archer's game for it, and then they're complaining about the food, and what we see is they kind of dig it though. They're testing it out. It's like it's not too bad actually.
I did love the funny little thing that the actor did with the food. He like ran his the weird way he licked it.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
Was just
food,
like
it was very
but it was just an alien doing alien things.
Who knows? Maybe that's how Talaxians traditionally start eating. Who knows, right? Maybe they take a little taste of the food and wait for a minute. We don't know.
It's offensive on this day of our Lord Krim Ramadan.
But it's too early on the ship. You can only eat it on third shift. Is that the issue?
That's the biggest problem that we have.
Okay.
They should be extinct.
So we pick up the distress call from Shran's ship, and we get, what did they say? 15 of his 85 people.
I thought it was 18. Yeah, it was in the teens.
Real low.
18 or 19.
Yeah, about a quarter of the crew. A devastating loss for the captain. That's for Shran. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He pretty much knew them all personally, the core crew. He had been captain of this warship for 12 years, so we can assume it's a ship he's had in every encounter. He loved his ship the way any captain does. He has some anger about that. He gets angry about the loss of his crew, which, let's face it, it's a Chad move. We don't bother with that one with the Klingon commander or at this point in Star Trek. Because like with someone like Duras, like we didn't give a shit. With the Marauders, we didn't give a shit. Like these were just the weirdest Klingons. Like we don't know where they are. Like they're not TOS or TNG Klingons in Enterprise. They're ENT Klingons. I don't know how else to describe it. And that's the first time I've really put that one out there. There are certain traits that seem to be with the Klingons in every iteration.
Well, at least for another 1,000 years, and then they just
then they all start cross-dressing nonstop. But for real, throughout real Star Trek,
float both ways.
The traits to the Klingons is that they're an aggressive warrior society. They do change the fact they go from being deceitful and oppressive dicks to being like oppressive guys who have like a sense of Bushido and honor. And it was the Romulans who were more honorable early on, but we swapped that for TNG. The Andorians, they're an OG race, OG species, but we're just giving them their proper time in the sun now, or the under their blue sun. I can only hope for their sake that Supergirl doesn't go to their planet to get drunk. Maybe that's why they were wary of the pink skins, but there are a lot of injured people. And
the thing here that's going to be interesting, and they never bring it up, but they had to raise the ship temperature for the Tellarites, but Andorians like it cold. So that would be one way that Andorians and Tellarites probably already don't get along. The one thing I'll say here is I thought Archer was not conciliatory enough. They did not give enough time to the relationship here between Shran and Archer, and have Archer say something, our condolences on the loss of your crew, and try to really befriend Shran more. And I thought
actually
they missed an opportunity here.
There is an exchange later where he toasts the ship and the lost crew members.
Yeah, I
think they gave it enough time.
Things. I just felt like they missed it here, but
I don't know if the thing might be this too. Like, go ahead, Jeremy.
It wasn't the time or the place.
That's what I was thinking.
Shran needs vital information at that point.
They only have a marshaling warrior sort of brotherhood. They've done each other favors. They've looked out for each other in a warrior sense. Like, tell me, bro, about the family. I don't know if that's something that Archer even knows how to do with an Andorian yet. The Andorian ambassador, he just found out to this conference that they're bringing the counselor from the Tellarite homeworld from. The Andorian ambassador is dead. He was the target. They take him out, and then Shran was with the escort ship, and he was lucky to get any of his people off of there. And he says appropriately. I think it's this. Is it this segment, or is it when they toast the ship? Because a lot of these people had served with me for longer than that ship was around. I knew their families. I knew their wives. I knew their children.
And they had
were my
a drink
friends.
together. I think they
When they
gave
were
enough time, and Archer let him talk and listen to him. He was a peer for him.
As we can see, we have two different
had a-
kinds of injuries on his orbital bones. Keep going, Sean. I'm sorry.
Oh no! It's just like their moment together came like they were alone. I think Archer afforded him the courtesy of, that's to be kept private. Out in front of other people, Strand had to stay a commander.
He didn't want
but
to
in the
offer him a moment
quarters-
to act weak, and maybe like even the human side of things. He's like, we need to show him that we can prioritize things too. It's not the time to talk about his crew.
And in the quarters when it was just the two of them, he let Strand vent and he shared a drink with him. And Archer was pretty like stoic about, like very reserved.
Yeah, he makes no response in the med bay when he goes, our ship's complement was 87 or whatever it was. Archer is just like, just like inclines his head and just like, closes his eyes. Like he's not happy for, he's clearly, he would have preferred to save these Andorians, some of whom if he didn't know, he kind of owed all of them a solid and he was down with them.
And this is also the scene where Archer tries to make a pitch to be on Blue Bloods. He's like, see, right here, guys. I'm a CBS actor. Why not?
He might have killed someone on Blue Bloods. The show was on long enough.
He never has been on Blue Bloods.
That's too bad.
Oh, he got a better show.
Yeah, it's true. He couldn't be on Blue Bloods because he was sort of in world in NCIS New Orleans.
Yeah.
Which I just want to say, JT, I'm very, very sorry that this reconfigured shot with Dr. Phlox takes place in a part of the med bay where there are no paper towels.
I was at the grocery store today and I had to get more boxes of tissues, and right next to it was the paper towel. And I'm like, oh, that's some pretty high quality stuff. I bet they could put that on the bridge of a starship one day, or in the med bay on a starship. But,
you need a lot in the holodeck.
I was looking today and I saw a ballpoint pen and I said to myself, my God, that is more technology than we see in an average episode of Star Trek Starfleet Academy. That's more technology than we ever see in Starfleet Academy. My God.
The one question I have is, if they have tissue paper and all that stuff, do you think they have lotion?
Probably.
They have it in the decon chamber when they all get that, or when they got
the lotion is
use the gel.
That weird expanse rash that they got from all the radiation. They had an analgesic they put on for sure.
Well, or they just use, because it is a space show, so it's Astroglide.
Yes.
That's right.
It heals.
And by the way, was anyone hoping that meteor shower that they ended Starfleet Academy with would be like a cataclysmic world?
The galactic one?
Yeah.
The galactic meteor shower.
Yeah, I was like, can one of those just be like an Armageddon kind of meteor and just come right down on Starfleet Academy so we could, episode 7 could be the end?
I hope I was really hoping they were just MIRVs from an ICBM.
Yeah, you expressed that and you were so disdainful when we didn't get to find out. You're like, maybe next week we'll go back and they'll all be dead. Like you had a little.
Well,
that's the best thing about this week's Starfleet Academy is that maybe they were ICBMs and there's a little hope that there won't be a show.
Well, we're getting Tilly this week, so.
What are you talking about? It was a beautiful ending.
I would be really cheated if they filmed Mary Wiseman before she lost the weight, because like that's less and like, it still costs the same. I want maximum density Wiseman. If she's thin, it's not Tilly. Am I right? I don't want Ozempic Tilly. I want big fat Tilly. It's the power of math.
I just want Tilly to be covered up.
Where's her burqa?
Yeah.
I hope that Tilly has been off the charger for a while, because she is one of the most annoyingly frenetic characters in the world. And if 7 years of running around with Mikey Burnham and going 1,000 years into the future hasn't mellowed this jackass out, nothing will.
Is Tilly in the... Oh, yeah, she's in the future now, huh?
They're all in the future. That's why Jet Reno's there, or Janet Reno. That's why Janet Reno and her.
Oh, Madonna's back there in the red.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like her.
So we have a little bit of a confrontation here. And one thing I thought was a little weird was Archer. Well, actually, one thing that makes perfect sense and was well acted is that Archer is sort of biased towards the Andorians. One, there's a little bit of proof. He's not there are no deep fakes yet, but like whatever. He's like, but I've seen Will Smith eating spaghetti, and this is no Will Smith eating spaghetti. This is obviously authentic. But so there's no deep fakes yet. No one's thought of that one. But he's a little suspicious. Why does this Tellarite ship seem to have attacked and destroyed my buddy Shran's vessel? And here's their moment where, and it's not that long later, he gives him just enough time to compose himself. And here he is. He's been in 3 different Star Trek series. This is his 3rd. He has been in something like 12 Star Trek episodes, maybe 15. My favorite is drug dealing Wayun, who gets blown away by the Jem'Hadar when he gives very foolishly surrenders control of the drug dealing vending machine. He's like, this has an infinite supply of drugs, and without even looking at him, they just blast him.
He might actually have more screen time than Robert Picardo. Add it all up between the 3 series.
Nah,
but Picardo has some very heavy. But the thing is, in this particular series, he's only in it twice a season, and usually it's back to back, right? We did it back to back the last time, and we're doing it back to back this time.
Seems right.
So not Picardo, but definitely Pride Weather. He has more screen time.
Well,
yes, more screen time than Pride Weather
in this show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I agree. Well, I mean, that had to be done. Pride Weather really, he was tanking out. It's season 3, and he managed to stick the landing with menacing in like the second to last episode in the Mirror Universe. It's like a little late, bro.
I really wish we could have gotten more of him on this show.
Well, Pride Weather being a decent actor.
Oh,
or more
no.
Shran?
I'm talking about Shran.
I would have liked to have seen a little more of it too, but you would have to imagine that this would be a fundamental character should we get the Captain Archer sequel show.
Or season 5 that we never got.
Wouldn't it? It's the same thing. Well,
Yeah,
at this point, if the Captain Archer a sequel show, if it happens, would be the same thing.
Yeah.
There would be a long delay, and a little bit of enterprise-ness would be gone, but we need to use the temporal cold water, bring back Captain Tucker. This is when he's talking about the fact he'd be getting laid now. It's like, I wasn't aware that you were doing your first office. It's like, it was a recent development. And he's like, what happened? He's like, well, Andorian females are pretty aggressive, so I could have either fucked her or I could have really fucked her and reported her to the high command.
And a little bit of a Steenwine look going on.
She's seen Shran's fish-like penis. So
it has little antennae on it.
It was cold out. What can you say?
Yeah, little antennae on it.
This is pretty cool though. Look at the change of emotion though.
Oh yeah, fantastic actor.
He really is doing a great job.
His lips look like
and the intensity. He's brooding. Yeah, well, I mean, we have his planet's exact booze has become the choice drink of Captain Archer, who I talked about this to Germ. This is not the chair Trip built. This is not the first chair. This is a new chair. The ship has been partially refit. The bridge no longer is filmed the same way, but it seems that the configuration hasn't changed. Instead of the the technical conference room in engineering that we have in TNG, the technical conference room of this show is that back area of the bridge.
Have the railings always been there?
I don't know. I think that the configuration of the railing has changed. I believe what the deal was, the railings are where the stairs are now, and the stairs are where the railing is now. I think that we used to walk down the middle, and we had handrails on the sides.
Okay.
So say we all.
The railings are just better because it gives Archer somewhere to put his hands when he's talking.
Look, see this right here? See this right here? I think that's your original handrail right there. I think, see how this comes. I think these are your original handrails here and here.
Or did they film? Did they film part of the Mirror Universe episode before this out of sequence? And now this is just the chair.
We may have left the Mirror Universe chair there. The thing is, this is his best chair. It is really cool. He has the best gamer chair they've ever given him. Anyone want to just talk about his chair for a moment? I think it's appropriate for the refit. And in the show where we have Captain Hockey sitting and playing in her chair, and like this weird medieval logic where if you sit in the chair, you must be the captain. And indeed, after sitting in the chair, we went and did a very Star Trek 09 thing where Captain Gaddafi told Vaginosis that she was now in captain training, and she's not even a fucking midshipman yet.
Right.
That plot point stank.
See, the one flaw about this chair is that I could just stick a USB stick in here, and then I will get the passwords for the entire ship.
That is possibly true, but I do notice it seems to have the interfaces that Trip built into the chair that he built. So it has the upgrades. I think this is the Enterprise upgrades chair. Anyone?
Yeah, I agree.
I know this is low priority.
Probably.
Also,
this is before gamer chairs were a thing, though, too.
I want to say
It's
we
old
see
enough.
something. We see, yeah, it was futuristic to a degree. It is actually, they're a little bit ahead of the game because they built what amounts to a gamer chair before they were really around. Archers do two things in this chair that we don't see a lot. One that I don't think I've ever seen before. As he walks over, he sits down in his fucking chair.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He actually sat.
He doesn't break his stride. Looks back at, okay, no, okay, he is hanging out here, but he does sit down at some point in his chair. We go to commercial and a pretty good. Oh, look at Pride Weather. It's just great. Let's just enjoy Anthony Montgomery's acting here. You almost feel like the person behind him should have both hands on his shoulders. Am I kidding? Am I not kidding? Right? Am I right? Am I not right?
Looks like something's
I
happening
don't know. Are
to
you
him
kidding?
behind him.
Are you not right kidding? I think you're kidding, not right.
I'm writing down the time codes so that I can freeze frame this into a Marvel comic frame using my my left foot. For those of you who don't know, the Bumble, our nemesis snow troll, a monster in the Arctic with no teeth, but likes to draw pictures. So I learned to be a comic book artist too. I did it over the weekend. I only do the comic drawings with my left foot. JT, how am I coming along?
It looks like you have 35 years of experience in graphic design.
I try. Sean, what's so funny, sir? I don't understand.
What's your left foot?
Only with my left foot. Like that movie with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
Do I have any of my comic art
for you? We're gonna have conversation.
I've been watching so much New Trek that my mind may be, in fact, totally broken. I think that
all of us a little bit are still recovering.
We're never going to totally be the same as we were before this. In fact, it's been very difficult for all of us. And here's some of the art that I learned to draw to cope with this, guys. I'll show it to you now. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'll give you a quick look at it. Here we go. This is one of my art masterpieces. I drew this with my left foot. Now I spent all weekend learning how to be a comic book artist. If you'll notice, their eyes are symmetrical and at the same height. Thank you very much.
Bravo, sir. Yes. Bravo.
I've taken some up. Now, these are obviously just rub-ups of the characters. I'm going to I'll flesh them out more later, but I thought I captured the soul of the Janet Reno character, as well as the soul of Laura Thought. What a name. Thought. What a name. this character has authority because she screams and yells. And I would like to just say the great Disparu was correct. And I think we may have said it before him only because we do this live. In this show, they paint the body that you wish you had over your uniform. We've said it. He said it. I don't know who said it first, but it's obviously true. It's so ridiculous. But yeah, so I learned comic book art for the show. I hope you guys appreciate it. It's one of the little sacrifices I did for you guys. It's definitely not AI. That's not Croc at all. The chair is awesome. I want a real life version of Archer's chair as my gaming chair. Welcome to the show, Cal. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry. Who else? Did I miss anybody? Well, she is here. We've got Tetrarch here. We still have Trek Reviewer. We've got the Real Head Case still here. Everybody's hanging out and having fun. You guys are the best. The tune out times and hang times in this one are really great. John is still here. Guys, Gavin's still here. Well, if you are, lurking, shout it out, say hi. And we are dealing with this great story from Star Trek Enterprise. You know what? Let's get my comic. It's not about me. That's what I have to remember. My comic art means a lot to me, but at this point, I think I have to accept that I probably just ain't good enough to do it. Right, guys? What can I tell you?
Well, the one thing is your artwork is always in on time, even if it's not really what we asked for.
Give it another 34 3/4 years. You should know then.
I never wait 9 months to reply with a fucking religious condemnation to people who don't like my work either. That's just not something that happens. Or try to shore up my tattered business reputation by saying I will expose the private emails between us where you gave me the money for this botched thing you said you hated but paid for anyway. So Shran wants to speak to customer service. He doesn't have blue hair. He has blue skin. But Shran showing the middle-class white woman inside of him, shouting and screaming up a storm about the bad service. He doesn't like the Tellarites. He's lost his crew. He actually is justified.
He says
in
you
his
people
right
a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, he also says, I don't trust the pink skins, which I thought was funny. Like, it draws a look from Linda Park. Hoshi just sort of looks at him. He's like, I don't trust you, pink skin, to Archer. And like Hoshi and Mayweather both sort of turn towards him.
Sorry.
Hoshi's just like, I'm happy with this guy associating all the bad things about the humans with the pink skins. Works good for me. And we have another beautiful shot of our ship.
Oh yeah, no, the animation on this, especially in the beginning, wow, just first class.
Dead Man's still here
first
too.
Class.
The Dead Man is hanging out too. Yeah, we'll give you a second of it. Look how cool it looks. We got some combat going on. And what happens now is we were only vaguely aware of this, but what's going on is there is now an attack by apparently it's our pals, the Andorians, and Shran is like, break off your attack. It's Shran, it's your buddy Shran. Look, you can just stop doing this. And they won't. So he goes over to Mr. Reed's Dell computer and says, I need access to your weapons array. He gives up a flaw in the design of the Andorian ships. He fires at it and it should cripple the ship. It's like a judo chop to the base of the neck sort of a move, and it has no effect. But the ship does draw off, and so does the Enterprise. And he's like, what the hell's going on, Shran? And Shran's just like,
wants
what?
Justice bad.
And
he wants.
And this is where he mentions that we have had a little conversation about this Tellarite ship has come in and attacked us. And he's like, I don't give a shit. We just got attacked by this Andorian ship has attacked us. And he's like, look, this was maybe a misunderstanding, but that Tellarite ship that attacked us, I've never even seen them maneuver that way before, which is our first tell that something's wrong. And we're starting to suspect that something might be going on that we're not aware of. But Jeffrey Combs playing it great. Archer angry. He confronts the Tellarites. Some of the Andorians real messed up. Shran wants to bring them to Andoria. Archer's got his eyes sort of set on the pursuit. There's sort of a standoff with the Tellarites, and they're like, why would we do this? Why would we do this? Why would we?
I haven't seen eyebrows that bad since I watched an episode of Starfleet Academy.
Last week's episode where we had the shrub scout with the crazy eyebrows.
Yeah.
The shrub scout.
I don't know what else to say. That
was about as nice as you could put it. Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Anyway, we do have some cooperation ongoing between the Andorians and our crew, as well as the Tellarites and our crew. But the Tellarites and the Andorians, they're at odds. And like Starfleet is just stuck in the middle. It's like England going to war with Argentina again. It's like, look, maybe you guys could live without the Falklands. It's like, we call them the Marielles, you asshole. So it's like, oh, damn, we're never going to get this right. Shran, as I said, both orbital bones messed up. We have a discussion between T'Pol and Archer about the ongoing situation. And she's like, perhaps you were naive to think that you could just resolve this ongoing, long-running problem between these two species. And to which I say, not really, considering that you and the Andorians got along horribly till last week, and now you're like bros. Like you guys had a shooting war like 3 episodes back. You are bros now. Calm down. So if anyone can fix this, it's Archer. He's starting to wonder what's going on. We have some strange readings from the other ship that we got to investigate.
T'Pol drinks, which is unusual for her.
Right, but not out of character for Vulcans. And I think we have seen her drink. She has developed a fondness for the Andorian brandy. She has. She's had it a couple of times. Look, man, she smokes Vulcan spacecraft
many times around late at night on the ship. Like, you humans, you're so logical. Fuck you. Fuck you. And your bed smells. And then, they're like, mess hall to main engineering, Commander Trip. Yeah, we're going to need you up here again. Yeah. 6th time this week. Yeah, I'll get that. Thanks. Bye.
So this is when we decide we've encountered what we now find out is we don't know it's Romulan, but it's a weird ship of a new configuration. It's a prototype that didn't go as well as they wanted it to. They didn't want to put anyone on board it, so it's fully automated. We don't know that yet, but Archer puts together an away team. It's the best possible away team for the dramatic tension of the show. I think it is the worst away team ever. Send the second engineering mate. You need Trip on this one.
Yeah,
you probably are going to go into combat. You want your head engineer. The Archer Cochrane engine has been through a lot. It's been perfected, but you want the guy who made all the suggestions and has been working with it the longest on your ship. You've had the inventor of the transporter on this ship last week. You know what? I don't want anyone but Trip operating it, including Emilio Erickson or whatever his name was. I forget his first name. Eric Erickson or whatever his name. Eric Ellison. I don't trust him. I think Trip is the most experienced on all systems. I don't think Trip really can go on any more away missions on this show, to be quite honest with you. I think he's way too critical, and he's got way too much sensitive information about the Federation. Anyone militarily unsound?
Yeah, they should have sent Makos. They still have them on the ship. We actually see them in this episode. They should have
We send them. We are told we are going to send Makos plural. We send a Mako.
Yeah. That would have been the far more tactical situation. Yeah. It just.
And they reverse redshirt it. They do something that's a little bit cool. We send over two main characters, Reed and Tucker, and a Mako. So we figure, okay, the Mako's going to die. We end up in combat. The ship they're on is fighting the Enterprise. Tucker, Reed, and the Mako are being thrown around because the inertial dampeners are only just so good. They're trying to sabotage this thing. The Romulans realize this. They start having the ship buck and weave, and they're throwing people around. It's on a wild trajectory, and there we see what a great shot. This could be a painting. The transporter's only got a tentative lock. We beam one person off. So what do we beam? We beam off the Mako. Again, I have a problem with this one. You beam off Trip. If you have one clean beam off and you're in combat, you beam off Trip, because if anything happens to your transporter, if it's taking 5 hours to fix it or whatever their estimate is, you can have that if Trip is there easily. Anything that takes 2 hours to fix, Trip can fix it in one.
Usually takes me 5 to 10 minutes to beam off.
Well,
maybe once or twice a day.
I don't know, Admiral, because they've established that Trip is a good leader, and he does have a really good engineering team, and he's always saying, "Yeah, I'll get Ensign so and so to do it." I think his team would be competent.
His military skills are very high too. You're right.
Yeah, I was fine with that because, like, he's like, "No, I trust my team. They know how to do it." He's good with the warp engine.
I still think beaming people off, you beam him off first, because if there's any technical problems, he's the best guy to fix it. Their transporter goes out. I think in 5 minutes he has that thing up and running and gets Malcolm off there too. And I was like, "We're gonna let the Mako die, sir." It's like, yes, that's how it should be.
What would the standard military practice be?
Get the most important person back first, I guess, because I don't know if this is still true, but I had heard that if there is, like, say, a gas attack, when they think it's clear, the first thing you do is walk over to someone, like the company fuck up. So in this case, I guess Krimlon was probably designated in his company, and you tear their mask off, and if they don't die, everyone else masks off too.
How'd you know?
Yeah, I read your section
LinkedIn
8
bio. Oh, okay.
There's two things
I
about
have
this
your
ship.
DD-214 here. I got the right name, right? I've been hanging out with military people enough on this show.
Oh yeah.
You still haven't read off the commandment of the first thought.
I'm not touching that one.
There was two things about this ship. First, it does resemble a game, an enemy ship in a game called Elite Force.
But the game comes later, right?
I don't believe so. The game came before this.
Wow,
by a few years. Yeah, but I think it's the not the Depredators, but there's one where they kind of like mold the ship from a bunch of other ships together, and it just looks similar to this. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was Buddy brought up a pretty good point here. You said Romulans don't even have cloaking technology yet, but I thought they did.
They do. In the first, with the minefields, the mines were cloaked, and so were the Romulan ships.
But the important part is
they're all over the place. The show doesn't want us to remember the minefield, or they don't even bring it up.
Yeah, that they have an external hollow emitter array that can effectively make it appear to be something else convincingly.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Did he go?
I really want to thank my friend Victor Fontaine. From the bottom of my heart, Victor, that's very generous. $19.99 super chat. He's over on the Bumble side, but he came over here to say hi. Hail Admiral Teague in the panel. Keep saving Star Trek every Saturday night. You know what, Vic? I have fantastic news. The Rumble stream will be a lot easier to do. Don't have to go through the Rumble studio anymore. I don't have to do it anymore. I just have to do it the same way I used to. And when you don't go through the Rumble studio, you go burning through both of your channels. So it's on Saving Star Trek and Admiral Teague over on Rumble. Have fun. It combines it into one big party anyway. It's a shared chat. It's shared. I think it's shared chat. I know it's shared numbers. It's just considered one stream. I don't know why it chooses to divide everyone into two channels over there on Rumble, but hey, thank you. And yeah, Vic, the Rumble streams to be going off on a much more regular basis now that we've overcome that technical challenge. And also, and Vic, you know what? For everyone who feels the way Vic does, who has this issue with YT, no one has the kind of problems with them that we have. Believe me, dealing with them on a regular basis. They're extremely frustrating, and it's for people like you and for the future too. As well, we set up.
You did call the Bumble tech support, and then they called you back, and this lady was on the phone and said, "Sir, we can't do that. We're a small platform." Kept saying, "Sir, we're a small platform." I couldn't get her off the phone.
I couldn't get her off. And I said, that's not fair trade. And she said, sir, we're a small platform. And I said, but that's not, but you know what? We want fair trade. And they said, sir, we've only been around since 2010. And I was like, I thought what are you supposed to be? What does that mean? And they're like, sir, we're new. And I'm like, what? And they're like, we
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
We have yet another generous $1.99 Greenlandian greenback super chat. What you guys think it's a pring in SNW? That actress is gorgeous. That actress is gorgeous. Yeah. She the pring character is a piece of shit human being or a piece of shit Vulcan.
I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating plo meat soup.
I'd to bring her to the bedroom any day of the week.
I'd to penetrate her in.
Whoa! You're going way too far.
We're playing a nice game of Calto. I don't know what you guys were.
That was offensive, sir.
Yeah.
But thank you very much to Victor Fontaine, and thank you to the Real Head Case.
I was attracted to her logic. You guys are all pigs.
Victor,
I tell you.
I don't think you'll ever have to come over to YouTube anymore. I think we'll be able to keep that Rumble stream going. So it means a lot to me because I know there are some people who just oppose it. And we got 400,000 people watching on Rumble right now. Actually, if all four of you on Rumble could just hit the like button, that would really help the signal strength of the show. We had 2 likes. It would be great. Just absolutely great if everyone else could like it too, get it up to 4. And you know what? Victor Fontaine is having fun with the Rumble emojis. The Rumble emojis, I will say this, they're a blast. Why YouTube can't do this is beyond me. But then again, like, if anything else YouTube can do, it's like provide almost completely stable platform most of the time, but not all the time. Sometimes it's just absolutely batshit. And I don't know what was going on. It was glitching all week.
I'd settle for defaulting to live chat.
Yes, that's guys. You should always default. You should always switch to live chat so you see everyone. And when you see top chat, which is the default, it's when they send you their top chat, they're not sending you their best. Okay, they're not sending you the unfiltered chat. Live chat's the unfiltered.
It's
fake news, Braca. And so thank you, Victor Fontaine, very much. And thank you to the Real Head Case. Sirs, you guys are mighty members of the Q Continuum. Thank you so much. And like we said, I think that there'll probably be more Rumble. It's become easier to set up. Admiral, their stupid rule about 30 hours a week was the worst. Yes, Sean, sorry.
I was going to say, to Pring, her real name is Taboyoing.
What I like is T'Pring is better than T'Lays because T'Pring comes in a cylinder and the T'Lays come in bags, and they're always all smashed up into pieces. So I like T'Pringles more.
T'Pringles.
Well, all right. Yeah,
and you get to drink the crumbs.
That is everyone's favorite. And tap the aluminum bottom of the cylinder. Everyone's done it.
And then later on, when you're feeling a little randy, you make a Temu fleshlight out of it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, so we beam off the Mako. By the way, the beaming effect, they're just using the Voyager beaming effect.
Yeah.
Which is fine with me. Fine. The original, honestly, I don't need the kind of beam outs we had in like the Cage and the Menagerie where they're establishing the transporter. I think even in the Menagerie, they cut the beaming scene down and used the TOS beam sound. I think you have to watch the Cage to hear the original beam out sound. It's like 45 seconds long, and they pulse a few times before they start to shimmer, and they don't have the effect right. And Pike's transporter, they're establishing it in that one. The longest beam out in TOS is 30 seconds. And by the end, it's like 5 seconds. And like the one we used, the standard Voyager one was like really brief. I didn't like the sound of that one. We've switched to the TOS transporter.
Oh, God.
Even if it's a little too loud, it's at least not grating like the TOS transporter, which has that grinding sound at the end, which is why it lost in the ultimate popularity contest. So now we're engaging the drone again. We have crew aboard. The Enterprise has to withdraw to a safe distance. And we have possibly the worst thing you could have. The transporter went off early. It's cycling again for some strange reason. It's our pal Mark II of the Sea. Welcome to the show.
Hey, great to be here. Thank you for beaming me off the drone ship.
Hey. You know what? With the inertial dampeners turned off and everything like that, we didn't want you getting messed up. I'm just going to nerf your sound a little bit.
Am I too high? Yeah, I'm too hot.
You were just slightly high. It wasn't terrible. I think whatever show you were on last cranked you all the way up. We found out now wherever you go, you bring your settings from your last show with you.
He's just a little high. He only had one
yes.
tonight.
You do.
Oh, wow.
JT and I figured that one out. You know, Mark, 7 full months without smoking or combusting anything at all. No poles, no cigarettes, no joints.
Very good. Very good. The
Yeah.
doctor would approve.
All lies.
It's not lies. I spent the money on the technology and got the dry herb vaporizer. I can use my medicine without having to combust it anymore.
Now,
and my teeth are thanking me.
To pick a nit here, this is definitely a TNG Romulan uniform. But did that symbol exist for the Romulan Empire on the screen at this point in time?
I don't think so.
It hadn't been mentioned.
The Romulan Empire. I didn't think it existed.
Oh, the Romulan logo.
Yeah,
we
I
hadn't
thought
seen
that
it yet.
Wasn't that till like Deep Space Nine?
No, I think
TNG.
Was it TNG?
Office. I think Seala's monitor is the first time we see it. It might be on Tomalak's ship. I'm not sure though. Mark is the guy to ask on that one.
I don't remember. That's a good question. And I've been falling back to AI so much, which is ridiculous. And the damn AI is working to answer questions because, you do a search and you try to find things. I find myself using AI a lot more lately, which is scary because you try to,
I'm in a relationship with Grok. Ask anybody.
Yeah. And I've been, I've read thousands of Star Trek pages, but I think that's more modern. I think that's my gut agrees that's a more modern stuff, but then they say this is it's what's the word not retro when they repurpose something or they redo it again in the past, and it's
they shouldn't have head ridges either. They shouldn't have the cranial ridges either, right? So we're allowed to make it the more identifiable. We're in danger of thinking they might be Vulcans. But you know what? We haven't fallen into Vulculans. Germ has just signaled me that he needs to make it back down to the surface of the planet. Germ, what's your next thing going on your channel?
Tomorrow we're going to do a recap of the last 6 episodes of Yellowstone to prepare for the launch of the new Marshall series.
What time are you starting that?
That will probably be noon tomorrow. Pacific time.
Noon Pacific time, so 3 p.m. On the East Coast. All right, definitely tell me so I can be there. I'll watch them with you. I can't wait to see that. And thank you for being here. And what grade do you give this episode?
I give this a low A.
Okay.
Minus.
All right,
it's noon Gavin Newsom time, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Take care. Good night.
I like our new transporter. When it came down to installing a new transporter, it was the transporter from the Enterprise D or the transporter from the Voyager. The fact that Janeway kept using that transporter after all the things that happened, like after even like the middle of season 1, it'd be like, Chakotay, I think the crew should get used to flying the shuttlecraft down to planets from now on. We seem to be making them in the ship anyway.
We have an assembly line of them.
Where is? I didn't want to lose Tuvix. We could have used him on the forced labor line with the Ocampas who make photon torpedoes all day on Deck 9.
I think I'm going to play the new Voyager game just to let Tuvix live.
Yeah,
no, I did that.
That is a sin.
Last night. I did that last night.
Oh, you let him live?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not as
kill all
as
three is the answer.
Well, you need Tuvok as a stronger player for some of your away team stuff, and splitting them up. You have an extra character, but I don't know if his abilities were quite what I wanted. But hey.
He's not getting it done?
Well, 7 of 9's on the crew now, so I mean, I just make her do all the important stuff.
How long
the game's got to be beatable with any
Commander
combo.
Chipotle. Well,
Having seen the
tougher than you
traits,
think. It's tougher than you
having
think.
seen the traits, I'm going to guess that like Tuvix is like 100 for morale because like even though the show didn't show it, they should have kind of felt bad about killing him. They don't at all. And when in the clip that we keep playing, if you notice, everyone on the crew looks away from Tuvix. The show doesn't want us to feel bad for Tuvix. They botched that one so badly, or the actor did too good of a job. But I guess guys just watch Tom Paris like looking away, like Tuvok is making a Shakespearean plea for his life.
Does anyone see that this is wrong?
Nope.
He doesn't care.
He must die. Nope. He's an abomination, according to Chronopolia. 2-1.
By the way, I just want to say something to you guys. I have heard that some of you tried to go to sickbay with combat fatigue after the new Trek show. I'm not going to have any of you yellow bastards in there with men who were wounded in battle. I don't care if you died, but you're not going into that medical bay with combat fatigue from New Trek. That's just a pass for gold brickers and I'll take out my well-handled phaser.
He's in sick bay talking to Picardo. What's this one in here for? Sir, General, sir. She ate her comm badge.
Well,
it's tough to fight in a dress.
Moron.
I still don't get it. How does she eat her comm badge?
And how is she the best and brightest? What planet is she from? Retardia too?
You guys ever see the movie Mr. Roberts with Fonda?
Yeah.
Henry Fonda?
Yeah.
The crew's always like belly aching about headaches and this. He goes, "Oh, aspirin." There's a line of guys in the hallway, and he just gives them all an aspirin and sends them on their way.
Did you ever see the indirect sequel to that, Ensign Pulver, with Charlie X as Ensign Pulver?
He played Ensign Pulver?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't outdo Jack Lemmon.
It was like 17 years later. It was a long time later. Did you ever notice that the Swabbies on that ship are all name actors?
Are they?
Like one of the guys, like the dude who keeps coming up from below, the guy who works in the engine room, he keeps coming up like the guy who always is popping his head up. That's the captain from the Love Boat and the guy from Mary Tyler Moore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then that's like the level of fame. Like I think isn't Ernest Borgnine one of them too? Just doesn't have much to say.
I can't remember.
What we have to look at who was in Mr. Roberts. That's like a movie to review one day. Like when we do when we move to TOS, we'll probably have to review a movie or something every week.
If I ever can get rid of my second job and bring back retro reels and games, that's one of the ones I want to do.
That would be that is a really cool movie that has Star Trek. Like there are Star Trek aspects to it. Like what if the captain sucks?
What's I hear about really no movie tonight?
That was great.
What we really need is Patton meeting Jaden.
Oh God! Patton would just shoot him.
Or
they wouldn't be able to restrain Pat. Could you imagine if he walked into the sick bay and the doctor, instead of not wearing a helmet, was wearing a fucking nurse's uniform? Jesus, Mark, you're a resident fellow Patton expert. How would Patton have reacted to that? It's like it's my nerves, sir. I feel better when I dress like a woman. Mark, step away. Or are you?
Yeah, he's gone.
He stepped away. I would have loved to see Jaden in Full Metal Jacket. Oh my.
Oh God. All right. So anyway, back on the Romulan ship, Germ cleared this up for me. It was like some kind of Romulan full-on prototype ship. That's why it has human access, and the experiment, it wasn't quite good enough. So I guess the deal is we can cloak a mine, but we can't cloak this thing. All right. But this thing can give off a false impression So basically, this is like it can assume the form of a Tellarite ship or an Andorian ship or a Starfleet vessel and antagonize the shit out of everyone, which makes me say, why didn't it just like assume the form of an NX vessel and approach so that they would have like, a chance to pull a Khan-like attack on them? It's like these Romulan strategists didn't put a lot of strategizing into their strategy to do the tactical attack.
I would assume it'd be too easy to figure out it's not the ship.
Yeah, maybe. They might not have great scans of the ship, because it was supposed to be giving off an energy signature too. And like Krimlon said, it probably was too easily.
Do we connect the ship with the minefield? Does anyone remember?
You can cloak the ship in the minefield, yeah.
No, I mean, do we, as the crew of the NX-01, do they connect the energy signatures, the drone?
Yes, they do. They do.
With what they dealt with in the minefield? Yeah, I missed that one.
They do, but she says that it's maybe not exactly, we're extrapolating, but it looks similar, to the minefield. So
I was just asking the guys here, what we were talking a little bit about Patton as a fellow Patton expert, Starfleet Academy with Jaden, always dressed like a chick. But what do you think would have happened if Patton had walked into that sick bay and seen Jaden crying? Or Jaden, forget about the doctor who wouldn't wear his helmet. Jaden practicing but dressed as a nurse.
He would have gone out the airlock pretty quickly.
This man into space, maximum dispersal.
I mean, I know I'm getting here late, but just watching these episodes just were so nice. It's just like such a fresh breath air. Even if you don't think this episode was a C, I personally really like this episode, but it's Star Trek. And one thing I noticed when the captain, he says, when in Rome, and the topology, she's like, what? And he's like, oh, forget it. But like in Starfleet Academy, all the cadets would have known what the Earth phrase meant. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. But that's how you deal with like language differences.
For shizzle manizzle to be said on Starfleet Academy.
Yeah. Incoming super chat.
Like, what is that out? Like 20 years? Like, the dead man, sir, with a $9.99 United States super chat said, I did a review of Tuvix and I concluded Janeway did nothing wrong. It's the trolley problem. Also, the bridge crew just looking at Tuvix was shitty considering he had made friends with them. That's the fucked up thing. Yeah, like they had all had this little bonding thing with Tuvix.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the decision was that didn't have them say, like, we can't do this, sirs. At some point in the future, like we're gonna have a transporter malfunction when we have more money, and Tuvix is just gonna come no complications.
Tuvix should have quoted the drumhead and quoted it correctly, and been like, "You're here to seek out new life. Well, here I
stand."
Nope. Tuvix was a mistake. Janeway was secure.
Well, Tuvix did say, I am new life. He did say that, like, I am your mission. And by the way, it's like the mashup of the most loyal person to the Federation we ever ran into. Tuvix is into it from minute one. And hello, Wallace Lang. Welcome to the show. I didn't see you come in. And a Starfleet officer of Tuvok's level. Like, we had, like, a pretty ideal Federation officer there with Tuvix, much less annoying than Neelix, and the advantage of not being played by Tim Russ. Admiral Teague just deals with the fact we have Tuvix and tries to train him up to speed and has a memorial ceremony for Neelix and says that, in the tradition of Vulcans, we'll move on, just like we know his wife and daughters did. I want to be honest, because he exists in New Trek, and Mark, maybe you can validate this one. I think did we talk about this one before? Because Tuvok exists in New Trek. Because Tuvok exists in New Trek, we saw him in Picard 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Does this mean that because we've never seen it go any other way, this must mean that as soon as Tuvok was lost with the Voyager, within 2 weeks of being informed, Tuvok's wife started dating another woman, which his daughters approved of and saw as an improvement over Tuvok. They have been together ever since. They're still married, and Tuvok's two daughters call Tuvok's wife's new wife Dad. And Tuvok, when he came back, agreed that it was for the best, that he never go back to Vulcan and bother them again. That's because he's in New Trek. That's almost definitely true. Correct?
Yeah. I mean, of course, he'd probably fight him to the new husband to the death for his wife, right? Or they'd have some Vulcan ritual, come up with something.
No, right? It's a woman. That's the thing.
Oh, it's a woman. It was a woman. That's
for a woman. As soon as she finds out, but then, if the New Trek writers write this, what happens is she's already seeing another woman because she's not crazy, right? Like trusting some man. Plus, he's not around, so you don't have to listen to him. But it's like within 2 weeks of him dying, she's like the merry widow of 9/11. She's like, I'm gonna get married now. Like it's not quick, even Halloween. Like that's okay, but it's Halloween of 01. Yeah, we'll dress up like a bride and groom, even though no one will believe it. It'll be great. Crazy, right?
Just totally crazy. I mean, the Enemy Within. That's how you do a classic story like that. Of course, no one cared when the dog. Well, they were sad when the dog died in the transporter accident, right? But
was that a dog or was that a baby?
Well, it was some kind of. Yeah, it had the horn. So it was a dog? Well, it was definitely a dog that was ginned up to look alien. But yeah, I call it a cute little doggy. Yeah, but
I was surprised when I saw dogs like that in the real world without the unicorn horn. I just assumed it had been removed.
What's going
much
on?
More pleasant. Yeah, they were probably much more pleasant, weren't they?
I was also shocked at the zoo when the gorillas were not white with unicorn horns. I was like, Mommy, these are wrong. And she's like, oh God. Become an idiot.
Now, I did appreciate this scene here that they got them in the suits. I thought that was a nice way to play this.
We put our characters in jeopardy in a really cool way here, but before I take this down, I just want to say, Tuvix, I'm going to give you my take on what happens with Tuvix. Janeway didn't do anything wrong. You're probably right about that one. I'll have to consider it a little more deeply. I will say this. The writers didn't do her any favors by having her be glib. She may have been right, but she was just too glib and she didn't have enough time spending. She didn't spend more than 30 seconds thinking that one over. She's like, supersize me. She's like, yeah. Like that was how much thought went into Tuvix's life. But here's what I always have thought. Captain Kirk would be like, Chipotle, do we have any more of that extra proto matter laying around? It's pretty useful and solves certain problems. Well, yes, we do, sir. You and Mr. Paris load some into the pattern buffers. I'm going to beam away one and bring back 3. Watch this. Captain Kirk would have solved the problem. And it was he would be like, gentlemen, because we didn't have enough matter, one of you is made out of reconstituted matter that was once our feces. And Tim Russ would have been like, it is, of course, me, sir. Can I please now start tweeting? He'd be like, I think that would be best if you held off on tweeting until after the mission.
Tweeting.
I'm chomping at the bit, sir. Yeah, but now that you're made of feces, you probably shouldn't do it, Tuvok. But you know what? We'll talk about this later. At least you're well formed. I would just say this about the Voyager transporter. If only we had beamed Tuvok 1 or 2 more times, we had heard those words.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
What we got live very long. Fortunately, and thank you to the dead man. So I think we get a fulsome discussion on that Tuvix thing. So let's go with Great seeing Trip and Reed together. Shuttlepod 1 Part 2. Yes, and we bring back the hot lady who does Reed's job when he's not around because no one wants Mayweather saying things like 200,000 kilometers, sir. Targeting now, sir. He can't do it. He can't do it. I don't even know what I'm doing, sir. He can't do it. He can't do it.
Now, this ship is a mashup of a bunch of other small parts of sets, right? I was trying to figure out if they actually built this, and I don't think they did. I think they just strung a bunch of odd-looking tubes and wires and stuff around. I kind of
a lot of leftover Borg stuff.
Yeah,
it was cool though. It kind of seemed like cramped. Like if it's going to be a drone, it kind of conveyed it pretty well. I thought. I agree. Yeah,
there was a lot of the air venting tube from your dryer.
Yeah,
hanging around.
Yeah. My thought here is that it seemed like very much like Germ put it in his show. Germ just has a great perspective on this. He said it's a failed beta test, retest into a drone to fuck with people. That's what the Romulans do. It's probably supposed to be a full-on warbird. I was like, damn it, he's right. By the way, I think you guys, you've been so generous tonight with RRTNZ Super Chat. Puts us over the top to our membership level of you guys get the Sir remix. Here we go.
Steam is better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir.
Sir!
Well done, well done. There was a good sir in the press conference the other day, and I should have rewound and clipped it for you.
Always rewind and clip the sirs. Yes.
Yeah, there was a good one. It was like it was.
I think Admiral Teague has a bot out there that alerts him on as a text message anytime Trump says "sir."
It was a sir bot. Yeah,
Steam
it was
is
all
better.
about.
Sir,
You know what? Let me just. This is like I wanted to cut this one up into a bunch, so it would just be like, ready, call down to engineering, right? Engineering, put the warp core online.
Steam is better.
sir.
I got you. Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah. Steam is better. Yep. Steam engine. Yep.
Security, send down a landing
Sir,
party.
honestly, the dogs are better.
Yeah. I was like, there are so many things. It's just like, how much do you think that this
I
episode of
have the
Star
man.
Trek cost?
Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion.
This is how much do you think this episode of New Trek cost?
$1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir.
Sir!
There are so many great sir quotes at this point. I thank you guys. I thank you all. Did you guys enjoy the Sir remix? What do you think?
Yes, sir.
He is our most quotable president since George H. Bush, who made it into every song with the term voodoo economics. Like the biggest U2 hit, remember? Hollywood tonight, 2 police officers were shot, and it's just voodoo economics, voodoo economics, voodoo. And it's like that was like the biggest U2 song ever.
Yeah.
And then George H. Bush, not to be outdone, 6 months later competes and throws himself off the alternative charts with Ministry UK's New World Order. It's just him over and over. A new world order. A new world order. And that was remember how great that video was? That was a great video. You know what I found? This really was disturbing. Both George H. and George W. Bush have ancestors who were on the Mayflower. How's that possible? That needs to be looked into. I think that needs to be looked
Incoming
into.
transmission from Starfleet Command, Human Resources Division.
Uh-oh.
Oh, guys, I'm taking a little bit.
We're in trouble now.
Is this because of my joke about Hoshi saying pink skin back to Shrad?
Squirrel.
It is, by the way, it is great seeing the Shuttle Pod 1 reunion. We spend a couple of minutes talking about T'Pol's ass, and they're going with something that JT noticed last week, that these guys should have been friends the whole time. They have much better natural chemistry than anyone in Mr. Reed. We tried everyone with Mr. Reed. We tried the captain. The captain, the longest actor there. He's at it the longest. He couldn't make Reed believable. So giving up on Mr. Reed and giving an extra the lines. What's it like to be Anthony Montgomery? Do you think it even registered in his mind? Like, I should be the one saying that because that used to be my line. Or is he like, wow, I'm lucky that they didn't fire me? Because I would have had Mr. Reed. I mean, I would have had Travis Prideweather give his life heroically on the Horizon mission and never return to Enterprise. That's how bad his acting is. I'm sorry. Eat the contract. We'll find another black.
Yeah, he's not. He's not that good. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Alex Kurtzman could do it, and he's like a woke leftist, I can say it, right? I have been like forcibly politically redefined without ever saying anything by what I guess now is the other side, right? Because I have respect for the military and police and law enforcement, so I'm not allowed to play their games anymore. And plus, I've said bad things about Star Trek. So, I mean, apparently, even though Grok can't find any political statements by Admiral Teague except about my local situation, which I would say is everybody's right. I mean, you have every right to talk about everything. I try to.
You bring up an interesting point. I think they could have sacrificed Mayweather on this ship in a tragic scene and really made this first episode quite dark. but also
We're
giving
giving
him
a
a
lot more
heroic
away.
ending. Oh yeah.
We don't need to keep him around for the 9 more episodes. We can eat that one. Have him appear in like Archer's Dreams, Haunted by the Guilt. If we need to have, like, because his acting is so bad, have him like seen from behind and have like a stand-in do the lines and just give him as many takes as he needs at a voice acting studio. It's like, you're getting 3 hours SAG pay for this. It's only 2 lines. You can either get it right or you don't, but you've got, like, if it takes you all day, it takes you all day. We'll write you out of the episode. It's only a dream. I thought they did a good interpretation of 2 guys, 1 parachute with this one, because that's basically what this is. There's a catastrophic failure. The exposed hoses between the helmets and the airbags come loose, just like it did when T'Pol needed her space crack. Trip fixes this, and we have a belt pack that you can charge the other guy up with. So they're both running around with just a few minutes of air. I would assume that they both have the same amount of air, but the way it's phrased kind of makes it seem like, the only person who really has a lot to worry about is Reed. But I don't.
Yeah, because he said he only transferred some of the air over because it was down to like 7 minutes at one point, or. But no, I thought it was pretty well done, and of course the action figures originally, the first action figure line, they did have them in their spacesuits, so at least we got this. But of course we only got Hoshi in the spacesuit.
Reed's always getting in trouble in the spacesuits.
Right?
The last person to want in the spacesuit is Hoshi, too.
But did you see the new Hoshi nacelle figure? Not to sidetrack too much, but with her Mirror Universe
Mirror
figure?
Hoshi.
Yeah, Mirror Hoshi. So I hope you're getting that for Christmas. Yeah.
I've got a life-size one, don't worry.
Yeah, I you know what? I have a collectible, life-size inflatable Cara Dune. I resent people who say that I have a Gina Carano real doll. That's a lie. But straight from the pit of hell. I have a collectible life-size Cara Dune. Right, Cara? Okay. Yeah, you don't want to see Mandalorian and Grogu unless you're in it. Yeah, no, me either. Anyway,
he plays with toys.
Yeah, congratulations. We're grown men that play with toys. Welcome to our show.
Warning, high levels of sexual frustration detected. Admiral Tate, please report to sickbay.
Is it Dr. Crusher? I can relieve my frustration right away.
No, you're
Dr.
not.
Crusher, I know exactly how to get rid of this frustration.
It's the EMH Mark 1.
You're not dead though. You can't turn her on.
If it's the EMH Mark 1, I will simply request to Chakotay. If it's before their relationship, I'll be like, Commander Chakotay, sir, I think a long, boring conversation while we do maintenance down in engineering with 7 would be just the perfect thing for me. And I'd be like, so do the Borg have sex? Oh, you wish to copulate? Fine. Because I saw how that worked with Harry Kim, so I mean, that would be my solution to it. I would wait it out. I'd be like, I've been waiting 3 long years for Kes to be replaced as a TNA girl on this show because she's 3 years old. Thank God. Thank God now we have a normal 28-year-old woman. I'm just going to go for broke here. But I would just point out, no lens flare, minimal refracted light. Very good job done here. No trails to the smoke, atmosphere perfect. And even though we know he has less air, the only thing that would have been cool, and it would have been very Star Trek, but it might have been a waste of time, but it wasn't necessary it might have slowed the pacing down, would be like, I'm going to give you just enough air to stay conscious. If you go out, you'll be fine, but I need to be awake to get this back online or we're both dead. Like that would have made sense as to why he only gave him a small portion of air. But we can assume his buddy Trip there, he's not going to let him be in more jeopardy than he is. Go ahead.
And I did like how he found the thruster and it's hydrogen, oxygen, fuel, and we can get the oxygen here. That was like really good writing, and that was really cool idea.
Based in real science.
Real science, yes.
Yeah, we didn't have to. Go ahead. Please.
No, I was just gonna say, it was brilliant. Yeah, it was brilliant. I'm like, oh, that makes sense, right? And it's easy to understand too. We got rocket fuel, hydrogen, oxygen, and it was the thrusters too. Just the the docking thrusters, probably that they use just to orient the spacecraft.
I think you said, yeah,
maneuvering, yeah.
It was,
it was 100% oxygen too, so he had to been feeling.
It was nice
great
of them to use. It was nice of the Romulans to use scuba tanks right from our world to hold their oxygen. That was very considerate. But
yes.
I did think it was a good tech hack. It was a good 2 guys, 1 parachute resolved in a very creative way, and a nice new twist on the 2 guys, 1 parachute. And even though our dummy mistake was we could be beaming people back and forth left and right if we beam Trip back first because we'd have the transporter back online. But now we do have our biggest technical threat and most dangerous saboteur and our biggest security guy on the enemy vessel, which is a technical and security threat. So if there are 2 people for this away mission, it's them. I mean, why not? Hey, why not? And then the Romulans try to pull the stuntman Dan from Grindhouse and throw him around the ship for a while, which is going to cause a lot of problems too. But we don't do the broken face shield because that's been done to death, and Enterprise is kind of into doing its own thing. And I know you guys love seeing your comments, but they're covering Hoshi, so we're going to take them down for a moment. I know that no one wants to. There's kind of a rule here when it comes to the way to looking at Hoshi, okay?
Especially since she's a big supporter of the show.
Yeah,
I didn't think she was in this episode enough, to be honest. I wish that she would have gone over with them, but you know what? Whatever. Then we would have had to put her in a spacesuit. But I miss her decon chamber sequences. I think I would like to have Dr. Phlox would have. This episode could have been improved if Dr. Phlox would be like, Hoshi, you have the Virgilian flu. You need to get in a decon chamber for an hour.
Well, you know,
put on your bikini.
As much as you know, all of us guys here really loved, you know, T'Pol season 1 with the inflatable chest armor, and
it was just everything. It was a cuirass
and you know,
Hoshi had a water bra.
I think we all could say that season 4 is this last season might be the best one. The show gets better, and they take some of that eye candy stuff away. And you know, I'm not saying that like one caused the other, but I feel like the show matured a bit.
The eye candy was hurting the show.
Certainly did.
The eye candy hurt the show because of a terrible misconception with the way they made T'Pol look. And I know a few girls who are big Star Trek fans, and each of them saying the same thing to me means it's true. There was something unnatural and uncanny about her that turned me off to watching the show. And I'm like, season 1 is so good. If they fuck that up, and then you find out like the reason why people are talking about her boobs being plastic to such an extent is not that she had any kind of surgery, but because she's wearing a plastic cuirass, like a suit of armor, literally, and that like she has to be helped into it. The thing's a nightmare. And then there's a water bra strapped to the top of that. And like we've said this one a few times, like that meeting where they finally calmed down and like someone said, did anyone see if you know did anyone see Jolene came to work today? And every man's head snapped around and said, hell yeah, we did. And all the women went, bitch. And they went, exactly. We have to stop changing the way she looks. And they're like, oh, she's already hot. Yeah, that's why we hired her. And they're like, we're getting rid of the weird fucking suit of armor with the water bra on top of her real boobs because she's fucking hot. And they're like, she's so good looking, she could probably marry the guy who owns Ticketmaster. You know, like,
never have to work again. Well, that's like my buddies were all sending, you know, sending me all the pictures of her. Like, do you see the new chick who's going to be the Vulcan on Star Trek Enterprise? They're all joking. I have some of the photos, but they're so old. They're like 480p, so they look horrible now. But it was like I kept getting pictures of like, and she's supposed to be a Vulcan? How could she be a Vulcan if she's this pretty? I'm like, come on.
She's good looking for Lego Star Trek.
Good-looking women are not allowed to be Vulcans?
Yeah, well, they don't know Star Trek, so they were normies, yeah. But
usually all the Vulcan women are pretty hot because Vulcan doesn't
like, come
allow
on.
women to get fat and out of shape until
Quark
now.
had that program. Quark did have that program on the Holosuite.
Yes.
What, Pon gone too far?
No, it was like
With
Vulcan.
the Vulcan
No,
beatdown sex or something?
No, I believe the name of it was like Vulcan Love Slave 9 or something. Like, really, they said it very quickly.
I still
the
think
90s.
I still think if I could add one scene to just any random episode of Star Trek, it'd be like take the whatever everyone agrees is the dullest bottle episode and just use all the technology that we have available and just have like Riker walk over to the holodeck and look like both ways and be like, program R Kelly 4, and then just jump inside.
Oh no.
I would, but yeah, just to cap off that point, I think if they had because they did such a good job with casting for most of the crew, and the crew came together.
Especially Linda, honestly.
The acting came together far quicker on this show in season 1 than it did in probably all the other shows.
Oh yeah.
They did such a tremendous job with that it was just a shame that it took 4 seasons for the writing to kind of match that in some ways. And if they had been able to write like this in season 1 and 2 instead of having to resort to the decon chamber, then I think Trek fans would have been more receptive to the show.
How crazy is it happens when the adults leave the room? Berman, Braga, and Pillar all give up and go their separate ways. Ronald D. Moore wants to go do Battlestar Galactica, which we saw this show had in its brain. Fusion was BSG. We've had a couple of moments where people had funky, weird breakdowns. Trip's funky, weird breakdown where he sees Elizabeth get hit by the Xindi weapon. That was totally BSG. Some of the out-of-body experiences that Trip has when he's really sad over what happened with the Xindi weapon are very BSG. And then that goes away in season 4. It's like, how weird is it that it's when the adults leave the room? This is now like a Mike Sussman joint and has been for like since like the middle of last season.
And don't forget Starbuck and Pride Weather, like the same pilots.
Yes, they did.
You got a point.
And apparently had equal skill. Both of them are good at wrestling snakes. I mean, vipers.
Anyway, but yeah, so at this point,
we've looked at Linda for a good long time. Here's Pride Weather. He's still there. He can't act. We have tensions raising. The Andorians are more than just a little bit angry considering what's happened. But now is when we get a nice tender moment between Shran and she who is his chick. And I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know a lot about Andorian dating. I've dated some very cold women, but these Andorian women, they're pretty hot-blooded. But
they're aggressive.
And they're gonna make cold as ice. And they don't give a shit. They're gonna pull some stuff. They're gonna maybe kill some Tellarites, and they're going to maybe take over control of the weapons system of the Enterprise long enough to get done what they need to do. They're going to make a bid to pull some bullshit. They're pretty pissed off. And that's going to give us a great scene coming up where we're going to objectify Shran's girlfriend.
I was going to say, whose plan do you think this was? His or hers?
I believe that they hatched this one together, if I have that right. Let's see if I want to know who's. If I went to Dadman's channel or Dadman, if you're timed out, it's because I tried to go to your channel to harvest your link, sir. I hate how it's just like, do you want to go to their channel?
Clicked on it by accident. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go to their channel or do you want to destroy this person forever? From your...
Well, Steve Mitchum nuked me from Clobby's channel by accident. He butt banned me in the gym one night, and I'm like, "What's happening?" He's like, sorry, Mark.
I realize it's a terrible mashup of his name, but this is his real address. You can find him. JT got it better than I did.
And
there you go.
So did Buddy. Yeah.
Dadman, a great guy, our friend about town. If a football had sex with a banana and it had an ass baby, it would look like his avatar. But, that doesn't mean we don't love Dadman, who, as he knows, my superpower is that I can handicap college games based on the marching band uniforms. Advantage to the teams with the small capes. The smaller the cape, the better. I mean, like if you are really pushing an Elvis thing, and I want to say, if you want to see an unbeatable marching band uniform, look at Arizona State University, 1978. You're welcome. By the way. I do love the little capes. I mean, like Federation Commissioner Ferris has a little cape. Did someone disappear? I hear more.
What did we lose?
Who did we lose? Oh, Kremlon.
We lost
Kremlon. Well, I did just put a message and I put pictures I got sent of Jolene into the Twitter group. Maybe he went to go see him.
Where did Kremlon go?
Probably to go look at those pictures of
Kremlon, you have the past. Return to us if you can. You know what? The internet goes down there, and
yes.
Krimwan may have needed to, walk the wife or beat the dog. I mean, who knows?
Or both, or vice versa.
Oh, I see. Yes, she did Maxim. She did Maxim.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
believe
know
that's
that.
what
We
that's what
all
everyone
know
was
that.
sending me. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all seen the Maxim pictures.
What sucks is Linda Park.
I have one. I recommend lamination. I recommend you guys get them laminated.
Oh, jeez.
I spackled mine.
You pink skins.
Yeah.
But it was just such a funny thing because back then, everyone, I'm the Star Trek guy, so everyone's, like, well, I can't believe she's going to be on Enterprise, on Star Trek. Yeah,
I
like,
didn't
come on, they
know
used to
anything
spend
about her before I saw her for the first time on Star Trek, and I did find her to look just a little bit uncanny. But that was a problem. They screwed up their pretty girl season 1, and she didn't look like as pretty of a pretty girl as she is.
Yeah.
And she could have been a lot prettier. And as we see, she didn't need help or a suit of armor or any bigger faker boobs than she already had. And wow, her belly button was pierced. That wasn't an optical illusion. And Krimlon has returned to us.
For the pictures, yeah.
Yeah, Krimlon came back for the pictures. Krimlon, keep your hands where we can see them. So don't shake his hand. It's cold.
What were you saying? What were you saying? I was too visually stimulated there.
There you go.
Oh, is that why you disappeared?
Yes.
He was back awfully quick.
Yes.
Anyway,
I had to go beam off somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, hetero.
I want to know if he was like, "You're my hot Andorian girlfriend. Go out there and talk to the guard," or if she was like, "I'm going to distract the guard," and he was like, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do."
What do they do with those antenna? Can they get it on with those antenna, or what happened?
I think I think Jer mentioned this, and I think JT mentioned this too. The CGI wasn't there, and the prop puppetry might have been the way to go, because I think with the way her wig was, we could have put something through the back of her hair where we could have had her antennae go touch his. But the ultimate thing would have been is as they put their heads together for their antennae to sort of wrap together in like some sort of way.
Actually,
Andorians have for a kiss like that. That would have been cool.
You guys, actually, Andorians have two little antennae right where the taint is.
That's the Klingons.
They're little ticklers.
That's a new Trek Klingons.
That's the Klingons.
So taint antennae.
The Klingons have two assholes too. I mean, what do they do when they do that stuff?
So is this where the Avatar movie got copied from? Where they connect?
Probably.
Honestly, probably. Guys, don't worry. We're exactly where we're supposed to be in our episode and in our show, which is amazing time management considering Admiral Teague usually fucks that one up huge. But what happens is with the new Trek show, usually there's an emotional breakdown in a period that we need to regroup during, and then the angry resistance begins and we power through the show. With this show, we love it, and sometimes we get caught up in talking about it. They do have some sort of weird Jones on Enterprise where everyone has to have the injury to the orbital bone. They love that injury below the eye on the orbital bone. Shran's got two. That's how we know he's really beat up. And
and I will say the one thing that they do great, well, they do more than one thing great with these Andorians, especially with the antennae, but they make them very blue. And everyone knew that they had to be perfectly blue with white hair or else it was never going to work. And so they took a risk picking Andorians.
They had the exact same shade of blue.
Yeah.
They nailed it. Like there's no problem. Because when we saw Shran one time and he showed up and he was like electric, it was like an electric blue suit from the 80s. It was like, oh, Shran. And I think was it Sean who's like, he's been tanning. He went tanning.
On the ice planet, yeah.
You know what? I thought about it for a while. Maybe they do go to like their ice planet's equator and they're like only 90 below zero here. Set up a beach chair. It's like the Munsters or something. I don't know. There's room for lore here. We'll find out in Star Trek United, the Captain Archer show, if we get it. But back on the Romulan drone ship, they're starting to do some real damage and hacking into the systems.
Trip's got the Val Kilmer hair going on in that helmet.
He does have Val Kilmer hair going on.
Yeah.
And last time I showed you guys that picture of Val Kilmer and Matthew Perry that I took. And then we see how this ship is being controlled. It's some gimp in an electronic gimp outfit zapped out in the retasked time chamber communication hologram device where the angry future Romulan, I guess it is, was the one who was controlling Silic and the Suliban. That's that prop, isn't it?
I thought this prop was the one that they stuffed people in on Cold Station 12 when they loaded them up with the different contagions.
I think we've seen that same prop now reused twice, is what it is.
Yeah,
I think this is the future shadowy douchebags time chamber, right?
Or the future
as,
agonizer that you haven't seen yet.
Right. Well, we did see that episode,
removed.
but yes. And it also, it could have started out as, I forgot what the first time I was. Oh, the future douchebags time travel holographic projector, where it's like, oh, I don't think you can trust Archer. My friend died on the mission. Can you rewind time and bring him back? Fuck you. That guy was great. I loved what a dick that guy was. Does anyone think he was anything but an angry future Romulan? I blame Checo 9 for it.
I'm glad we didn't find out.
I just wish they had leaned in a little bit more into TOS Romulans here. And I know at this point, the Romulans in the uniforms from the TNG era have a decade plus of those uniforms in just the back lot somewhere in inventory. So they're just taking them off the rack and saying, here, throw these on. There's a budget, but I really
it's a retcon.
Yeah, I did enjoy the TOS uniforms, especially the female Centurion. Keep the helmets that they had in TOS, but some of that stuff was a pretty nice uniform and a pretty nice costume that they had in TOS, and we really could have used that here, or some kind of melding of the two would have even been more interesting. So it's not a full retcon.
They were kind of more TNG than TNG because they didn't even have some of the vestigial stuff the original Romulans had, where here and there we saw sort of like that knit cloak that they would wear, that weird cloak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we don't see that. But by the way, that weird object that you can see. By the way, isn't it great? Like, I have the whole Romulan song. For some reason, I can get away with it.
I'm like, did I start playing that on one of my tabs by accident? I'm like, no.
I don't know why you don't get in trouble for that one.
You get in trouble for that one?
No, not undetectable.
Well, the Romulans, with the treaty, they put that into the public domain. So
the Treaty of Kidder said that
of Elgeron, yeah.
I just want to take a quick moment here to say that on our scan CGI model here, it looks fucking fantastic. It has details and Aztecing. It looks great. And that one asymmetrical part back there, does anyone know what that is?
That's the restroom, isn't it?
No, it's Archer's office.
Archer's office. Yeah, Doug Drexler. They had a beautiful cutaway that they were showing of an XO1.
Like a futuristic porta potty.
No, he talked about how it was really important that one asymmetrical part be there and visible, because he was like, after reading the Broken Bow script, he felt the captain's office was going to be a really, really important part of the show. Maybe he had knowledge of a couple of scripts, but he said after reading up on the stories and stuff like that, he felt that Archer's office needed to be visible and distinct. So I thought it was a nice little design touch. Anybody want to just comment on that one? Or I think it fits with
the guy's a god. Have you guys seen that one YouTube video where he's going over? It's like the 4-foot model that someone 3D printed for him. God,
yes.
man, I could sit
I
with
wanna
that
print
guy.
that.
He put it in the room in his mansion, and he's like, "I love that I finally have this." Yeah, it was great.
Oh, Mark, you don't want to do that. You don't have a license for that.
Yeah,
model.
they're going to ban 3D printing now, but
Look how
that's
cool it
another
is.
story.
Like, we have running lights.
It's a great design. Yeah,
I see
So
Wes
much
Cagel's
detail.
here. We got to play Wes Cagel's soundbite.
Program identified. Loading Pride Weather Simulation West Kegel 2.
West Kegel, savior of the universe. What's up, buddy? You know what? It's appropriate that we're looking at the ship from the aft view as one might approach it. Were they to have pride in making love to this beautiful ship? But
And the
the
ship's all
designer said-
connected in one piece.
this is so
it's
much
kind of
cooler than
weird
US,
these
you know?
days.
no detachable nacelles
much
for
cooler.
handling.
Mark,
Um,
there's like a new model out on like I think it's Master Replicas or one of those sites, right? That
Master
kind of
Debater
has
replicas.
the inherited right. Yeah, that new Intrepid Saragossa thing came out, and instead of having like one clear piece of plastic for the stand, they have like four because
Oh,
That's
geez,
to hold
yes,
all the pieces.
hold
all
all the-
these pieces separately, and it looks
the
just
Athena
terrible.
or the Saragossa?
The Saragossa, I think. Yeah.
But I guess it still sucked, huh? We saw it
Yeah.
for a half a second in the fucking pitch darkness of their space. By the way, another thing we'll notice about the NX-01 is you can see it's well lit and the light's coming from a consistent direction, even though they would have an excuse to fuck it up because there's a lot of different light sources in space. They're in. The ship is showing off what the designer said. It's got a lot of P-38 and a bit of 1957 Chevy, with the impulse engines being the running light, being the taillights.
And we never got to see the refit, which is my favorite version that Drexel had planned for. We thought maybe that would happen for season 5, but
We'll get it in Star Trek Archer, which will like the when we get to the last episode of this, it'll be just about the between Kurtzman Trek seasons, and I think we're going to review like the series as a whole. But that during that time, I think if we could get as many Star Trek people who do this in on it for a push for Captain Archer sequel show, because Star Trek United is not something that Paramount's recognizing. It's like we want Captain Archer back is basically the way we're going to have to figure out the hashtag, coordinate it, and see if we can't get everyone on the same page. If fans brought it back before, now the kind of communication we have, like I have the ability to help send like 3,200 letters with the sound of my voice. Like that was not a possibility when they saved the show the first 2 times. It's been 23 years. I agree. Like, you know, it's a little bit been in the pet cemetery, but nothing could be worse than what we have now. The clean sheet of paper did not make the best drawing in this case because it was a disrespectful mockery of what we had. And look at this ship. How do you not love this ship? And I do have a model of the refit, thanks to Sean.
I'm glad you
did
like
a
it.
great job. Yep.
I love. She's a beautiful lady, and I love her. And the Aztecing on it is painstaking and beautiful. You spent a lot of time on that. I spent a lot of
Oh,
time.
those were aftermarket decals.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. Say
Look
they're all
great.
hand painted. It's like when I was when I was cutting out lawns for in high school. I never told anyone my lawnmower was self propelled. I'm like, I'm pushing that sucker around, man. Oh, you poor young man pushing that lawnmower up the hill.
I just said my lawnmower drone. Have you seen the lawnmower drones now? It's like a
Yes.
Roomba.
Yes. Yeah.
I saw one of those work. I went and I bought it. We bought a hutch or something from somebody in a real ritzy part of town. I look in their backyard. It looked like a putting green. It's like all Bermuda grass and beautiful. And I see this little round thing going around. I go, is that thing mowing your lawn? He goes, yeah.
That's my droid. That's my R2 unit.
Yeah, it went doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot.
Now the droid
What-
replacing everyone is called H1B. Sean, I think you debuted that joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the cool thing is, this episode too. This is a drone ship, right? Now drones are very common, but back then this was kind of forward looking. I mean, we did have drones way back in WW2. They were very primitive, but
We had
Oh,
just
no,
started using them. I don't think we didn't have strike drones yet, or we had the very first ones coming out. We had the Patriot drone was very much a part of spotting the enemy and stuff like that. But I do not think that we had the Predator drone yet. That said, we could talk about the episode for a while with this episode of Jolene, the picture of Jolene in front of us.
Mark, we did kind of touch on that right before we started watching that this show came out right at the beginning of Iraq 2. So this was like peak UAV introductory period to the military. But I can't really remember how much public awareness there was of just how much UAV
was just
starting.
There was a lot.
Just starting.
Well, but we didn't really all the time because it was like a wonder weapon.
But did we really know that it was just some guys that would show up to work in like Las Vegas or name your metro area?
Well, I believe it's Midville, Florida.
This was what, 2000?
2003.
Oh, no, because 2001 was the first drone strike that we ever did. That was 2000. Yeah, that was.
But did the public really know about it?
Yeah, it was a Predator drone in 2001.
Yeah, like it was the last days of Bill Clinton, I think.
Yeah.
So this was definitely in everybody's forefront of mind, that like this weird UAV that like just flies around and looks strange and has no pilot, like, and somebody on the other side of the world is just going into a camper, like a temporary structure basically, or some base somewhere, and just logs into a computer with a joystick. And
do you think Clinton was there like, I want to be the first one to flick the button? I'm good at flicking buttons.
I think it was more like, first I want you to have this go by the girls' dorm at UCLA. Want to see if this technology is trustworthy.
Clinton did an executive order. He was like, I want you to make a real powerful button, but make it really hard to find.
The first, it was in Afghanistan.
My wife spoke. I just can't seem to flick that one.
This isn't the first drone we've seen in Star Trek. I think very famously the B'Elanna Voyager episode with the Cardassian long-range warhead.
Dreadnought.
I would argue Doomsday Machine or Arsenal of Freedom also feature drones.
The AI drone.
It's an AI drone, but it's a drone.
Hey, the M5 was the ultimate drone, though. I am great. You are great.
It turned the Enterprise into a drone, but
we need a soundbite of Days from I am great. You are great.
I'll harvest that one. I have an M5 soundbite.
No, but there we go.
You can tell
but we need Days from. Men need Days from's mental breakdown.
Space, Kirk.
Yeah.
M5, you have broken the laws of man and God, and I'm proud. But so we have a discussion about the drones. Here's the thing: the drone warfare was. I was highly aware of the surveillance drones. I was only vaguely aware of the attack drones at this point. I think I might be typical for all Americans. I also had that little CD holder from Bed Bath & Beyond that Archer has in the corner.
Oh yeah, I just threw that away like 3-4 years ago.
It lasted a long time.
Did you have a coupon for it though?
No,
use the coupons there.
I guess people should know I'm banned from all Olive Gardens because my stance that pasta for life means pasta for life. God damn you! But what I thought was cool was we talked about the drone warfare, the presence of drones. We didn't make it right or wrong, although the bad guys exclusively used it. It didn't turn that into the whole story. It was just like, we have these unmanned vehicles of war now. And I thought it was prescient in Star Trek talking about stuff that was there without being judgy about it. And, I don't know, through my mind, I was thinking, the thing that went through my mind was wonder weapons, no soldiers, no battles, no generals. Yep. Doesn't sound like a miracle to me. I'm glad I won't live to see it, from another even greater story.
The story begins with the technological terror, but it really, especially over the next 2 episodes, grows into a story that's not really about this technology at all. It's more of a lesson about trying to find a way to trust people that are hard to trust, and working through a lot of past conflict and things like that. Right? There's a Star Trek message about getting along and setting your differences aside and trying to work for a better way when you could easily just go back to fighting one another like you've been doing for decades. And so there's a much bigger story to this that you don't really get to see in front of your face, where they're just smashing you, with like a pie, like a clown in your face with that message. It's woven in a really nice way.
I agree.
Anyway.
Yeah.
And we also have drones to thank us for the discovery of Marilyn Monroe. So the RP, one of the original, I think the very first was the RQ-4 drone, remote control primitive plane in World War II. Marilyn Monroe was working the assembly line, and an Army photographer took pictures of her. He's like, "Damn, she's pretty hot. Why don't you try to become a model?" And
Really?
her name was Jean Doherty. And that's how Marilyn Monroe was discovered. And there's a picture of her working with the RP-5 holding the propeller. And that's how she was discovered. So, yep.
Wow. Then she held Jack Kennedy's propeller.
That's as weird as like Captain Pike showed up for World War II and they're like, "You're far too handsome to go to battle. You're going to be in recruitment movies."
Right? So
we can't risk a man this handsome in battle.
with great hair like that, yeah.
You're going to start with Robert Mitchum in Back to Bataan.
You're going to be Jesus, damn it. Jeffrey Hunter, anyway.
Jeffrey Hunter was. I always thought that movie would have been better. Have you ever seen the deluxe edition where right before it's a prequel, like it's a prelude scene to the beginning of the movie? It happens before the credit roll. It was cut from the theatrical release, and I think it would have been better. It's Jeffrey Hunter in the Star Trek uniform walks up to the holodeck and says, "I want to be Jesus," and he walks inside, and the door closes behind him, and then the movie starts. It was all just a holodeck adventure. That is one of the best Star Trek movies that just they cut the Star Trekness out of it. It's a shame.
Yep.
They needed to tidy up her hair there. Her hairline was kind of not cut well.
I think the deal is the show's over. You're not scalping me again. You're going to deal with my real hair, and these hair pieces didn't. Those hair pieces kept failing.
Is that a wig? Do you think? Do you think that's a wig?
I think we're finally down to just only her real hair. They're brushing it and spraying it down like crazily. Maybe there's extensions, but I don't think so. I think it's her real hair.
I despise that Karen haircut.
Around the ears, there might be some stuff going on to hide the where the ears go on. So going up over, like, I just don't. I think by this point it's almost all her real hair, because they had some of the hair pieces, especially when we looked at them like it's in still frames, like looked really bad. So anyway,
plus we're watching this on a big screen now too. We're back when this came out. I mean, if you had a like a 40-inch TV, it's like wow, so.
They had definitely are evoking Event Horizon here, but they do this every time we go to a ship. We do the Event Horizon like hallway walk. I don't know if it's just standard in sci-fi movies, but weird.
Yeah, it was kind of tropey.
Looks okay though. That's tropey, but yeah. And you got the dryer vents, the tubes. Yep, standard fare. Yep.
So weird feedback all over the place, but we'll just keep on doing the same show. I don't care. Let's pick up the action a little though. So Trip and Reed are stuck on this ship. They're hacking in deeper and deeper, causing one problem after another, and they're pissing off the Romulans. They are pissing off the Romulans, and we don't know what's going to happen if they make it to the bridge. They tap the oxygen. They're out of danger. They solve their immediate jeopardy, and now they're just causing nonstop fucking problems for the Romulans. Trip is the last guy you want in there. This is Ant-Man inside the suit. This is Ant-Man inside the Iron Man suit.
Good analogy.
Yeah.
and the last time Marvel was maybe fun, so I thought I would evoke two good memories at once. And I would just point out that when the MCU was good, who was in charge of it? Paramount. The Paramount MCU movies are the good ones. Yeah, up the first Disney one is Avengers, and they slowly get worse from there.
Yep.
All right, so she looks hot for a woman for a frigid woman.
Well, she's not so frigid when you get her going.
Yeah, she's just like, yeah, I have one last conquest to claim before I get married, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, she is going hardcore at this. Like, there is no ambiguity whatsoever.
Where's the other guard? Shouldn't they have at least 2 guards outside the door?
Yeah, they should have 2.
They only had the only guy. You're right, but the only guard they had available was Prideweather's boyfriend. What can I tell you? It's the guy in the committed relationship with Prideweather. Because I'd be like, yeah, I've been on the ship a long time. I'm going to have plenty of sex. I would have thought that the Mako would have been fun to have either 2 guards there and have like. It wouldn't have been girl power. She's an alien. We still don't have a strength level reading on this. Like we've seen him pull a beat down on Archer. Has he ever been in personal fisticuffs with an Andorian though? He's only ever been like beat down by them, right?
I don't know,
like
but
a bunch of them grab
does,
him and then beat the crap out of him. Like we don't have a strength level on them until now.
Doesn't she
she
say?
Takes out this Mako.
Oh, yeah, big time. But doesn't she say she hasn't had relations with a human? And it's like I thought she and Reed got together. Didn't they kind of have a thing?
They did.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, she's lying to him. She's lying about all of it.
Right.
Well, unless Reed.
She also told Tran she was a virgin.
Reed got blue-balled again.
She told Tran she was a virgin. We can't trust this woman.
Do you ever want to do it with a Smurf? Now's your chance.
Oh God.
What happened was she was interested and they were about to, but then she ordered a big plate of pineapple and he's allergic to pineapple. So then he's like, I'm sorry. There's no way.
If anyone's noticed, Disparu leaves his camera on now during his video essays.
Really?
Yeah, it's not transformative unless you show your face. I think they've found a way to shut down most video essay makers. Only a few people seem to be calling them out on that. I read the transformative rules. Yeah, now Doomcock can never make one.
Hey,
what if I interpreted that correctly?
It never said you had to take your helmet off.
Yeah, you could do the helmet thing.
I think it's one of the things it says is that showing the video without showing your face means it's not that transformative. So because I'm using, I'm going to use a little bit of motion now. I've turned on my camera.
But he could argue that no one cared who he was before he put on the mask.
That I don't agree with this rule, and I don't know if I have the interpretation right.
What's the new rule?
If I'm correct, the reason why Disparu leaves his video window open and lip syncs through the whole video is because if your face is showing when you use the video, it can't be called non-transformative because you've added yourself to it. Now there might be some rules about how. It could also
just be more appealing to the viewer too.
At this
Especially
point,
if you're really good looking,
is a star. Disparu's kind of handsome. I don't know. I'm not any judge of male beauty, but that might be part of it.
We got to get him on. We got to see if he'll come on.
That'd be great to have Disparu on the show. I love his videos.
I've always loved these Mako uniforms. I thought if we'd gotten a show for 7 seasons, these uniforms would have been, insanely popular for a long, long time. But we never got that. What I don't get is why he has these brown leather gloves. Like it looks like something Patton would wear.
Because these gloves will not. Either can be swapped out or will not take the blue makeup off of her when they make light contact.
Okay. Good point. Okay.
I thought about that for a while. We're not going to have to paint her back up again, and we're not going to be. Or it's really hard to get off the hands.
He could have been fisting Pride Weather before this scene.
That could be it too. Either that.
Sorry, that was so bad. Sorry.
That is like I hit my share of women in my day. I know I need to put the gloves on so I don't mess up my hand. I feel like playing guitar after work.
See, you know what though? This is kind of fake because like he's like squaring off with her. He would have just bomb rushed her
if she was human. That part. I thought you meant like yeah. Her winning the fight's not unbelievable though. She might be as strong as Vulcan.
I mean, he would have been full on jujitsu. I'm running and taking you down, tackling your ass. He's like, oh, let's have a boxing match.
But we do have some context here because Shran and Archer fought, and they were of equivalent strength when they did the mining.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean just as a matter of martial, like in a real fighting situation in real life, you wouldn't like, okay, put him up. You know, you're gonna run and tackle that bitch and just slam her into the wall.
And wouldn't he have a sidearm too? Wouldn't he have a sidearm that easily accessible?
He does.
His rifle's clumsy in there.
Kind of taser.
I mean,
his pistol.
I realized they needed her to take him out for the plot and everything, but you know,
I don't think she has the final strike. I think she ties him up long enough for Shran to knock him out.
No, she gives him a judo chop to his throat. She takes it and then
all right. So Andorian
really
females are as strong as Andorian males.
No, she's got a great kick there, Bruce Lee kick or something going too. Yep.
She uses some martial arts as well.
Yeah, but it wasn't. She didn't beat him with brute strength. It was more like judo type of stuff. It was somewhat realistic in that respect, where it was believable that she beat him, but he wouldn't have squared off with her though.
I just want to say, as we're speaking right now, JT and my upload is at exactly 800 views.
Oh, very nice.
Yes,
Nicely
it
done.
is the most watched Star Trek video in the history of YouTube ever. More people have watched this YouTube video than have ever watched any YouTube video in the entire history of YouTube. Cats, everything. It is the most watched video of all time. Period. Okay.
Bigly.
It is the absolutely. You know what?
Dare you?
And some would say it's the best video. I don't know. That's just what they tell me.
Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
All right. So listen, she's
check it out. It's an annotated version of Teague and I with our first view hot take of Star Trek. Well, fake Star Trek Starfleet Academy episode 7. And we progressively lost more brain cells the longer the video goes on. So maybe it's there for a chuckle, but you could see just our very raw, emotional, distraught nature during that thing.
It was really hard to edit that because during 25% of all of it, both of us are like this. Like we're Star Trek reviewers, and we were the Star Trek meme the whole time. It was just like, like as soon as the episode starts, like we're gonna start watching it now, and like you'll get the best of our reactions, and it's just like the first thing is like, oh wow, no, seriously, that wasn't very good. No,
I had my head in hand, or I was looking down at my desk, just in total dismay, to the point I had to apologize to the viewers because we don't need to.
Wait till we get Tilly next week.
Oh,
there's his sidearm.
Do we really?
Is
Yes.
that a 6 hour, Sean?
Huh?
that is not.
Sidearm. Is that a 6
That
hour?
is not.
Oh, that is a sidearm.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
but
why don't you get it out?
you'll notice.
It looks like, I don't know what it is. It's not a SIG.
Mako training doesn't involve. It's a resin prop gun.
It is.
It's probably
You can see
fashioned after a Glock.
I'm just having fun.
The trigger guard.
Glock-like.
Trigger guard doesn't go all the way across, which is not going to help you guard against much.
What they did was that's true. What they did was they got the Glock prop gun and then they just kit bashed it and built onto it a little bit because the Mako guns they're low tech and they're low tech different design. They don't look as cool as the phase pistols that the crew has. It almost appears as though our frontline combat troops do not have weapons that are as good as our like support troops who explore or explorers who need guns. Our explorers who need guns have better weapons.
Now, this is a really cool prop here. The curved
I love this
screens.
stagecraft, honestly. Yeah,
that is cool. Yeah,
crafting. But the fight was fairly decently done. It was a good action scene. I think that needs to be pointed out. It was so much better than what we see now.
They should have had her disarm that secondary weapon though, because he would have just pulled it. Just boom, boom.
It would have been nice to have her just kick the secondary weapon out of his hand or something. It was dumb, but at least they didn't try to cheat in it by having him simply not be armed. He had the logical thing. Like they owned it. It wasn't great, but they owned it.
Yeah,
and here's
it's
the
not
thing,
like they
this
could
is still
hire
a nitpick.
some weapons, expert for one 20-second scene.
Yeah,
They
plus
also-
the
he was going to
the
win no
Andorians
matter what. They're like, he'd have his sidearm. Fuck it.
Yeah, plus the Andorians have been pretty friendly to the Enterprise and the crew too. So they're more worried about the Tellarite. So he's probably on guard, not as much on guard, and coming out in that outfit, it had to distract him a little bit. I mean, we're all human, right? So and the fight was over pretty quickly too. So it made her seem like she was very, she's been, and they say, that the Andorians have been training in combat their whole lives, and so.
Her coming out of that outfit, I would have given up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, he's just like
I submit.
He had heard maybe it had gotten around the ship, but Shran told Archer, and Archer was just like one of those dudes. It's like the first thing, like after dinner with Shran, he was like walked over to Trip and Reed, and he's like, he's dating his first officer? Really? Yeah, they have like weird beatdown sex. That's how the Andorians do it. What a bunch of freaks. And the Mako was like, I know where this is leading. I'm not pulling out a gun on her. I'm gonna have some sexy time with this hot blue lady.
Well, and Trips had a few excursions with aliens when he got pregnant.
He's had a child.
Right? Yeah.
But in the episode where Trip is as a birthing person, I think the coolest thing about that is when they're like, no, you were just a host. It was a little more like a parasite. There's absolutely none of your DNA in it. Because it's just like, oh, I'm glad that thing's gone. And we're like, yeah, okay, cool. They made it. They did not make it they went out of their way to make it not about choice and not about Roe v. Wade or swim versus sail. Like they would have taken it so far today, even in an episode like Cold Station 12, where we find all of the augments and quote the artificial wound. Could you imagine where Kurtzman would have gone with that?
Or what was the Voyager episode where they were like totally pro-life when Chakotay was not wanting to have he didn't want to be the father to Seska's. He felt violated because Seska impregnated herself with his DNA.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
And he had the vision, and his father says, is it the child's fault?
I remember him like, doesn't Grima Wormtongue like snuff Seska like season 2, right? Isn't she the victim?
But they were unintentionally pro-life in that episode.
You know what? I don't know if they were unintentionally pro-life. I think they were just, if I remember it right, they were just like, here's the side of the, like that show. First of all, it didn't have the dramatic ceiling of TNG anyway, right? So maybe it was like a little bit off kilter to begin with. And they're like we're going to give like both sides of this. And it just came off stilted and a little bit like, it just didn't work. Cause I mean, far be it for me to say this about a great show like Voyager, but every once in a while, someone needs to go to those writers and just tell them.
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?
A few ideas that may have gone a bit too far in a few places.
I wonder what the Wokies say about that episode.
They probably never even
disavow
watched it.
I wonder. I mean, I think what they would do is they would focus on it's the Jennifer Lien episode, and they would just bring up that Star Trek is the reason she has problems because Gene Roddenberry's ghost went to her trailer and felt her up, and they know it, and they have video of it. They're just dicks.
Or the Vision would have just said, well, it was Seska's choice what she wants to do with it, so you have to obey whatever she says.
Exactly.
I think Seska would have said, could you imagine? And by the way, Alex Kurtzman's Voyager just would have been, every episode would have been a different version, a different take on Living Witness, but done terribly. They would have been the crew that the people from Living Witness thought they were. And they would never have found anything they would never have found aliens anywhere near as interesting as the ones from, is it called Missing Link? Where we find the space dinosaurs.
I liked that.
Oh, that was a good one.
I
Yeah.
like that episode. Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah.
Was there a cornball episode aspect to how they looked? Yeah. But they wanted to make that point and do like a weird, cool kind of sciencey story.
Yeah,
I found it.
Again, it was like, let's see how bad a fundamentalist government that's based on religion can be.
That was a great episode.
And we're going to be happy about lying if it gets our way.
I'm going to say something here that might be a little bit controversial for our British friends, controversial for the Americans. Guys, I think that sometimes Voyager was like slightly conveniently written.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I forgive most of its sins because a lot of the time it's swinging for the set fences with a lot of sci-fi ideas. Then there's other episodes where they just crash and burn and roll and burn the whole time.
They at least tried to do sci-fi in every episode.
A lot more than Deep Space Nine.
They really were making an effort. Even in the bad episodes, they were trying to do science fiction. And my analogy is, it was a lot of students of Da Vinci. He leaves the studio, and they get a hold of his tools. And sometimes they hit the mark, and sometimes they didn't.
That's a good way of putting it. That's a very good way of putting it. Or the disciples of any great philosopher, they're not going to be the master. But here's where we find the oxygen.
They tried to be like the master, and they did their best.
You can see the cursor. Look, there's the knob that you turn on the scuba tank right there.
It's universal. But of course, back then your TV was 25 inches too. Probably. I mean, you had 25, 27 inch CRT. You don't brag. Yeah, we had a 27 incher. You only had a 13 incher. Yeah. I mean, unless you were uber, wealthy, you had like I remember my buddy called me. He's like, I bought a plasma TV for the Super Bowl, and we were good friends of him. And the wife was so pissed because she's like, it was $8,000. He spent $8,000 on a freaking TV for the Super Bowl. That was like a 40-inch plasma.
$20,000.
And it ended up on the Parkway, and no one picked it up, huh?
Yes, it did eventually.
They took the CRT out and kept the cabinet part and used it as a fish tank for their saltwater fish collection. The other thing I would say about the prop, though, is they do want us to know exactly what it is right away without having to get too deeply into it.
Yeah.
And look, we take readings, something they have not done at any point in Starfleet Academy. Taking out
Why would they need to do that? They know everything. It's 1,000 years in the future.
They still can't do like warp speed like we used to do in this show, where like we talked about like. Do you have any
magic
idea how
tunnels?
incredibly hard it is for us to go to warp, Mr. Muir?
They got magic tunnels. Magic tunnels sent them everywhere. It's the universe of Harry Potter.
Again, like I'm still waiting for the episode where they're like, it's like we'll let your ship go if you have us sent over 2 microwave trays of mac and cheese, and they're like, sir, the microwave, sir. So we're going to have to reroute the warp engine through the microwave, and then we're going to have to probably take the transporter offline, the holograph, the holodeck. We're going to have to take the medic offline because the holographic energy is going to have to go through there, and maybe in about 2 hours we can microwave one of these trays of macaroni and cheese. Like, all right, we'll play for time, and
Tilly's going to bitch about it.
I think, Admiral, I think you were very jealous. You were jealous of Kurtzman and his genius. Like, he's pure genius.
I propose that at some point we review the one episode of the 4 episodes of Xena Warrior Princess he directed and see if he's gotten worse over time. Was there a time when he was a good director?
Who, Kurtzman?
Yeah, that's where he got his start. That's why we had.
I
that
love
was his
Xena.
first gig. He
Yes.
did. I think he did the one with Julius Caesar.
I'll have to go watch those and check. Yeah. That's
so
a
at
good,
any rate, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark. Finish.
well, I was gonna say that's not
All
bad
right.
homework, right? To watch Xena Warrior Princess, right?
No, not at all. In fact, let's say they're both 30 because they're both beyond that now. They're both 30. Gina or Xena? Gina Carano or Lucy Lawless? I'm saying Xena.
Gina
She was
Carano.
really
Xena.
sexy.
Gina.
Xena. I'm with Xena. I'm for Xena.
Yeah,
Gina's more
probably
busty.
Xena.
Gina's more busty.
No, I'll take Gina Carano because I know it would feel better when she hit me in the face, and because she wanted to.
Ah.
I like your thought process.
Sir, that was so controversial.
Well, Kremlin doesn't know the story behind that.
Well, if you're a fan of Lucy Lawless, make sure you watch Spartacus. I think it's season 3 or 2. She's in it quite a bit, shall we say? Lucy Lawless. So go check out Spartacus.
Is she naked in it? No, she doesn't smoke anymore.
Oh, she's very naked in it. Yeah, big time in Spartacus.
Cool. She's one of the people who quit smoking and didn't become a wreck and gain a ton of weight either. She still looked like herself at she still looks good. She looked fine in that Ash vs. Evil Dead. I think the deal is she did quit smoking. She was like a heavy smoking health nut. Like she was going to go one way or the other, right? Like she was very much like able to do like the acrobatics and other stuff. She was a physical actress. I don't think any of us here thought that Lucy Lawless was a really good actress, and we were probably all surprised when we saw how good she could be in Battlestar Galactica. Was anybody surprised? Because I know I was. I was like, I can't believe this chick is capable of delivering a pretty good dramatic performance.
Wait, she was in Battlestar Galactica?
2.
Yeah,
she was Cylon 5.
Yeah.
Oh, she was the Australian one with the blonde, the journalist.
Oh,
one, right?
yeah.
She just had blonde hair. Okay.
It's been so long since I've
She
seen
didn't
that.
always have blonde hair as that Cylon either. Sometimes she had a regular hair. The journalist one is Caprica. The one that's trapped with the fleet, that's another version of Caprica. That's 6.
I wouldn't mind being trapped with her.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. That sounds like an ideal situation. No, the blonde haired chick is Cylon 6. Cylon, I think 4 or 5. One is Dean Stockwell and one is Lucy Lawless.
Okay. Yep.
Well, and Lucy Lawless does have lighter and darker hair in different seasons, but the thing is, like we snuff one of her Cylons, and another one just comes walking in. And the only reason we get away with killing one of the captives,
Didn't they table her or something?
I think, they have to stop regenerating the Capricas because, like, she has the memory of love and emotion or something like that. Like that one Caprica contaminates the rest of them. That one 6 contaminates the rest of the Cylon 6s. They all become compassionate. But they were just filthy socialators anyway.
Yeah. Damn
If
toasters.
you get it.
I got it. That was from the first one, right? Or from the movie?
Yes, Cassiopeia was a socialator. So we pull a stuntman, Dan from Grindhouse, and throw Trip and Malcolm around the ship again. But they do manage to do some major sabotage before the Romulans kind of get more control over the ship. The Andorians take the Tellarites hostage, and he's like, Mark D with a C made this gun for me in his replicator in his cabin. He has to give it up in a couple of years. He's making a doomsday machine for me too. My girlfriend's weapon is a doomsday machine with a phaser built inside.
There's a knock on my door. Someone wants my 3D printer. Shit.
Just don't bring it within the auspices of Commissar Mamdami, or he'll seize it for the public good.
But you see, he's trying to hire shovelers, and guess what? You need 3 forms of freaking ID to get a job as a shoveler in New York City. It's a temporary snow shoveler for the big storm that's coming.
What? I honestly considered it. And I thought about this one for 1 minute. You need a shovel. That was not defined. So did it like what do they mean by shovel? No, seriously,
a little gardening shovel, like a one hand scoop. I'm shoveling all day.
Well,
I get paid $20 an hour.
The thing is, if they earn it, it would be worth it. They need to have enough supervisory sanitation personnel to clear it away. This one's going to be as bad as the last one. It's 5 more inches. The thing is, it stays above 32 degrees the whole time, so it's just going to be a wintry mix for days on end.
And
yeah,
and
it's
that
going to
just
melt
shows
pretty
you
quick.
5 inches is enough.
Now we have a schematic that guys, it's not
you didn't want to go and touch that one, didn't you?
Just moving along. Yeah, no.
I can't relate to that
one. But one of my favorite subs is radioactive, so I can't call him that. I can't say that. I have to say it's highly toxic, which has a connotation of positivity in today's society. We've reversed words. Did you see that the definition of literally is now metaphorically?
Are you sure?
It's
I'm
literally that?
Yes. The definition of literally, it's like absolutely exactly like, and it's like two, somewhat like, sort of.
So if you say, Norman, what is the literal definition of literally? And then he would burn up.
Yes, Norman would not be able to handle that.
That's how Kirk would now fool the Norman.
Fulfill your primary function. So they've got some technical out. Like I said, the worst person to have over there is Trip. He sends back enough technical info. He's trapped on the drone. The Enterprise needs to withdraw. This thing fucks the Enterprise up. They don't do this thing any favors, but it's able to self-repair or something like that, which presents problems all the way down the line. Why the Romulans don't include this feature later. There should have been a mothership hiding out nearby. But as we can see, the array in front totally makes sense. So you know what it is before they say it. This I thought was good storytelling. This moment right here, it's like what the front is covered with, like, emitters and receivers, and like, what does it need so many? And Hoshi's the person who says it, which is correct. She's the one interested in communication gear. She's like, why does it need so much comms gear? And we know it's because it's a drone and it's being like remote controlled, like at the speed of thought almost. Literally buffered through whatever tachyon pulse they're using. Forgive us, tachyon pulse, for taking your name in vain, to contact this thing. And, it looks kind of like a trilobite. It's kind of cool. And they're trying to figure out what the fuck it is. They've never seen a ship of this configuration before. Archer is trying to play the gambit, telling the Andorians, don't waste the Tellurites. It might just be a probe. And he's like, I wonder if we could ever use this to miniaturize a cybernetic hamster, thinks Pride Weather. And as you can see, he's smiling and thinking about that. The hostage situation goes on. What I like is Shran penises the weapon and says, I understand this Federation weapon will blow a hole right through. I'm sorry, he cocks the weapon and says, I understand this can blow a hole right through a man. Which is a line that we've heard before from Mirror Archer. So I guess that's 2 episodes away. And this is one of the best looks we ever get at the Mako rifle. It's the coolest Mako rifle we've seen. They've worked on it a little bit, haven't they, guys?
It's a good prop, yeah.
They hero propped it. Even Major Hayes didn't have a hero prop rifle. I think Major Hayes would. But why in this world would you ever take a rifle, or would you just take 2 pistols and like 2 more as backups?
Pistol. You don't want a rifle that close to someone. I mean, you want to have a pistol. It's much easier.
What's the purpose of the rifle?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need the firepower, right? If you've got a phaser that can stun someone, why would you go? I guess he's threatening him here.
Well, Shran's trying to intimidate him. Remember, though.
Yeah,
I guess. Shran's like, I will blow you into next week.
This is
not in the way Pride Weather would like.
No, not at all. I would say it's great for that narratively, and it's a cool looking prop. It now looks kind of mean and stuff like that, and it looks like it would hurt like hell. But the thing is, in this world, the only reason to have a rifle is to put a bayonet on for after you expend your doubly infinite ammunition to club and stab people with. Take 2 hand phasers. You're better off. And why
these are more like an AR, though?
Is beyond me.
These are like an AR.
It would have more power.
Yeah,
Right.
these weapons you can use in close or medium range.
I would think
So
the
it
only
makes sense
reason
that
to have the
Makos would
rifle
have
is their
these.
stability. In
Yeah.
Deep Space Nine, they don't even play around. The regular phaser is just jammed into like a stabilizer.
Yeah, the Makos would have a weapon like this. It makes sense.
And it looks kind of low tech, high tech, if that makes sense. You know, futuristic. You know, it's not supposed to be as high tech as
Are there- They're not supposed to
TOS
have
or-
weapons as good as the TNG, as the ENT people. Even their
Yeah.
weapons are like not as good as the Starfleet weapons. They're Starfleet combat only guys. There, for all we know, their weapons may not have stun, and they may still have proton pistols. They're like, our guys still can compensate for proton drift. We're not like your explorers. Our Makos are pros. In fact, we've set these weapons to be extra painful. It takes a really long time to disintegrate when you get hit by the Mako weapon. We don't need your wimpy ass phasers. Fuck you, you and your pussy stun setting. We go in to kill people. We exercise violent warfare.
Well,
You
remember,
guys
they're phased
you will
pistols. They're not
explode.
phasers yet.
Right, they're phased pistols, but like I said, they would scoff at. Thank you, Sean. But what do you guys think? Makos would the idea of a Mako sort of scoffs at the idea you'd even have stun setting, and so these are still proton weapons, like they talk to
I
Hoshi.
think they're heavy stun, and they because they don't disintegrate anything. So
Anyone.
I think they can
blow a
still
hole through you.
survive unless you're close range, like as we find out later.
I wonder if these are experimental or disruptors or just like the best of the last generation of weapons. And they're like, our Makos still have proton weapons. They're real. Yeah, they're like, those are nasty and against the, just sort of uncivilized. And like, our guys aren't explorers. Our guys are fucking soldiers. Fuck you and your stupid sun setting. I've never seen a. Why would a Mako need stun? If anything,
wait a minute.
their sidearms would have
They
it.
do have a stun because Shran says, I think this setting is to kill. Shran, that's how he threatens the Tellarite. He says, I don't know if these weapons.
I don't
think
think
this
this
is
is kill.
to
I
kill.
think he says it'll blow a hole right through you.
Well, same.
Which means it could have killed him in a different way earlier. I don't know. We'll check the line.
Yeah, I'll check.
I'm pretty sure it was set to. There's a stun setting.
So
or he's faking it. He's like he's not sure yet.
Well, no, because when he hands the weapon back to Archer, he switches it back and hands it to him in a safe manner, which I do applaud the show.
It toggles the safety.
Yeah. Well, no, he turns it back to the non-kill and then hands it to him safely. I really liked that part because it was like realistic.
Yeah,
like he knew what a weapon could
common
do.
sense statement about not being careless with a weapon.
Yeah. Well, I did 3D print the rifle. I want to show it, so hopefully I won't get in trouble.
Oh,
for this,
yeah.
but, I got to change my camera. Wrong camera. Here's settings. Got the wrong
What color
camera
is
going.
it? Is it?
Well, here,
is
let
it
me go to
silver or is
the.
it black?
It's
it's on the.
light
Oh,
blue.
that'll be fine. That'll be fine. That is cool as hell.
So that's 3D printed as a model for the phase pistol for your Migos. So I hope I don't get in trouble if anyone in New York is watching this. So
There we go. I have a full phaser carry permit.
Yeah.
I have the Desert Eagle phaser. By the way, are they selling some merch here? I want to do this a little bit slowly. Maybe I should remove the picture so I can do this. I don't know if they're selling merch or like Germ said, maybe the merch didn't launch, but we have a standoff with the Andorians where we talk about maybe all of this can be explained, and they trust Archer enough, and I'm going to let you see it as best I can. Here is the weapon, and as you can see, it doesn't really have a trigger or a trigger that you would have to pull back with any thought. Like when your hand is on that button, like unless you need to put like 3 or 4 pounds of force on that, like this is a very unsafe design. And I wonder if this is their merch. Is this the toy?
That could be the toy because they did use some of the toys in the show.
They did. They started using the toys for the weapons and the. No, I mean on Deep Space Nine, I think they used the toy for the tricorder because the tricorder toy was so perfect, right?
I'm not sure about DS9, but 100% remember that they did use the phaser toy because they were so on Enterprise because they looked so good. Now
The Playmates one, right?
the Playmates one, yep, the Playmates ones, and it was cheaper for them to just use. Now I don't know if they, I'll have to check my notes, but if they doctored up and used them as a hero version or they were just in the background, but. I remember. I think the first instance. Remember when? I can't remember the episode name, but I remember they were on a planet and there was a huge phaser fight. Yep, I got that one. Yep.
By the way, the new one doesn't have this. Mine has a belt clip.
Yeah.
By the way, I decided to turn Marco Rubio in a slightly different direction.
Does
this
it have
week.
a compass on the stock and the thing that tells time?
I wish it did. You need to get the new tricorder for that one, which is priced at half of what I thought. I realistically think they could have charged $800 for that, and that charging $400 is just kind of nice. I guess they're counting on selling a whole lot of them, and they will. They'll sell 20,000 of them.
There's still. Are you talking about the wand one?
The wand tricorder is so amazing.
Yeah. So they were on sale in the Star Trek shop, but it's going to be the last batch of them. So if you want one and can afford it, grab one because I don't think they're going to make them after that. I think they lost so much money on it or barely broke even with all the tariffs and what was happening
They're really
with
late.
They screwed this
decision this morning. We won't have to worry about the tariffs for a little while.
Might change it, but what they really screwed up, instead of having people, here's my $100, I'm reserving one when it's available, send me, I'm gonna buy it. They you signed up for that waiting list, and then they put them on Amazon, and people were hoarding them. So they got the notice. I got 4 or 5 times. I got the notice, and by the time I went to Amazon, they were all sold out. So I finally got one on the Star Trek shop, thank God, and I think they're still available right now because I'd enabled it on one of my streams.
You have the same
get
kind
one
of
now
bot
if you
that
can.
I have that seeks out Trump's videos.
Yeah.
For Star Trek merch.
Let me see if it's still available. Oh yeah, so pre-order now. Tricorder
What's it
is
going
back.
for? 400.
Let me check here. Let's see, is it 400?
And it really
Like the
works,
Lego
right? Like
Enterprise
it
thing.
actually scans for things.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's
So far, it's
415.
100% effective at detecting aliens and ghosts. Negative on both.
Yeah,
Well, maybe not for long.
and it's gonna,
That's true. We're getting a press conference next week.
and this is only gonna go up in value. I hate you buy it because you love it, or but like the phasers are going for like $1,500 now. And I'm kicking myself because I could have bought one of them, and I thought it was a TV controller. I thought it was like a chintzy thing when I saw it, on the Best Buy website, like phasers on clearance. I'm like, oh, it's a TV clicker. It's probably a piece of junk. And then now that I know how nice it was, I'm like, oh, that was a stupid move.
I gotta say, since we've looked at it for so long, the phase pistol was a really fucking cool prop and really well thought out and the logical precursor to a phaser. It looks cool, and they were smart enough to make it look sort of threatening yet scientific. I thought this was a really well designed prop. Anyone want to talk about it?
Yeah,
I wish I could buy one.
I-
I wish
I
they'd
think
made the toys.
It's definitely one of my more favorite ones. And I'm actually thinking about 3D printing one.
It would be so cool to have I would like to have like a wall in my apartment like Kirk's with like a bunch of like different phasers on it and stuff like that.
yeah.
Like kind of flintlocks. And like he's got like the some of the weapons that we've seen in the show and like an astrolabe and stuff like that.
Except for season 1 and 2 of TNG when they had the Dustbusters.
Yeah.
Those were cool though. I kind of thought they were cool even at the time when I thought they looked like I was like the banana clip and the Dustbuster are a little too from today's world, but I do think the Dustbuster phasers look cool. I did like them. I liked them right away. And when they made them a
They
little
were
smaller,
very
I did
mid
think they looked
80s.
cooler.
They were really mid 80s.
Yeah, look at there's the original Picard.
They only had
come into
the
focus.
thing in their
Yeah, they had
hand, right?
In their hand, yeah. Oh, let me get.
Are you going to get the Tuvix figure? I saw they're going to come out with one.
Why?
I didn't order that one yet.
Like, why are they doing a Tuvix?
I hated
Yeah.
that character with a passion.
I think what you do is you take the Neelix figure and the Tuvok figure and you scan them into your 3D printer, and a Tuvix figure should come out. Hey, there she is.
wait,
I
no, I gotta
never
get
thought
data.
that was Tasha Yar's thing.
I gotta get data.
How
yeah,
about
data?
I'll try to 3D print
Yeah.
one for you,
Oh,
Teague, and
no.
I'll-
wrong.
Now it's an Alex Kurtzman production.
Yeah, no, there we go.
There we
Wait,
go.
I keep grabbing the wrong figures here. Yep, there we go.
Is that data fully functional?
He is fully no, because he's got a flesh-colored face. This is the mispaint of Data.
Alex Kurtzman would grudgingly agree because since Data is not a human, he'd be like, it's still not a cis couple. Those heteroabnormative people make me so sick.
So I found
like,
these figures that I had buried away in my mom's attic. So yeah, so I got we got Jordy.
Oops, let's go back to.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna get just sure. I just found the original crew. So not the world's best figure, but it's fun.
I saw
these when
Worf
they first
sash
came
when
out.
I watched Errand of Mercy. It is so exactly the same sash that Baltar is wearing in that episode.
Yeah, it's the same
jewel.
one. Yeah, yeah.
It even has the same
one,
brooch or whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
like that weird metal that looks a little like the Enterprise. No, like they had that. Was that Cord? Was that his name?
Kur.
Cord.
Kur.
All right.
Kur.
Let's see if we can go back to
Military governor of Organia.
I think he was a little more masculine than the Klingon commander that we run into at the space station with the fiber triticale. I'll just leave it like that.
Oh, Trelane.
Until Jaden, that was the only gay Klingon we had ever come across.
My
Captain,
dear
I do
Captain
protest.
Kirk.
Captain Kirk, I protest. But that episode was pure comedy in a 24 or 25 episode season. You could do it. In a 10 episode season, the episode, like we did horror, then we did like lighthearted teen romance and hijinks. When are we going to dip back into that story that they started last week? Did they just not have enough money to finish it? But we'll talk about that at the end. But Archer puts up his weapon.
Have to?
Shran is willing to listen. He secures the weapon and returns it. This douchebag who's friends with the number 2 guy grabs a weapon while no one's looking. Here we go. As you can see,
not tactically sound.
No. Well, you know, she didn't spend a lot of time at security training. She with weapons, but whatever. Maybe the Tellarites are the ones the super strength. So he grabs the weapon.
Well, according to Kurtzman, they are. That guy, when Giamatti held his own against Caleb.
But he's also half Klingon, right? Although Klingons, we found out, are only about as strong as a human.
Yeah.
Which is weird, but okay.
Well, no, they're stronger. Even Worf says only a couple people could defeat him, like
stronger.
Beta and a few other people.
There are only 3 people who can beat me on this ship. Who was it? Who were the 3 people? Riker, the captain, and Data?
Well, they don't mention it. I was Data. He does say Data.
I assume the captain, definitely Picard. In TNG, Picard would whip Worf's ass.
What?
I think
no.
We see Worf get beat up a lot, but I realize that's to establish the strength of the other characters, and it's really not his fault. But no, I think that his thing would be that Picard would survive a boxing stop, would survive a prolonged fight long enough to bring strategy into it. Is why Worf thinks that he's not confident, and he didn't say would. He said could. Right? There are only 3 people on the Enterprise who have a chance to defeat me. So I figured it was Data, Riker, and the captain.
Well, and Guinan, because she can give her claw hands.
Or talk to him, make him want to end it himself. So, I will be going to the airlock now. So this terrible piece of crap Tellarite, and really, yes, JT, aren't all Tellarites guilty of something? Am I right?
JT? Oh,
JT?
he'll be right back, he said.
I missed that
Oh,
message. Okay.
Something in the house keeps. He's got the machine that keeps going bing in the house.
I hope everything's okay. So Shred has his final moment here with his chick. I thought it was well acted. We'd seen both these actors, and I checked. I'm pretty sure this chick is even in Shadows of a Gem. She's been in most Shran episodes. She wasn't in the last time we saw him because he just like is on the bridge of his ship barking orders, and the female voice we hear, we speculated was probably her. We didn't check, but
I think it was.
We
It
went
sounded
real.
like her.
I think it was too. We went really minimalist on his ship from day one in this show. So anyway, back on the Romulan, unbeknownst to our heroes probe, they make it to what seems to be the control center. All the conduits converge here. So they found what they I don't know why everyone calls it the bridge, except that Jer must be right, and this was going to be a ship, and they decided to go with a drone to test it out. It's a beta test, and it's just like it didn't go quite well enough to put people on it. And so we're going to have a chance to sabotage this and get some technical info. We see our GIMP, and then we see our awesome shot. I thought that this was really kind of cool, establishing that they're not, in fact, on a ship. And I got to do this the right way. Maybe I can. I'm not using all of my assets here. They charge me for this. That one's not good. This one's better. They might as well use it. So they pull away, and we get a really, really cool view. And I don't think we ever see it this way again. This is the best ever view of Romulus Prime.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best ever view. We see the streets of Romulus and a bad part of Romulus, and maybe even an underground area in Romulus in Unification, as someone pointed out. And we see Romulus in Nemesis, don't we?
Yeah, it's very much like what you're seeing here.
I think what was everyone's assumption was slight re-rendering of the CGI. They probably didn't change it much.
Yeah.
And it seems to be on Long Island, because is that a lighthouse in the background there, Mark?
Mark stepped away, but I think that's Jersey.
I'm missing everybody's private chats. That's Jersey. We'll have to ask Wes Cagle. So, gee, how many producers did it take to make this Star Trek show? Let's see.
2.
Hold on a second. So 2. So 4. 2 in Sussman. All right.
Figure.
Well, that was fun. And we got to use my branding. Thanks to Fet for Hire for the Admiral Teague logo that he did. I didn't even have 500 subs when the Admiral Teague logo showed up. Was the Admiral Teague logo on the passes tonight? Or was the Enterprise logo on the passes tonight? Okay,
I didn't notice.
You didn't take time. I pressed it. It's so funny, these stupid perks they give us, like the branded pass. It's like the least important thing in the world, but like you might as well check on it. And by the way, next week we have another episode in this arc, and I think we go 3 in this one, right?
Yeah. No, is it 3?
The next
I think it is
episode
3. Let me take a look.
It's Babel 1, followed by United, followed by the ANR. Yes, I believe it is 3. Because the ANR is the GIMP who's controlling the drone, isn't it?
Yes.
And they're from the moon of
They're just like far in the north or something.
Yes, it's 3. It's 3.
I thought they were from the moon of Andoria.
It's called Babel 1, United, and the NR. And then the next 2 episodes after that are the Affliction 1. It's a 2-parter in the next one also. So it's the Affliction and Divergence.
Yeah, this is a 3-parter.
Bound. Then Bound, which is a standalone.
Yeah, Bound, and then there's a 2-parter after that.
Episodes. We did those already. Then Demons, which is a 1-parter. Terra Prime.
I thought Demons was a part of Terra Prime.
It's Demons, I think. Okay, yeah, Demons and Terra Prime.
It's hard to tell because
these are the voyages.
They don't say like Menagerie Part 1, Menagerie Part 2. Every part has its own name.
Episode title, yeah.
Yeah, it's not. You can't. You can't tell directly. But I was gone because I had to go unlock the.
Part 1 and Part 2.
I had to unlock the armory.
Oh,
So,
there you go. Hold on a
very
second.
nice.
Let me embiggen that. That is beautiful.
And this is actually
is-
Clobbering Times phaser.
Home
So,
defense, ladies and gentlemen, for the 22nd century.
So Jonathan gave me this when I went down for the memorial. And
Awesome.
this, I think it opens
Cool.
up
Yeah,
and there's
phase pistol, like theirs did.
Oh,
yeah. So this is what's nice about it. So it's got a pack where the
Power
battery
pack.
goes in, power pack. So you can take the power pack. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't work anymore, and I've got to take it apart and check the electronics. But these are going for quite the pretty penny on Fleabay these days.
Because this is the #1 Star Trek streaming show.
Yes.
Hey, Mark.
Found new life. As
Mark,
Linda Park
if a
likes to
home
say.
invader comes in, do you point that at him and go, "If you don't lay on the ground, I will have to stun you"?
Well, yeah, because I've got so many phasers. So
Yeah. And he'll go, "Okay, go ahead, stun me." And he go, "Must be the radiation."
Hold
Yeah.
on, let me unzip my pants.
for the YouTube censors, there is an orange tip on that phase pistol.
I can
so-
do
yes,
that
there is.
too.
Yeah. See.
I too carry 2 phasers, and I'm just going to keep my hand wrapped around the handle because on my phaser it has an ivory handle with my initials, James Earl Teague.
Nice.
Yes,
I thought
yes,
it was
right in the
pearl.
side.
I thought that was a pearl handle.
No, only
Only
a pimp
a
at a New Orleans
pimp in a
whorehouse
cheap-
would use that.
Right, a cheap North
Wow.
whorehouse would have a pearl-handled phaser.
Mine says "bad motherfucker."
Let's not talk about how we got that tattoo of the $sign by mistake while I was drunk.
Is that for real?
It's a real story.
Oh, don't Paul on us. Don't Carbon Creek. Don't do a Carbon
Creek.
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 You asked me to tell you a story.
Story.
Admiral, sorry for those of you that didn't notice. I just left for like 20 minutes. I was hearing 3 chirps from, I guess, an urban bird. And of course, it was the smoke detector in the most inconvenient high to get place in the house.
Like on the
right
top
off-
of the staircase, you have to
Yeah.
get like a 2-story
I
ladder.
had to get a
Change the
ladder.
battery right then and there.
No, I just pulled it off. But it was right next to my kids' room. So I was like, they're going to wake up in like an hour from this if I just let it keep going. I've got so many smoke detectors in the house, though. One is not. Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you, Sean. One ping only. I was just going to say, I want to apologize for anyone in the audience made uncomfortable by JT exhibiting stereotypically white behavior and not leaving the low power battery in there. Now, what I need you to do is don't throw the battery away. You need to send it to me. I take low power batteries with me to other people's houses and I swap the
Put them
battery in their smoke detector to normalize it. I do that to
You
normalize it.
bastard.
Admiral,
I'm
check
on
the
it.
private chat.
No.
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah, that's right. That's
I
very
gotta-
caucus oil. A real vanilla fellow move. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
JT? Very caucasoidal of you. Your
Yeah,
privilege
thank
is
you.
showing, sir.
Yeah, but
Let's
JT,
go.
pay your child support.
Damn
First,
it.
you have to ask the intruder to direct you to the nuclear vessels. Didn't Worf say make his 3 people who could beat me during Deep Space Nine? He might have said it twice. If so, he would have meant Cisco, Odo, and either Jadzia or possibly Garrick. I'm going to say Garrick because Jadzia is still a female, even though she has a little bit of warrior monk stuff going on. I don't think female trills have the kind of super strength that T'Pol has. Or any super strength. I think they have normal strength. And I used to think that all female trills are hot, but then I saw Tony Newsom and her big fat fucking ass playing fucking like
Oh, fuck her.
annoyance or Dax or whatever, fake Dax. Isn't it good to know that Dax Symbian will be okay and fucking will live to
A million years.
1176
Yeah.
years old? Yeah. What did they
Fuck
say? The
Hollywood.
oldest ones live
Damn it.
300 or 400 years. So, like, the reason why why she looks so ugly is because that symbiont is like 11, like should have died 300% of its lifespan ago, and now has like space trill Alzheimer's. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is a good 3 for Deep Space Nine. Anyone else want to dispute this one? Good question, by the way.
A good question. Yeah.
You see the phaser from the cage in a lot of enemies and in a lot of people they run across, and in a lot of people in the merchant service. And if you notice, Dr. Crater in the Man Trap has one.
You talked about the
Phasers
phaser
from
rifle
the
type
cage.
1?
No, the hand phasers from the cage come back a lot.
Oh, okay.
The ones that have the 3 sprinkle type of nozzle on the front.
Yeah.
Either spray down your
This
tomato
one.
plants or sprinkle them. There we go. Oh, that is cool. Let me embiggen you.
Yep. So that's the cage version. Yeah, and you can change. The batteries are dead in here. I took them out, but you can rotate the front piece here and change the sound effect or change the strength. Yep. And I think this
That
one,
is so
there's a
cool.
piece that popped out. I have like 3 or 4 of these. I have to 3D print the aiming piece that popped out and got lost somehow when my kids are playing with it. I would never do that.
Oh, sir. Yeah, you know what? Toys are meant to be played with.
They're meant to be played with, yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. Let me disembiggen Mark. Okay, so that, you know what, the cage phaser shows up a bunch of times. I believe also it is the weapon that the douchebags on Amino R7 use. I think it's the
it gets reused. Yeah, it gets reused
a few times. Yeah. We see it like holstered and on people's sides more than we see it drawn. But okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are only 8 more episodes of Enterprise to go.
Wow. And how many stories? Like 4 stories?
3 or 4 stories tops. We did the mirror universe. We're going to spend about a month retrospecting it. I think maybe like 1 weekend per season, addressing episodes that maybe we didn't get right the first time, focusing on our former reviews, seeing what we think now, judging the show as a whole, and then getting ready to move on to TOS. But we will, of course, watch a TOS episode on William Shatner's birthday. We will, of course, do that.
Ooh, which one should we do? We got to find out which
William
one was
Shatner's
one of his
birthday?
favorites. I know he's mentioned his
He
favorites.
says he won't watch any of them, so I say we watch Gamesters of Triskelion, so we get raw, pure, unfiltered, two-fisted woman kissing, woman punching Kirk. Like, what more does any that, or because it'll
That's
be
probably the one he remembers most, because didn't he like hook up with her?
She said in her book that they hooked up. She said it in a book or a magazine.
Oh, you know.
And when I mentioned it to Doomcock, he was like, I thought William Shatner was married when he was doing that. Maybe not as married as I thought. Read the captain's log. He says that, like, by the middle of the first season, it was like kind of over with his wife. And I will give William Shatner credit. We laugh at him because it is funny. He did live in a van down by the river. While he lived in the van down by the river, he was going and taking every job, embarrassing himself with his lack of ability to solve riddles on the $10,000 pyramid back when that was a lot of money, and doing every villain and killing people on Columbo, and never, ever missing one child support check. So he did the right thing. He put himself last. He put his family first. So William Shatner, who likes to tell stories about how
some Canadians are good.
some people can manage to get by on socialism too.
There's very fine people on both sides. Yeah.
The Canadians, some I assume, are very fine people, and I don't know how many of them are part of this massive dump of views that we got us over 800 on the on Starfleet Academy skirting with disaster. I'd like to see that with at least 1,000 guys support it. And we now have come to the part of the Obnoxia Dax. I hated every moment of that scene. It was written like it was written for idiots by an idiot. It was a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It's like, Dax, you mean like the Dax, mentor to Cisco Dax? I was like, why don't you spell it and then hold up a picture? And then, like, well, why don't we even do a flashback? Why don't you hold up a pad and like we'll have like a montage? Just, for the love of God, like the dumbest exposition ever.
You know what I hated most about that scene was when the camera cuts to her and she looks to the side and brushes her hair back, and she's all smug looking with her little.
But the Kardashian spoon is kind of starting to stand off her head because they couldn't refresh it right. They had to let the makeup people go early. I do not blame her for the makeup and special effects makeup looking like total shit. I blame Kurtzman. But like, if she even could have been a convincing alien, like, why try to make her look like some sort of like creature that's supposed to be alluring? This is one of the most unattractive women you've ever seen. She's like a case for like the most bland looking lesbian, I assume. I don't think he would ever hire anything else. And her story, direct quote from Tawny Newsome, who is on the wall as an admiral in the memory wall.
Yeah, she admiralized herself.
For better shows. Yeah. How dare you? To be a goddamn, I remember when Admiral used to mean something.
How dare you?
Exactly, Harrison. Fuck her. How does she satisfy herself?
Had a mechanical arm.
Eight guys around. Thank you. Is there somebody who could maybe, what? Computer, just give me a last resort pill so I don't have to watch any more of Starfleet Academy.
Test denied.
Fuck! Even the computer wants me to watch it. Doesn't care. They love it. I wonder what last week's Star Trek-alike numbers are. Let me take a look right now. Usually during the week, it goes to the roof. I want to thank everyone who made the Star Trek-alike episode 6 go to like 1,000 views. So Starfleet Academy, episode 7, Skirting with Disaster, upload with JT is over 800. And Starfleet
Very
Academy, the Star Trek-alike, is trucking its way to, it's in a good position. It's at about 300 altogether, which is where it was the last weekend. This time it's during like the week as the next episode gets ready to come on that it sometimes just really blows up. Or kapow-pows, whatever the word may be.
Well, and you have some really beautiful comic art as like the headliner on that. Like, you are a true comic book illustrator from
really mastered it. Yeah, the 35 years of experience.
Yeah,
the original training that I got was in DOS because I trained in 1991. But
DOS, oh my God.
Yeah, that's
You're
when I trained.
old,
It's the only formal schooling I ever had. I went to graphic arts school for DOS.
DOS 2.1.
Yeah, I was a third party consultant on the design for Custer's Revenge. I also was a story consultant. Story consultant for that one.
Did you use floppy disks?
Sean, brace yourself, sir.
No, I think the Admiral got all the way
Are you
up.
talking about the game I'm thinking you're talking about?
Yeah, sure.
That old 2600 X-rated game called Custer's Revenge?
Yes, I have. Yeah, he was Snow Troll was a story consultant on that one.
God.
No, I think the Admiral got all the way up to DOS 622, Mark.
Oh, wow.
He was advanced.
Yeah.
622, yeah.
That's right. I'm a good comic book man. I'm a good comic book drawer. Here's guys, I'll show you guys some of my comic book art. Obviously, the joke here is that it's all AI. The joke here is clearly it's all AI. But the thing is, like Will Smith eating spaghetti 3 years ago and Grok 3 weeks ago, and God only knows what Grok is going to do seriously next week. It's absolutely gobsmacking and it's shocking. But like, it keeps getting better and better. But like, for instance, I was working on a little something today.
It did that through AI.
I did that with AI.
Holy crap, Batman.
That's
amazing.
Wow. It's a little too tall for a comic book, but it works.
It's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
An issue. Wow,
It's got the spine damage and stuff. It looks aged, like the pages. It's like
I specified the price because that's how much they cost when I started buying them.
Okay,
30 cents.
Yeah, 30 cents. I'm old.
So
30 cents a lot. My father was like, 30 cents, sir.
Is this the Silver Age comic then?
I trained from artists from the Archies and from Marvel and DC. I don't want to say who. Okay, his name is Nicholas Allenson. But anyway, as you can see, I gave this. No, what I did was but the joke is I fed a diatribe about Stan Lee into Grok from Quabi into Grok and how to create the art. I really want this to pop. It does a great job. It looks very Kirby. It looks
as
good.
Much as a Klingon in his skirt and pantyhose can look like anything Jack Kirby would have ever done. Which
there were writers at Marvel who would have puked. There were writers at Marvel who had taken LSD who said to him, "I dreamt about this weird horseshoe crab head man monster who's actually androgynous Jack draw it." And he's like, "Sure," because Jack Kirby would just draw anything. He was a comic book genius, right? If we had told him, draw Jaden, he probably would have made Jaden look a lot cooler. If we would have told him to draw this, he would have been like, "Sirs, I can't do that. That's too controversial."
I mean, they're subverting our expectations so well there, because you'd never expect a Klingon to wear a skirt. So yeah.
No,
not even the female Klingons wore a skirt.
That's so damn true. And then, of course, this was one of the thumbnails.
Okay, the old woman that helped raise Worf when they were doing the whole Gowron succession thing, and they had the deletion attempt and all that. I think she was out.
Wait, no, it wasn't Chadich.
Picard. Yeah, Picard was the Chadich, and he went to.
I was trying to remember the Klingon
home.
word for nurse.
The old woman that was sweeping. She did wear a dress. Okay,
but wasn't she Russian?
Corrected.
No, you're thinking of his human adoptive mother. The lady that was his nursemaid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Klingon, the Klingon.
I forget the Klingon word.
She survived the Kittimer attack, and he finds her on that planet where the people who survived and weren't allowed to die are living out their life. And apparently, there's some fifth column within the Romulan government. It's like, we were mean enough to these people. We'll let them have their own planet, right?
Yeah. So female Klingons do wear dresses. I take my statement back.
Yeah, you know what? RRTNZ's correct. They had beautiful, leathery, gothic-looking dresses. Lursilla and Bator did have dresses.
Yeah. I never noticed it because I was too focused on their chest.
They're both of them had great tits.
The window.
I really enjoyed. You know what?
I love this picture here.
This is just sourced right off the photograph too. This is exactly how stupid his hair looks. I've gotten really good at writing the prompts and learning how. This is the new style for the Admiral Teague video essays, and people seem to be kind of enjoying it.
Admiral, there's
well
a second
done.
X link in there. You want to check that one out?
Where? Which one?
In the private chat here.
Oh,
yeah.
Is this of George W. Bush and Andy Card?
Yes.
They made the Klingons dress gay and put him in the dress. That's pretty fun. Let's see if I can share that one. There's only a few images. There's only a few images from this day that bother me. This one doesn't bother me. All right. We fucked around enough. Anyway. Let's rate this episode real quick and just give our final thoughts, and then we'll talk like crazy people and end the show. Let's start with Mark. You got here last. Give us your thoughts on this show, on this episode of Star Trek. While our audience votes. Guys, vote.
I give this an A-. Yeah, I like the idea of this drone ship and trip. They're and they're way, not connected to the Enterprise. They're on their own, and they show how smart they are as engineers and getting stuff done. And I just like that, and it's low tech too. I just love the low tech aspect of it, even though it's set in our future, but it's nothing's easy for them, right? So they've got to fight their way through everything and come up with different ways. And Shran, I just love Shran's character, and of course I've got to show. I keep showing stuff tonight, but I got to meet the actor.
Oh, what's it say there?
Mark, out of my way, pink skin. Jeffrey Combs,
nice.
Shran. So
Was
I
he
got to meet him
cool?
a few years ago. He was very cool to talk to and really friendly. And saw him at Terrificon in Connecticut, which is nice to go see these people. Like the smaller shows are not as crazy busy. So yeah, he was really fun to talk to. And I said, "Oh, you were just such
That's
a great
awesome.
actor on that show." And I'm like, I got to get this picture because Shran was just so well done on the show. So yeah, just A-. Yeah, this is so nice to watch, like good Star Trek again. It was just made me feel
Right?
warm and fuzzy all over again. It's like there's flaws in it and stuff too, and we can find things that we didn't like, but it's just overall, it's just Archer is just such a great captain in this episode, and I love the diplomacy in this episode too, with the Tellarites and the Andorians, and then you've got the Romulans. Maybe you find out it's Romulans a little bit too early. If I could criticize the episode, maybe keep it a little bit of a mystery, but then Trip and Mary, you're not going to know what they're going through, maybe. But
They had to give us a little more information.
Yeah.
You kind of probably had to have them in there.
They had
Okay,
to
A-
happen,
for
but
Mark.
A-, yeah.
All right, let's go to JT next. JT, sir.
Sure. So, final thoughts and review on this. I loved the development of the Tellarites as well as the makeover that they gave them from TOS. I thought they did a fantastic job of not messing with canon while giving this species a fantastic backstory. I thought it showed some creativity that we don't see in TV too often anymore, especially when you're covering well-traveled areas of that kind of art. So points to them on that. I was not really happy with the level of technology that the Romulans possess. I think that we'll see even more of it that kind of just spoils the Romulans. Their technology is below TOS, but far too close to TOS for comfort. But I do like this story of kind of proto-Federation agreement and getting Andorians and Tellarites to work together with humans, and then they can bring in the Vulcans later. Is a cool Star Trek story to tell. Getting past your history of distrust is a great story to tell, and I love that. The crew, the actors all do a great job playing those roles. I love Hoshi and Archer playing that argument and practicing at the beginning.
Oh, that was great.
It's not the first time it's been done in Star Trek by any means, but it was very convincing, and I loved it. We didn't get any stupid "yo mama" jokes or anything like that. It was tasteful insults, if you will. So that part was cool. And then there's a lot to love with the Enterprise and in the CGI ship that we fawned over through the episode. Not the most believable fight scenes and some issues like that. Overall, though, I think that this is a strong start to the first three, and I would give it a 90.5, which is barely an A-, but an A-.
All right. 2 A-minuses in a row. You know what? Now to speak on behalf of the community, let's have Crim Romulan.
Oh wow, yeah. I kind of debated. I'll give it an A. I think JT kind of touched on some of the areas that I had some slight issues with. The technology did seem a little bit of ahead of its time for the Romulans. Especially, I kind of questioned that logo. There was a couple scenes in there with the. I could have swore when I was looking at the way that was it the. I don't know if it was a table or if it was the command center that they had for for the drone kind of looked way too close to what it was a Next Generation looked like. At least I didn't I didn't think that should have been there. The drone thing I wasn't too worried about, since drones. Obviously, we were discussing in the beginning with how we were starting to become drone happy with the thought process. I'm assuming probably from after what happened with the whole Clinton drone attacks of Afghanistan, kind of triggered the whole drone boom amongst TV shows.
I think by this time we're starting to build up to like semi-regular drone attacks, because it's 2004, 5.
Exactly.
We're getting the show ends in spring of 05, so we've probably crossed over the barrier into the 2005 calendar year.
I think they were starting to add it to a lot of different sci-fi TV shows with drones and stuff like that. So I think that could be seen very reasonable, but there's just some small things. I like, Mark D said, with how they handle the Tellarites and whatnot. I kind of liked how they handled a lot of that, especially with Hoshi in the beginning, kind of teaching the captain how to handle the situation, which, God, I cannot stand the newer shows because they don't even think about it. They just kind of do stupid things. But yeah, not to kind of restate what they said, but that's I kind of felt the same way. I'll give it an A.
You'll give it a straight up A. All right. Let's let Sean go next. Sean, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Well, I gotta give this a little bit of a lower grade. I give it like an 84, maybe an 83. And what props it up to that is just Shran and Archer. But Shran, his character, I really like him. They wrote him so well, and Jeffrey Combs played him just brilliantly, because he's kind of a dick, but he cares about his crew. He cares about his family. He cares about the families of his crew. And he's open-minded. I mean, he's really hot-tempered. He's got a short fuse, and he's ready to kill the Tellarite. But he always seems to listen at the last minute to reason. And
well, he has honor, right? He has that long-standing debt of honor going back and forth with Archer.
Yeah, and he's willing to listen to logic and listen to, even as hot-headed as he is, he never lets his temper get the best of him in most cases. Sometimes he does. But he's such an interesting character. And I really like on this episode how you've got humans, Klingons, Tellarites, and Vulcans involved, which is very similar to what we see in Journey to Babel. The Tellarites and the Vulcans don't trust each other, so we see a little bit more of that being explored, and I really like that. It kind of shows that, Vulcans, Andorians, and the Tellarites and humans are kind of like the core of the Federation, and we kind of see this starting. And I like the way they started hinting at this with the Romulan, and maybe we were going to see in season 5 with the Romulan War might have spurred the alliance or spurred the formation of the Federation between those 4 species to deal with the Romulan threat. And I think this was supposed to be planting the seeds for that. And I think they had really good designs, and it's just too bad that we didn't get to see it. Hopefully, hashtag, Star Trek United, we can hear the explanation of that. I would love to see Sussman, explain that. And I'm sure he's dying to do that and tell us, how that happened. I'm sure we'd get a little bit of backstory. But the reason
some
for
of that Romulan War too in the show, right?
Yeah. But the reason for the 83 is just I can't get past the level of tech that the Romulans have is just too much for me. Everything around that is great, but that alone, the spatial holograph emitters. I mean, Voyager was barely able to pull that off in one of the episodes where they projected a fleet of ships around them.
You got a good point.
It's just too much, because where they would have.
It's a good idea, but you're saying that's not in the right time period.
Not in the right time period. They would have expanded that like tenfold. And they would have perfected. They would have been able to get another species to control the ship, or they would have figured out a way to. It was too much.
They nerfed their power to cloak and made it like a power of like to cast an optical illusion, which would seem to be a step down. But the thing is, it's like they only got that much further in 80 years, and they're this awesome at it now.
It wasn't just that. It was this ship that could self-heal. It was like that space station they
it was like GOM 2.
Well, GOM 2, but remember that space station that the Enterprise encounters in that horrible episode?
We encountered 2. Which one? Vampire Station or the one that just wants a drum of oil?
The drum of oil one.
That one was the weirdest one. It was like
that was a really bad episode, but it's like
that was terrible. That was season 2, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was.
That might be down there with Horizon for stupidest episodes.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Romulans have that same tech. The ship can just fix itself like it's a Borg sphere.
It undercuts all Romulan ships.
So yeah, those two things it was too much for me. I like the basic premise of the story. I love the act, but I can't get. It's too much.
Well, at least the drone is not. It's got a lot of problems and bugs. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but at least it's not always working correctly. I've got to say, like it's
true.
At least they made it. At least they made it vulnerable in that sense. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But yeah, I couldn't. I had to suspend too much disbelief to really support it.
We're talking about Sean criticizing a story with a woman who looks like this in it. I mean,
I still give it an 84.
I give her an A.
I still give it an 84 because there's so many other good parts of this episode. Especially, the beginning where Hoshi's helping Archer learn to adapt and communicate with another culture. That's how you do it. It wasn't with bullhorns and stupid farting fish.
That was the stupidest thing I think I've been subjected to in my life, and it just keeps getting worse with New Trek.
Kremlin gave it an A. I gave it a 34D.
Yeah. And I'm not knocking anyone who gave it an A. I'm just saying, just for me, I can't get over the super tech.
All right. That leaves us with did I get everyone, or is JT yet to go? Right, JT.
Oh, I already went. I'm good.
You already went. So I got Kremlin, I got Mark D, I got
me,
Sean. Yep. All right. So our audience, you guys are friends out there, and if you have any more thoughts on it, please throw them in there. Like we'll consider them. But in general, the majority of our audience thought this was very good Star Trek, with 93% going with A or B, B 53%, A 40%. So there was that pull towards like an A minus, C 0%. A couple of people, one person, or let's see, 30 votes. So 7%, whatever that is, it might be one person. It's DF. So someone thought this utterly failed. I'm going to end the poll now saying that I would have gone with my mark is pretty much in line with everyone else. I give this one an A minus because I was happy to see the Romulans. They weren't being fucked up the way they were being fucked up, like the Borg got fucked up and done wrong. I liked the I did not like when we saw the Ferengi and they were fucked up and wrong. Okay. I liked what we saw the Romulans and they were more or less correct. Could their sartorial choices of Romulans been better? My only explanation for that one is not only did they have now a 30-year pattern of how Romulans dressed, maybe that is how maybe they were Romulans dressed on the home world. I don't know. Maybe they should have gone a little more with that, but it's such a nitpick. Like, it was more important that we knew for sure they were Romulans, because if this was Kurtzman Trek, it would have said Romulus Prime, and someone would have said to the main characters, welcome, designer of great weapons, who recently was paroled from jail with a dark secret, and he would have said, the weather here on Romulus is horrible, just like I remember it. Fuck you, asshole. That's how Kurtzman Trek goes. They state their backstory as soon as they show up on scene. So without saying this is Romulus, they did that. That shot was great. It had, like Sean said, so many A things about it. I'll go with the A minus. It's like a low A. It's like an 89 or a 90. It was fun. It introduces some problems that go on forever, like the self-repairing ship. It was terrible. That could have been so easily solved with why wasn't there a mothership? We could have put these Romulans on like a drone control ship that wasn't quite as far away, and it wouldn't have hurt the story if we would have seen the bird of prey fleeing with the drone, or a bird of prey decloaks or zooms in, destroys the probe, and then goes to warp. And we did get like more details on their engine that fit in with that stupid episode of New Trek we watched. So I guess they watched this episode. Kind of canon destroying, but like real enjoyable and great performances all around. And I even liked our bad guy of the week, Vulcans. Romulans. I thought they did great. Our bad guys of the week, Romulans, were great. Our look at Romulus was great. And I thought that this was fun on the final frontier. I'm really looking forward to next week. It was a good episode. And it was so important that I put on my dress uniform jacket to review it.
Yeah, and we do get some decent science fiction in this too.
I thought this was really good science fiction, or like just we're not lining up with Star Trek. We tried to nerf their tech level, and we did it in a believable way, but then the technical jump to the next level takes way too long. This is like they have the 1989 Honda Accord, and we come back 100 years later and they've advanced to the 1993 Honda Accord. It's like, wait, what? Yeah, it's still pretty good. I mean, and like I would just point out that the 89 Accord would still be running fine, and probably is still running fine. You can get it's the new Dodge Dart, sir. Hey, hello, our Rarded. Guess I need to watch the next episode of Starfleet Academy. Well, we're gonna watch it. It's good to see you, and
we watch it so you don't have to.
Yeah, I would say that if you want to spare your brain cells, JT and I talked about this, and I guess we can kick this one around for a moment here. Is when I watch Starfleet Academy, I find that my IQ is artificially suppressed for several days, and that every time I've watched it, it's taken longer and longer for my IQ to rebound. Anyone else? I'm extra stupid.
Mine does fully rebound after a week.
Oh, I feel like I'm almost immune just because I'm already slightly retarded, but
I feel like going into the first one, I was okay, and then going into the second one, like I had just enough time to shake it off. Going into the third one, I needed to watch Patton to get my mind off of how terrible it was. Going into the last one, I so loathed that I waited till the last minute, and then I had to watch it twice. And the second viewing drove the first viewing out of my mind and left me with no idea what the hell had happened. Then 4 and 5 were just like horrible. And what's weird is we said it last week, and we do this one live, so we're on the same day. The video essays, sometimes they drop the same day, sometimes they drop on the Friday. I have now seen this one. Disparu made a second video on it. Disparu has said that this is that last week's Starfleet Academy was the worst episode of the worst Star Trek show as far as quality. So put destructive out of your mind. It was the worst story ever called Star Trek ever. So Disparu and I agree on that one. The people who said it wasn't were the ones who, and I respect you guys for this one, but would not hold up the Star Trek name to it because it was so unworthy. But I mean, that alone also sort of that's just a different what is it, a distinction without a difference?
Yeah, like
right?
I thought the laser tag, or Sean, that was Sean's point of view. Like, I thought the laser tag episode was even worse, but an affront to laser tag lovers everywhere.
I felt that the last one was so slow and so bloated and dumb and spent so much time with characters we hated that it was actually worse than the one before. I thought it was the worst one. And to get validated by Disparu was pretty cool. And several other people, maybe Little Platoon, I've seen a couple of people talk about it. And of course, our pal Tachyon Pulse, which just wishes they could get back to the quality of episode 6. where we have a long conversation between Holly Hunter where she almost says nothing, right? It was like her reactions were filmed later. It's a long rant by Paul Giamatti about how fucking you see these vampire human hybrids eat a dead Klingon's a-hole.
Yeah, I was like, I don't need this in Star Trek, please.
He's so topped Origami Chicken with stupidity and just it was the grossest, most disgusting. And I'm like, this is a young adult show. It's like, oh yeah, I remember when they talked about eating a-hole on 90210 and Buffy.
Right?
Yeah. And cannibalism. I remember the 90210 about cannibalism. That one was great.
You know, I wish I could ask Tachyon Pulse or other people, pretty much anyone who says that episode 6 of Academy was good. They go, oh, this is finally a good episode. Well, I want them to find their worst TOS episode. They take your pick, you know, Spock's brain, and explain how episode 6 of Academy was better than Spock's brain. I like, seriously. Tell me.
Most of Spock's brain is good. Like Spock's brain has a point where it's going along fairly well and then falls off a table. So like you got half of the Star Trek episode
but if
at the worst estimation.
It's watchable.
Yeah.
Well, it can be, but or just take another dumb one. Like take everyone's got
Children
a
Shall
TOS
Lead.
episode that they say is bad. Everyone's got one. So take the worst episode or the least liked episode of TOS and tell me why episode 6 of Academy is better than that. It's not. So, like, I don't know where these people are saying that episode 6 was good.
Tachyon Pulse, I think, like, honestly, I don't think the diversion, inclusion, and stunning and brave women thing bugs him at all. I think he digs that. So,
well,
for
even
for
if
him
you
to
like
hate
that,
every episode
even if you
but
like
one,
that, though, but
No,
even if you like that,
he
the
hates
sheer
every episode
stupidity,
but one.
even if you're okay with the woke or anything, objectively, the plots, the canon breaking, the inconsistencies with itself,
the convenient
even if you
writing,
like the message, it's not better than the worst of TNG or TOS.
Yeah, I mean that
That's
episode, they're both, you know, they're the leaders of the planet, and then the queen just tells the king, like, you just must abdicate now. Like, they don't ask their parents. There's no advice. There's no political fallout. You know, like, it's, you know, Charles and Diana basically, you know, took years to fall apart, but, you know, they have this huge, massive wedding, not much how much it costs, and like she casually tells them, like, you're too dedicated to Starfleet, so I can't be married to you. I mean, what the and they're rulers of their planet, and it's just like a 30-second conversation. I mean, it's like, who wrote this shit? I mean, at least if you're going to go there, make it, you know, semi-believable.
There's no science
they could have had
fiction
some
in
drama.
There's
You know,
no science fiction in it. None.
He could have just spited her and been like, no, you abdicate. I'm the
Yeah.
king.
I'm the king, bitch.
Been like, guards, get over
Rick
it.
James, bitch.
Have you heard of an ancient Earth king called King Henry? VIII. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I'll her to sit down.
You
Oh,
remember VII Henry? You remember him, Henry VII? He was my favorite king.
He had the most wives.
Yeah.
He was, some said, a jolly fellow. And we all remember when he and FDR personally drove the Germans out of Normandy. They were both jolly fellows. They're excellent and jolly fellows. I still like everything about Starfleet Academy is flummoxing to me. But let's give our audience final say, by the way. 30 votes, really good. And also, I got to thank everyone out there for driving this show to an unbelievably high 38 likes. I gotta right now. The Sir
everybody.
remix is called for. Yeah, you deserve the Sir remix.
Steam is better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir. Sir.
Sir, my name is Raisin.
That's my sir. My name is Raisin.
Where did that come from?
I believe one of his advisors' name is like James Kane, and they call him Raisin Kane.
Oh,
Yeah,
Let's hear it again.
that makes sense,
Steam
but
is
not.
better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir. Sir.
I'm starting to get the hang of this. I like that. I got him progressing through different things, like $1 million, sir. $1 billion, sir. $100,000, sir. Sir, I believe we need $4 billion. Sir, that's not free trade. You know what? We live in the real world. We don't go super political here. But like, if you don't find the sir thing funny, we apologize. We just find it funny. We don't think it's overly political. And we don't try to push any point of view on you here, except that if you find
you must agree with comfort,
us. Yeah, of course you must agree with us, or we'll come out there and we'll take revenge on you. Admiral Teague, of course, if you listen to Snow Troll, he was saying I was going to people's houses and, if you didn't like my show, but of course that doesn't really happen.
You gonna clap them? Is that what you were saying?
That's what I'm. There's certain things that people have also said, like Admiral Teague is in the mafia. There's no mafia. There's never been a mafia. I don't believe there's ever the idea that criminals could organize is. I mean, I think there's some interesting quotes from J. Edgar Hoover. Sir, our artist gets it already. Men with tears in their eyes. You know what? People come to me frequently with tears in their eyes, and say to me, "Sir, you've got to stop this Star Trek. Paramount Plus has to stop this Star Trek." At this point, I'm not American, but I would watch that show. Yeah, right. I mean, there's a reason why, like, people find them entertaining. And there's an apolitical way to sort of poke fun at the fact that we live in 2026, and also like. We did it like every 20 minutes. It's hard to do the new Trek reviews without taking about 15% of all time to explain that we are actually not hateful people. We have to say it so much, and that show is so hateful and deals with so many things that are just weird and wild and crazy that all I can think of is like some like New Zealand member of parliament has like a Star Trek plaque on his wall, and it's like, "Oh yeah, mate, I got that one when I diverted some trans acceptance money for an episode of Star Trek. Yeah, we'll just get the producer I am." And I think that's how it's going. It's like there's plenty of governments around the world. A lot of them have like a lot of like weird things. I don't know if everyone has public television, which I think is a good thing here in America. We got Doctor Who that way, but I would say honestly,
oh, you muted yourself, or you froze.
Yeah, he muted himself. Yeah.
No, I didn't even mute myself. I had a brain glitch. I like to weave the comments in and out. We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I had like my weed moment. So what's going on you guys' channels this week?
Who's first?
Who would like to start? You're first, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Well, of course, tomorrow night is Sunday Night Geekery. All things geek. I'll be enabling and food talk. But before that, I'm going to do a watch party for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is an amazingly good show considering we're in the modern era where we don't get a lot of good shows. So hopefully they're going to stick the landing on the season finale. And I might have Paulie join me. I asked him last week to maybe join me for that and see if he's still available. But do a watch party for that, and then Sunday Night Geekery, and then check out my channel for lots of toys and, as my wife calls them, junk during the week. So thank you for having me, and everyone stay safe out there.
Admiral Teague, please stop using copyrighted material.
And
you tripped the computer warning about copyrighted. He won't be having a watch party. He will be taking us all out on a beautiful cruise, and on that cruise ship there is a theater. That's what he meant to say.
Yeah, you have to watch it yourself. Yes, we will be live commentary on it, but you cannot watch the episode. Yes, you won't be able to see the episode yet.
The last time
unless you have your own copy.
When Germ went to the theater to watch the last episode of New Trek, he said that the projectionist was so offended he showed it at 300% speed for the last half hour of it.
Smart man.
The guy, he said the guy basically read his mind. I don't know what he meant by that, but and I'll be back on Tuesday this week is probably up in the air, but I hear that there is that was a flawless Kiwi accent. If you're going for a guy from Perth, Australia, and was a chain smoker with pneumonia, you know, mate, the only Australian point of reference I have is like, you know, the mates from ACDC. I can't. What can I tell you? I can barely speak American. You know. Thank you. It was just, thanks for the compliment. I try. You know what? I don't do good voices, but they are at least funny, right? Yeah, it's truth. You know, I will be back probably on Thursday with the next show, and I'll be showing up opportunistically. My usual nights are Tuesdays and Thursdays at 9:35. And this show is on every Saturday, usually at 9. We started late this week, but we did a lot of new trekking last week. So, you know what? 4 hours, still a little bit overtime. It's like a little bit of extra innings on this one, but I think until the end of New Trek, we sort of have like a Star Trek sausage making party going on, which is something Krimlon loves and pioneered. But what really is we can't uncross the streams.
Lots to catch up.
We can't uncross the streams in time from New Trek Thursday to Star Trek Saturday to have our minds straight. So always the Star Trek Enterprise episodes are going to seem better, and I really am glad that that New Trek will end in time for us to really enjoy the final few episode arcs of Enterprise, which has been a damn good show. And I guess we'll see you guys all during the week, and we'll be in the chat. I'll be in the chat for Mark's show tomorrow. If I don't just pass out from watching all of Germ's party that starts at 3, where we'll be watching the last half season of Yellowstone to get ready for Yellowstone Marshals starting next Sunday. Krimlon, you ready for that one? Krimlon.
Yes, lots of yellow marshals.
We might be a little bit behind the game on that one because the show drops on CBS on Sunday nights. And then I might be able to get my hands on a copy in time. I don't know. It's not on Paramount Plus until Mondays, but I think we'll probably try to still review it on Sunday. We'll see how that one works out. And Sean, did I forget you in the review? I thought I gave you a chance to review. What did I forget?
No, it sounded like you were wrapping the show and I didn't give to.
No, you're gonna get the plug. I was just being tangential.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Sean.
I sensed the wind down. I'm like, he's gonna forget me again.
You forgot me, damn it.
Here is the reason that you do get forgotten a lot, though. Here's the reason. You ready? Because you're on the biggest
you hate
show.
Me.
That too. Because, you know, this is the thing. We have watched so much Kurtzman Trek that we are now like, these are the things that have happened to the members of the New Trek panels, of the Star Trek panel, since we started watching New Trek. Our menstrual cycles have all synced.
I am not a fucking asshole.
You are, and so are we now. Our brains are irreparably broken. It's going to take probably till 4th of July for my IQ to return to baseline. By the time we got to episode 4 and 5 of Star Trek, that's what I meant to say when my brain glitched out. By the time we got to episode 4 and 5 of Starfleet Academy, so much damage was built up that my brain still had not fully recovered like I was still stupid from the last one when the next one happened. There was like, it was so extra stupid. And the two stupidest ones, they're all bad. Each one is worse than the one before. But the two stupidest ones were the fucking last one and the one with the polyamorous Klingons. It was so fucking stupid. I fucking hated that last episode. they have no right to assume that they have an episode 8 filler episode that they can like wind down and save money on. You're already saving money. Your best episode looks like everyone else's episode 8 and episode 4 when like the renewal period happens. Because we've seen like soap operas, these shows have like a rhythm. These streaming shows, it's like episode 4 or 5. There's either a build up to 5 and a letdown on 6, or 4 is huge because they think that you're going to renew at the end of that month. And then 5 is the letdown. There's some kind of rhythm in there. And only Taylor Sheridan seems to be addressing it and smoothing it out. But no, Sean always goes last because you're on Doomcock, you have the biggest show. So people will stick around the longest to wait for your pitch. I figure people probably ditch during the pitch, but tell us what you're doing. And
I don't know what we're doing next week. I keep trying. Yeah, I mean, for myself, I keep trying to tell myself I'm going to get out to the garage and start working on my models again, and I just never do. I really need to do that. I've got so many projects I need to work on. I got
to get out of your parents' basement.
Yeah.
And into your basement.
I know. I mean, now that the weather's warming up, I have no excuse.
Yeah, because when my 3D printer's not going, I'm like, I should be 3D printing something every day.
Yeah, I just haven't been bringing myself out there. It's working 7 days a week, so it's trying to.
I'm glad you find the time for Star Trek.
Well, that's the thing. All my spare time is spent just streaming, which I love. I'm not going to give that up. But it's like
I got to admit, I love the streaming too. Yeah, you know, like why does the time at work go by so slow and the time streaming go by so quickly?
Because we're having fun.
That's true.
Yeah.
The guys from Nickelback were pre-streaming. They didn't know when they were having fun. If they had just started streaming instead of having a band, things would have been so much better. Well, folks, we've come to the end of another one. It's kind of the end of a work week for Admiral Teague. So I'm going to have celebrate my Italian heritage with a Stella as I thank all of you. Tuesday, it looks like there's going to be a major snow event. So if there is internet and Tuesday happens and I'm not at work,
thank you, Wes.
At Sean's channel as well as Mark's are on the homepage of this channel. And you should subscribe to them as you should subscribe to Resolute Germ. Krimlon doesn't get the pitch because let's face it, he's a catcher. Fellatio all week at the Circle K, town undisclosed, but you know.
Well, thank goodness you didn't disclose where from. God,
there's a truck stop on I-35. You can find him there.
Lying about the minimum wage in the state, so I can't. When you provide the fellatio, so I can't actually go and say what
I only
state
work
it
for
is.
tips.
I believe what you meant to say is it's just the tip, but we want to thank everyone.
And don't forget Go USA. The hockey game is 8 a.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah,
beat those Canucks.
Go
no tax
Canada.
on tips.
I mean,
you know what?
Go USA.
I've noticed that no Albertan players are sitting out the game in protest. They're proud to put on their patriotic Team Canada uniforms, and Team Canada is something that I kind of want a Team Canada uniform out of nowhere. I would love to wear a Team Canada hockey uniform or even worse, a Team Canada speed skater uniform on stream. That would be fucking hysterical.
Well, Canadians got that 19-year-old phenomenon that's like scoring all these fucking goals. I forget his
really?
name.
So it should be good. So it should be.
He's got
good
like 5
year?
goals and 7 assists or some crazy shit like that.
That is, by the way, the one sport where the evenly matched teams, it doesn't matter. Olympic women's female hockey is not so bad to watch. I was surprised.
No,
it's surprisingly
they're really good.
Yeah.
They're getting better. Yeah, they're getting much better. Yeah.
They've been good since about 97. But like, is Cammie Newton doing the play-by-play? That's the only person I could think of with a high enough profile.
Cammie Granado.
Right, Cammie Granado. Now her name's
because she's from my hometown, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's good hockey. Like it is really good hockey. That they play
There's
smart.
No checking.
They hit hard. So
Do
they hit a little bit.
By the way,
they're not supposed to though. But yeah, there's
Well, there's
does that mean that Tony Granado is from your hometown?
What is that?
So Tony Granado is from New York?
Not it was a Cammie. It was a Cammie. Who was we have an Olympian. We had Dorothy Hamill.
Cami
Was it
Granado
Cami?
is it's the sister of Tony Granado, the original captain of the
I
San
think I'm
Jose
mixing up my
Sharks.
female hockey. I'm mixing up my female hockey players, which is really bad.
I think it is Cami Granado.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to who was from my hometown. Yep.
I do got to tell you guys, when I was playing roller hockey, it was a rec league, but we would get pretty physical. There was a team called the Hells Bells that was nothing but girls, and they played really hard. But let me tell you, they lost every game, and sometimes they would try to come in and get real scrappy with you because they didn't have the physical strength, so they would just poke you in the ribs with the butt of their stick, or they'd slash you. And I remember fighting for the puck in the corner with one girl, and she poked me in the ribs with her stick, and it really hurt. I just hip checked her and made her fly 4 feet. I'm like, fuck you.
Well, there's a
By the
reason
way,
why
if you
God hit
notice
with
here,
stick. You should be using that.
And then she cried about it. She's like, you hit me. And the ref didn't call. I'm like, hey, the ref didn't call me. What are you going to give me, a roughing for hip checking when you're jamming your stick into my stomach? Fuck off.
I saw some videotape of when that team almost made the playoffs, and their signature move was they boarded the guy and then held a lighter up in front of a can of hairspray and shot it into his eyes. By the way, I found a way to fix Alberta's problem. If you want to be part of America, this is the map silhouette you need to attain. Okay, this is the second one on the right. Okay. Now
You're gonna
that
get in trouble for this one. You're gonna be in big trouble for this one. But and it was Sue Mertz. Sue Mertz. I mixed up Cami Granado and Sue Mertz. I apologize. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
How dare you?
The shark fin.
There's that little piece in the bottom left that's
a Jimmy Buffett Canada. The fins.
Bitch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know where you love us.
Is it no longer an Alberta Clipper? It's like a Sharknado.
All I know
You
is
get
that
the
like
snowstorm
every
coming across.
all I know is there's only about 14 X accounts tweeting about this at all, and one of them is just warning everyone that the rest of the people are grifters and giving them example after example after example and tagging the people that because I like started like watching and following like the most prominent Alberta secessionists, and the most prominent voice of Alberta secession is like a Canadian unionist who just like keeps giving specific information about like this guy like he did 5 years in jail for check fraud, like as he drove a car off a lot without paying for it, and like this thing is just all grifters, and it was like down to like 15%, and then you see the head like approval, and then you see the head of the separatist drive is like, we have over 720,000 signatures, and I'm like, there aren't 720,000 people in Canada. This guy's a fucking liar, and it does look like a grift, honestly. And even if they do get the signatures, none of the reps want it. And if you do get the signatures and the referendum is going to get shot down, and if the referendum goes
don't
through,
end the show, Admiral. Don't end the show. I'll be right back.
Oh, Sean's got something special for us.
It's
All
got
right.
something. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Let's talk about Alberta independence. First of all, these soccer socialists are going to need several generations of training before they can ever join a country as great as the United States. Now, what I propose here is what we call the patriotism enhancement zone of America, where we would build, of course, a wall around the shark fin. And as you see, the shark fin is so that they can show that they want it. You need to wage a limited war to make it look this cool, okay? And then the United States would look like just a great giant American shark, the shark of America. It would be fucking amazing. And then we work on our next project, a sidewalk to England. Yes,
that little chunk in the bottom left-hand corner. Are they staying with Canada? And is there like a little 1 mile wide zone where you let them go back and forth? You see what I'm saying?
The notch indicates that it's definitely a female shark. We didn't want to give them that kind of pleasure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. We wanted to make sure we knew for sure that it was a female shark. But that's, if you want to join the U.S., that's what you got to do. Let's see the United States, the patriotism enhancement zone of America. Okay.
Well, in the Royale episode, there's 54 stars on that satellite. So, just saying.
If the Albertans do the right thing, they can join. Sean, you have something to show us?
Yeah, so I got home
out?
from work today. Yeah, let me. I get home from work today, and on jammed in my doorknob, there's a blue fabric, and a postcard or a big postcard, and I want it. This is real, guys.
Vote Shlomo. You know what? At least
ShamWow, man.
Wait,
ShamWow guy.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
tough to
He's
see,
actually
Sean.
I gotta turn off
running
the
for-
blur.
Turn off the motion blur. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did somebody use him as like a gimmick to sell their political ad? Because you can just
No,
co-opt him
he's
like that. You
running.
can.
He's
He's really
running.
running.
Here. Yeah. He's running for Congress.
As a Democrat or a Republican?
No, he's Republican. He says, I'll present my new bill to end taxes on Social Security, no tax for veterans, stop the woke cancer that's metastasizing in the greater Austin area, and I'll fight the Democrats who accuse us of being racist for merely standing up for family, country, and God. My new slogan will make America grow some balls again. It says that right here.
No, is that where he really wants to go?
Well, you know what? You used to clean up messes as a ShamWow guy. Now you're going to the biggest
Didn't he
mess
get
of all.
arrested?
You better. How many ShamWows will it take to dry up a swamp? Has he secured the nomination yet, or is he still trying?
No,
to get the
he's
nomination?
going against an 84-year-old incumbent.
He's never going to be. Okay, so in 4 years he'll be your rep if he stays out of jail.
Yeah. Well,
that
yeah.
84-year-old incumbent is on. It's like we have the last slave owner still alive in Congress. We can't let him out.
Because you do know.
I remember when people knew their place. It's like, calm down, sir. It's like, I remember working with an old middle-aged Joe Biden when I got here as a young man.
Because if you guys know, he did get arrested.
I was gonna say, I could
Sex worker.
Yeah, he got in a fight with his girlfriend.
Oh, no.
She
It looks
kicked
like he
his ass.
lost.
Yeah,
It looks like he lost.
She was a well financially compensated girlfriend. I will say this: he took
Yeah.
those products that no one wanted and made commercials that no one could turn off. The ShamWow commercials were legend. Like if you know, like.
But the favorite
this guy
was
an
the
aspirational figure to a lot of us after the collapse of real TV.
Do you remember the other product he came out with called the Sticky?
Slap Chop.
Well, he had the Slap Chop,
Oh,
but he came out with
Slap
the
Chop, yeah.
Sticky. The
What
Sticky
was
was
that?
this rubbery thing that you roll. It would
Oh,
pick
that
up.
picked up lint and dirt.
Yeah, and the best line of that commercial, he's rolling and it's picking up hair. He goes, "Got problems with a shedding pussy? This will take care of it."
All those commercials had great innuendo in there.
Yeah.
He's a great.
You're gonna love my
Infomercial
nuts, and he was
guy.
chopping the nuts. He said, "You're gonna love my nuts."
Yeah, he had. You know what the deal is? He was a stand-up comedian,
Oh, was he?
and also Pamela Anderson walked off the set of his movie because it was too retarded.
Oh God, that makes sense. But yeah,
Yeah, she's in it for like 2 minutes. So she's just like, what the fuck? And like, it was like the Eric Andre show, like her participation. What was it called? Like the Very Tasteless Comedy Movie? I think that's the title of the movie, the Very Tasteless Comedy Movie.
yeah. And remember, she walked off that, but stayed on the Naked Gun. So
That is true. And I thought that when Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson were a couple, it would be easier to look at. I just want to say one thing to Liam. Please don't buy a video camera, and don't videotape yourself having sex with your girlfriend. No one wants to see that. There'll be a mating
Pamela
sequence.
Anderson.
We've seen it. We saw it in the 20th century.
I'd still look at
It's
her.
not going to look any better. She kind of looked really like, I don't know if she overdid it and made herself look as horrible as she could for a little while there. Because like for a while, she was showing up with like almost
Zero
no
makeup.
hair. Yeah, like no eyebrows. Her hair looked like it was chemically burned and recovering. It
was a little ridiculous.
She just looked like shit. Yeah, it was beyond below average for, what is she, 52?
No.
She's in her
Pamela
50s. 60, yeah.
60?
I'm going to be 52 this year. She's Well,
She had sex with
me.
Scott Baio.
Everyone has had sex with Scott Baio.
Charles is in
Sean-
charge.
Sean, we weren't supposed to tell everyone that, but yes, everyone on
I
the
used to
panel
see
has had
Scott
sex
Baio
with
all the
Scott
time at the
Baio.
golf course I worked at. He was always there. Cool guy.
Was
he
it
would just
fun?
show up
Yeah.
in sweats and a t-shirt.
He
and
had
just
sex
golf.
with every single member of the cast of VIP. They found out on Howard Stern when one of them admitted it. Howard Stern went after Pamela Anderson for being in Scott Baio's book. And Natalie Rattano, the other chick from VIP, goes, "Oh my God, I dated him too." And Pamela Anderson's like, "What?" And Howard's just fucking dying. There was a time when Howard Stern was actually cool and funny.
A buddy of mine dated Alyssa Milano.
Yeah, he used to be.
Did you?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Did he?
She was hot in
Wow.
that vampire movie. In the vampire movie. That was
He
a high
said
point
she
of her
was
career.
the craziest left-wing fucking cunt you could ever. He
When
said she was
she got
awful.
married, when she got married, it was an Indian dude. No big deal there, but he was like some kind of rock musician, and like they're like a Bollywood kind of metal band, and she like you'd figure she'd be a lot of fun. And it's like, okay, so you dated like Bollywood Eddie Van Halen. What was it like? She's like, they're the most boring fucking rock band in the world. They didn't do drugs, they didn't drink, they didn't party, they didn't have fun. I was like, geez, there's a reason why you hate dudes. You met all the wrong ones. Like Valerie Bertinelli's still very heterosexual, and we heard that guy was a fucking nightmare.
Didn't Scott Baio take Joni's virginity?
I don't know if he took her virginity, but he
That's
did.
what
They
they
date,
claim.
and she said that it was she put her arm around him and talked about how they dated and that Joni loved Chachi long before the show
Yeah.
happened, and then they were just friends when the show came on. But in another Howard Stern, Joni broke down and started crying, and they asked her what was wrong, and she wouldn't answer. And he goes, "Did someone do something to you on Happy Days?"
Ooh.
And she was like, "Yes." And they're like, "Was it an SA?"
It wasn't
And
Henry
she
Winkler.
said, yes.
And
And
it was?
no, she said they asked her if it was it an SA, and she said yes.
What's that?
So, well, it's not. a long
I know it.
story.
Something.
Surprise, hidden mask. Yeah.
Yeah.
Struggle session.
Yeah, she allegedly got SA'd on the set of Happy Days, and she didn't say who would do it. So my guess is Tom Bosley. But yeah, Erin Moran had like a total breakdown and confessed to being assaulted in a sexual way.
Tom Bosley.
Well, because she had major problems. Yeah.
She was.
yeah, she had
and the
a lot of
only one
problems
from that show. The only one for
Yeah.
Anson Williams is we loved him as Riker, and he has an extensive directing career. He directed most of the show Blossom. Ron Howard, I think, does stuff still. Henry Winkler,
retired.
he did so much that he actually retired. I hope he
Yeah,
didn't
he
go
said
out
he
on
was done.
Solo. Did Solo break him? He's like, "Oh, I don't want to do this.
No, I think that was just a paycheck for him. But no, he said he's not directing anymore.
I think the deal was he was brought in there to try to make cohesive sense out of what had already been
Yeah,
filmed.
he was
and
picking
done
up the
very little
pieces.
filming.
Yeah.
His
yeah,
name
yeah.
shouldn't have been on it. They had the Lego movie people do the Solo movie. And when people try to say you should go back and watch Solo because it was actually underrated and it's the best Star Wars movie ever.
They didn't
No,
see it.
it's simply just not as bad as Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker. It's as bad as Force Awakens. It's a piece of shit. And like I said, here we have again. This is the way. So if you want in Alberta, you need to really show some desire there. Get that shape right. We'll be back with another midweek breakdown, and you guys, you blew away the 30 likes. I can't thank you enough. I think everybody's all squared up with the pitches. We did them an hour ago when we ended the show. And I think I promised to play Sydney Sweetie a while ago. I'm getting worse and worse at ending the show. My prediction is episode 10 of episode 9 of Starfleet Academy review lasts until episode 10. And that the episode 10 of Academy review lasts until the Enterprise review. And then we just go off the air for 4 weeks. It's getting longer and longer.
Recovery.
It's my fault. I apologize to the panel and I thank them for their dedication. Guys, you deserve to watch Sydney Sweetie dance. I love you all and thank you so much You're the best.
Can I finish, please?